Even as
they
early
went
as
over it through
training camp,
meetings
they
and everything.
They
yeah.
went over it, and then the 49ers players said they were pretty much clueless of how it worked.
So I don't feel as dumb. They didn't even know what was going on
right,
the field.
Exactly. One of the guys was at Armstead said they didn't know until they put it up on the Jumbotron what the rules were.
Well, but I think even McCole Hardman, when he caught the touchdown after the game, he said he didn't know the game was over.
Right.
He's like, I didn't know that was to win the game. He's like, there was still time on the clock. I didn't know. Even he said that. So I don't know. I think
you have to. I think you have to. You have to kick off.
You have to take defense first?
Yeah, because if
I could see it both ways. I mean, obviously last night we know which way worked because it worked in the Chiefs' favor. But if you hold Kansas City to a field goal there, San Francisco's feeling really damn good about themselves. Hey, let's just march it down. Our kicker just hit a 55-yarder earlier in the game.
Right. But
let's get to the 35-yard line, and we're winning this game, guys.
And I know up until that point, they had somewhat limited Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. But it's still Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. Do you want to give him that opportunity of knowing that all you could do is a field goal, and if I get a touchdown, game is over?
Well, you just did that at the end of the fourth quarter. San Fran kicked a field goal to go up 3, and then you held Patrick Mahomes going down and forced overtime. You know what I mean? So I think maybe you're feeling a little bit confident there. Hey, we gave Patrick Mahomes time at the end of the game.
Yeah.
They marched it down to the 9-yard line. I don't know why Andy Reid didn't take another shot at the end zone with 7 seconds left. That was confusing to me, or 6 seconds.
6 seconds, because it was originally 9, and I was like, I don't know, and then they put 10 back on there, and I know everybody's going to say, well, how much of a difference does a second make? Well, a second, especially with a timeout.
Especially with a timeout, right?
Yeah.
So if we all-out pressure, we get sacked, timeout. You still have a chance to take one. But so that's why I think San Fran maybe had some confidence of saying, we just stopped them, to end the fourth quarter. I think as a coach and a play caller, you feel a little bit more confident about, hey, we know it's Patrick Mahomes, but our guys are playing pretty damn good too. So maybe that had something going into it. But I don't know. I mean, it was a back and forth type of game. Mm-hmm. So, I think just trading blows there at the end of the fourth quarter and in overtime. I mean, I don't mind what Shanahan did by saying we were kind of expecting it to go right back and forth again, and then we'll get the ultimate possession to go win this game. Just didn't work in their favor.
The other, I thought he should have kicked, but in his other defense is their defense had just let Kansas City go down the field, and they did hold him to a field goal. So maybe he knew they were tired or whatever.
Yeah. They did look tired. San Fran's defense looked exhausted. And even you watch that game-winning touchdown pass. I mean, they just, I'm not going to say, lazy, but they looked gassed. They looked out of breath, man. The guys, I think the one guy tried to chase Hardman to the corner, and he couldn't keep up with him. Yeah. They looked gassed. So, no surprise there that both defenses were incredible. And I was talking to people last night, and they're like, typical, fan. Oh, the Lions would have beat the hell out of the Chiefs. We can't do that, right? We can't do that. But the one thing I was more convinced than ever
that they could beat San Francisco.
Well, no, but we need to shore up our defense a little bit, right?
Secondary.
You need some secondary players. You need You need another pass rusher
because big boy football.
Yeah, we saw both those defenses last night, and making both quarterbacks look silly at times with pressure and with coverage. I mean, that's what I came out of the game. I didn't come out of the game thinking, oh, man, we would have won the damn Super Bowl. I came out of it saying, we still need a few more pieces on our defense.
Yes, absolutely. All right, 248-539-9797. You've played against Brady. Did you play against Mahomes at all in your career?
I don't think so. The first year I retired, he came to Ford Field. Was that 2019, I think? Yeah.
Greatest loss in Lion history.
Last second. What a run, though, man.
I know. Well, my question is, look, at the same point of their careers, him and Brady both have the same amount of, Super Bowl championships. I think the same amount of appearances in Super Bowl. No, I think Mahomes has one more.
Yeah, the loss.
The
Brady,
loss.
Though.
Yeah, to Brady. But as far as right now, if you just compare apples to apples, which is 6 or 7 years, whatever, in their career, who's better?
Mahomes.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
His
athletic ability.
At their point of their career, I think Mahomes is the more talented quarterback. Yeah. I think Tom Brady was probably and still is the all-time best quarterback when you factor everything in, leadership, control, management, like everything. But Mahomes, talent-wise,
I don't even think it's close.
I don't think it's close either.
And in regards to, as we saw throughout the course of Tom's career, he did adjust his game a little bit, but not a lot. He was pretty much, in terms of the skill set,
Right.
the same at the end as he was at the beginning. Now, Patrick Mahomes' skill set hasn't really changed, but how he operated the offense this year was completely different than the offense that he operated as a rookie.
Yeah, and it's pretty similar with who they're playing with, too. I mean, it's not like you're saying Kansas City's playing with a bunch of, like San Fran has. You don't have Debo, you don't have Ayuk. I mean, you've got Travis Kelce, who's nice, right?
Tyreek Hill anymore.
Right, but that was kind of Brady's. Brady had Gronk all those years, right? Brady,
before that,
he had Randy Moss for what, 1 year? Maybe, I think it was 1 year that they had
Brady won
Moss.
3 out of 4 once he was a starter. And then they went through a lull for a couple years. They got the AFC Championship game, lost to the Colts. I would equate this to the Chiefs winning, like Mahomes winning that game versus Brady didn't. But then Brady has the upper hand on him. He's 2 of Mahomes' playoff losses are to Brady.
Yeah.
It's just a fascinating debate. I think at this point it's a toss-up. But I think the long-termness still, he's got to get 4 more.
Yeah, but I think when we look back on this Chiefs playoff run, that was impressive. I mean, you faced, I think, 4 of the top 6 offenses in Buffalo, in Miami, in Baltimore, and then San Francisco. And I think you let up an average of like 15 points a game. I'm not saying that's all Patrick Mahomes, but that stretch, and 2 of them on the road at Buffalo and at Baltimore, we're going to look back on that and say that might be one of the more impressive playoff stretches that I've seen. A team going on the road and knocking off other top teams. I mean, Baltimore was the cream of the crop pretty much the entire, last 10 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
And they went out there and embarrassed them. I mean, I think that playoff run as a whole is incredibly impressive.
248-539-9797. We'll take your texts, your phone calls. TJM with myself and John. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, we're hoping that the slippery winter season is over, but I think we all know that it's probably not. And whether your injury is a result of an auto accident or a slip and fall during the winter months, there's only one attorney out there who can give you the personal service you need and deserve, and that's injury attorney David Femininio. I've told you before, if you're injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. David can be reached anytime on his website. That's getdavidgetpaid.com, or you can give him a call directly at 855-65-CRASH. That website again, getdavidgetpaid.com, or on the phone at 855-65-CRASH.
All right, 248-539-9797. Have some ticket text, and we're going to get into what yesterday's game made you feel as a Lion fan. Needs and, your emotions watching that game. All right, cool game. Nobody even knows the rules. The new OT rules starts a new game. If they played 2 quarters, they would have a halftime. They had Taylor Swift set up for the halftime show. Oh, yeah, sure.
They could have had a lot of different performers.
Yes, they could.
They were all there.
Mm-hmm.
Including the ushers.
That's right. The ushers could have taken them to their seats. No one will ever take
Such
the
a bad
ball.
joke.
No one will. Yeah. Okay.
That was Stoney's earlier. I just repeated it.
Yeah. Turn your mic on, bud.
I guess.
Like nobody's ever had bad jokes before. No one will ever take the ball first again, ever. I wouldn't say that, but I think it makes
I
you
think
twice.
it'll be a rare occasion.
Yes. Kyle should have went for it on 4th and 4 in overtime on the Kansas City 9-yard line. Niners knew what Mahomes was going to do if they kicked the field goal. And if they would have not gotten it, Kansas City would have had to start and go 91 yards for a touchdown, but,
Or
55 yards
for a field goal.
right.
Yeah.
With the OT flip, I would think the team winning flip would defer. I would want to see what I needed to do to win. Exactly. It's what happens in college football.
Yeah.
I feel like Dan Campbell loses that game last night if he was coaching Kansas City. I also believe the Lions would have dominated Kansas City last night. Curious on your thoughts. Well,
I don't think they would have dominated them. I think offensively they would have scored more points, but I think Kansas City would have as well scored more points against the Lions defense.
Right. People forget about, Ben Johnson and, Goff and the Gibbs and all the weapons, St. Brown, all that stuff. Yeah, they would have been better.
You call them the Gibbs?
Did I say that?
Yeah.
The Gibbs.
The Gibbs.
The Gibbs, the Montgomery, the whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, but you forget about the other side of the ball. I mean, you're going up against Mahomes.
You're forgetting about the other 2 phases because you're going against Butker and you had Badgley.
Right.
Well, and a big part of why San Fran had so much success against him because they were getting home with 4 guys.
Right.
The Lions pass rush got better, but because they had to pressure a lot, blitz a lot the last 6, 7
they
years.
inserted Ife Melifonwu.
Yeah, you do that against Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes, man. You might get diced, right? We've seen
You
that.
guys really think
Let up a
Aiden
lot of
Hutchinson could have rushed last night and have done it the disciplined way that Bosa did by containing him in the box? Romo pointed out numerous times. I just don't think Aiden's ready to play that way.
Well, because Aiden has to do it all himself when it's a 4-man rush.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He's gone through times where he has for a while, and then every once in a while he screws
Nick
up.
Bosa had Chase Young played really good last night.
Yes.
John Hargrave made a couple. Eric Armstead was a beast, especially the first.
Their D-line was incredible.
Yeah.
Brady and Montana are above Mahomes. That's it. Maybe. We'll see how it all happens.
He's so young in his career. There's so many more opportunities. You would think ahead of him.
Yes.
Now, injury aside.
Right. And Reed, going to go against that Jim Harbaugh in that division. Now you never know what's going to happen. All right, 248-539-9797. So we agree that when you watch that Super Bowl from a Lion perspective, you realize there was something. It's not newsworthy that the Lions need help in the defensive backfield.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Because Kansas City's corners were really good.
Yeah, really good. Their whole defense was really good. Both defensive lines were extremely disruptive.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I felt watching it from the Lions angle that this team is close, man. We beat Kansas City earlier in the year, right? We were up 17 on San Francisco, so that tells you you're close. But we saw last night what it's going to take to get over that hump. Mm-hmm. And Brad Holmes and his press conference he did a couple weeks ago was, call it odd. I don't know, his receipts. He wanted to get some things off his chest. And look, he's got my complete trust, but I think we can all agree that, in order to keep that trust, you're gonna have to make sure you take care of that defense, especially whether it's edge rush, defensive tackle, or you need a number 1 corner. You just have to. I think we saw how important it was last night.
And now, we trust him to be able to draft relatively well. I mean, he's drafted well, but now you're going to be doing it much later in the first, much later in the second, and you've got to find defensive lineman other than Hutch, who fell into his lap. What has he been able to do in terms of defensive line-wise to be able
Aleem
to...
McNeil.
Aleem McNeil, yes, but you've got Levi Owens-Enrique, Josh Pascal. Now, Pascal has been banged up. He's young. still got to develop, but you've got to be able to draft well in those position groups later in the draft. You're not going to have an Aiden Hutchinson fall into your lap at number 2 overall.
No, and then it's for free agency, like you mentioned. I mean, we were talking about that there are teams that are going to let players go for cap reasons, and there's a rumor that the Chargers are going to let Joey Bosa go. Now, his injury situation, his cap number, I don't know if it would make sense, but I don't know. If you think you're like one player away for a year or whatever.
Yeah, I think you're going to have, and I don't know what their cap space looks like now. You hear the number kind of floating around 60. That's going to change depending on what other
going to go up too.
Look like, right? But if you do extend these guys, Amon-Ra, Jared Goff, typically the first year or two are low cap numbers, right? So I think Brad was kind of also hinting at the fact that we're not going to do much different. We're not going to go spend $100 million on one guy. We're going to try to find some value pieces, but I do think they're going to be in a spot to maybe, like you said, take on a contract for 1 year because Jared Goff, his cap hit, I think as of right now, is like $38 million for next year. Well, if they redo his contract, that could come down to 15, 20, right?
So they can backload that.
And that could allow you to maybe go get a guy that's going to be on a pending free agent contract that might be at a high cap number for 1 year. But because by the time, these contracts really start hitting in, you're not going to want all that money on your books. But I will say, the draft picks are going to be crucial from here on out. We know that, Jared Goff is that he's a hell of a quarterback, hell of a season. But I think we could still all agree he's at his best, and he's really good with a really good offensive line, with a really good run game, right? So if you're not going to be able to spend a lot of money on outside free agents, that's where those draft picks become crucial. And that's where Brad is going to have to keep his track record of hitting on these second, third, fourth-round picks because there's going to get to a point in a couple of years where you can't afford to keep paying these guys. You're going to need to just keep replenishing that stockpile of young talent that they've had.
Speaking of young offensive linemen, can you guys, being former offensive linemen, can you tell this early whether Sorsdahl is going to be a player or not?
No. I mean, not with 100% conviction.
Right.
I think he did some good things this year, but no, as a fifth-round pick or sixth-round pick of William and Mary, like he's going to need more time to do.
He's going to need time. There needs to be more experience. There's a lot that goes into his development.
So realistically, how long would it take a mid-round draft choice at that position, whether it's guard or tackle, or center for that matter, to be a really good functional NFL player?
I think TJ brought up a good point. Coming from William and Mary, if you've got a guy who is coming from Alabama, Ohio State, USC, Michigan, like one of the top programs, I think that transition can happen sooner because you are the speed with which everything operates and the level with which you're operating is different. If you're coming from William and Mary, there's a lot more that has to happen mentally as well as physically to get up to speed. So it's not that it can't happen between now and next year, but there's a lot more experience that he needs at this level.
Yeah, and for me it was, I became a full-time starter my third year. That's when I really think I felt comfortable and ready for that opportunity. The first couple years I started a couple spot games for injuries and whatnot, but really it's probably that third year. And look, I came out of Eastern Michigan, right? Kind of not that much different than William and Mary, right? But there's other guys like Jonah Jackson, who was third-round pick, comes in day one starter, right? But like John said, Ohio State played in the Big Ten at Rutgers, was probably better equipped to fit in faster. I like Colby Sorsdahl. I think he does a lot of really good things. I think this is always going to be a big offseason for your rookies because coming out of college, we all know that you're going into training for combine. You know what I mean? You're not training to be an NFL offensive lineman. You're training to jump the highest vertical and run the fastest 40 and run the fastest shuttle and bench 225 as many times you can, right? So this, for me, is the first offseason that NFL young players have to develop, to make sure they're doing things right in the weight room. You don't have to worry about running a 40 or vertical. You're never going to do that the rest of your career. You know what I mean? So now you get to focus on developing as an NFL player. That's where I think you hear coaches talk about all the time. That's where they expect their players to take the biggest jumps between year one and year two because it's what they're able to do in the offseason.
Real quick, since you brought it up, does that mean in your minds, when you look back at the combine, how important is it?
For offensive linemen?
For anybody.
I mean, look, I think there's certain players where, certainly people want to see how fast receivers run and running backs are and and defensive backs, and
do that at pro
I think
days.
some of the testing is a little bit ancient. I don't think honestly a 40-yard dash gives you that much insight into an offensive lineman.
Right.
You know what I mean? I just
Yes.
don't. I think maybe if you take the 10-yard splits, okay, this guy's got some power, he's got some explosion, but you see a guy running 40 yards. Okay, who cares if? When's the last time an offensive tackle ran like a 4.7 that turned out to be worth a crap? You know what I mean? Like there's so many freak athletes that just stink at playing football. I don't know if there's a way that they can adjust the combine just to make it more offensive lineman drill centric. I know they already try to do a lot of those things, but
push legs.
I don't know. A lot of the testing numbers,
I've always felt
I don't put much stock into it.
They need to revamp the whole combine thing, because when you're bringing in the top 250 or whatever that number is players in college football, you kind of already know, and a lot of those guys opt out. They're there just taking up space. I would rather see, maybe not the next 250, but maybe you give a pass to the top 150 and you see them at their pro days, but you see the next 250.
Right. Well, what's interesting
and evaluate them, because you don't have as much contact with those programs or those players.
Well, Brad Holmes said in the 2021 draft what he loved about it, because it was the COVID year, there was no combine. Yeah. So you just went on
watch film,
and he definitely hit a home run. Yeah. All right, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They took the time to ask me questions, get to know me, understand my situation, and they built a plan that fits my financial plan that fits my situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all continue to prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Cliff in Livonia. Good morning, Cliff.
Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today?
Good, thank you.
I have complete confidence in Brad and the Brain Trust, from the owner all the way down from Spielberg and Spielman and the coach, everybody. So I know they're going to do what they have to do. I just have two requirements. A, cut our losses, get rid of Sutton, and B, let CJ go. Otherwise, I'm sure they're going to do what they got to do to get the pieces that we need.
I think you have a better chance of seeing CJ not come back. Cam Sutton, that's why you need a number one. He's fine as a slotter at number two. He's just not a number one.
Yeah.
Fair.
Right?
You can't get rid of all your defensive backs.
No.
Who do you want to replace those guys with?
And he's the only one that they signed multiple years.
Yeah, 3-year deal.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Mosley was a 1-year deal.
Yeah, CJ was 1. Cam was 3 years.
Yes. Let's go to
you need somebody.
Thomas in Warren. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. You asked, as a Lions fan watching that game, you know, what it did for me is that it confirmed to me something that I hadn't given the Lions credit for. I felt that they were a notch below, you know, Frisco and even possibly Kansas City. But watching that game last night, it kept reflecting my mind back to the first half that the Lions played against Frisco, and it was telling me that the Lions had happened to jail at the right time, and that they just blew an opportunity. Because what I saw last night, the Lions were every bit as good as both of those teams.
Do you think, Thomas, that the Lions secondary that we've been talking about would have been able to hold up against Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, you know what? Because, yes, even though it would have been, it would have took, you know, everything going their way. But they played enough. They held up against Frisco. Really?
Yeah.
They weren't that bad. They had played better ball. You know, the last three games.
But you're comparing Brock Purdy to Patrick Mahomes. That's the difference.
No, I'm not comparing. I said that they would have needed everything to go right.
I think at next time, I think you can sit there and say the Lions definitely are a really good team.
I think they belong.
They're the caliber of, you know, these teams.
Yeah.
I don't think you can sit there and say, oh, they definitely would have won just because they had a great first half.
Well, that depends on which Lions team you got. First half against San Francisco or second half team.
Right.
You know, I mean,
and the San Francisco
second
people
half,
can say the same thing.
Yeah, second half team against, you know, the Rams. I think they got 3 points, you know, in that game. So it depends on what team you're going to get. I didn't really look at that game, like I said, and say, man, no, we would have done this, we would have done that. It just kind of let me know, you know, just what else you need to get to that point.
You would think, as good as KC's defensive line was, and McCaffrey didn't have a great running day. Well, actually, they forgot about him for like 3 possessions too, which made no sense. But because of the Lions' offensive line, they would have been able to run the football better than San Francisco did, even as good as Kansas City
I would agree
was.
with that. Yeah, I think the Lion. Okay, if we're going to play this game, I think the Lions' offense could have scored more points than San Fran did.
Yes,
but I think your defense is letting up more points than San Fran did.
Exactly.
So, that's the thing.
You know what I mean?
Pick your poison.
Yeah.
If you're going to play this game on paper, that's exactly how you would play it out.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to play this game on paper next year and think, you know, how do they find a way to beat Kansas City, now the defending 2-time Super Bowl champs, you've got to improve defensively. You've got to be able to apply more pressure on Patrick Mahomes by rushing 4, like TJ, like you mentioned, but you've also got to do a better job in the secondary of being able to cover, even if they're not top-of-the-line receivers. McCole Hardman, nobody is calling him a top 10 receiver.
No. He was on the Jets, for crying out loud.
Right,
at the
but
beginning
you
of the season.
have to find a way to defend them.
Right. Yes. Well, the way that the Chiefs, whether it's the Lions or not, you keep them from being, you know, 3-time, you know, back-to-back-to-back champions is, you know, they lose in the conference championship, game of their conference, like Alabama did, like Georgia did to Alabama, and then you win the national championship like Michigan did. You take Georgia out of the equation, take Kansas City out of the equation. But if they actually played in the Super Bowl, look, you would assume the Lions will be better next year. At least, I don't know if the record will be, but you'll assume that their younger players continue to get better, barring injuries. They'll, have some other guys in there that'll be better. So it's going to be.
San Fran's going to be a lot better too.
Yeah, San Francisco's going to be better. I mean, Green Bay is going to be better. You got to believe that Kansas City, or was this the worst of their 3 Super Bowl championship teams?
Probably.
It felt like this was the year to get
offensively, yes. Maybe not deep. Well, defensively, they're pretty good.
But I mean, they were better offensive line wise. They were better than when they lost it to Brady and Tampa.
Right.
So, but in terms of their 3 Super Bowl championships in the last 5 years, this is their worst of the 3. Now, and I think if we're going to sit there and say, well, the Lions are going to be better, same with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They know they've got deficiencies. So they're going to go out there and they're going to probably
hopefully they draft as good as Brad Holmes, because like we mentioned earlier in the show, when they went for wide receivers, whether it was round 2, they got Sky Moore, guys who have not developed like
they need them to.
Like we have Amon St. Brown developed.
Correct. All
right, TJ, you had a little get together at your abode yesterday. What was the average age of the people there? I mean, you had your kids there too, so
of the adults.
Well, even
average age?
Yeah, even as teenagers, though.
40.
Okay. So it was Usher right in your wheelhouse then, basically, right?
Yeah, brought back some high school memories, I would say.
Yes. Yeah. So he's obviously not in my wheelhouse, but I thought it was great.
I thought it was entertaining.
It was a great performance, because when you see it, you have 15 minutes, basically. Just put out a great show, and he did, whether you knew the music or not.
Yeah, and the different performers that joined him.
Yeah,
Ludacris and who else?
Lil Jon,
Alicia Keys. Yeah, no, I thought it was entertaining.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, what do you like at a halftime show? Like, would you like to see different?
Shorter, maybe. I think it's getting a little bit.
It's getting a little carried away.
Usher demanded 2 more minutes. They usually do 13. He did 15.
It's getting a little lengthy. It's a spectacle. I think we've always known it's a spectacle, but anything different? I mean, I don't know. I guess. And as a player, you don't really notice that. I remember being in the game. It does feel a little bit longer, but I think players actually like that, because a normal halftime, you're like going into the tunnel. Coach talks for 30 seconds, and you're grabbing a water and
scrambling, trying to use the bathroom.
And you're right back down the tunnel. So,
right. So what? Okay. So you've been in Super Bowl. What happens at halftime in the Super Bowl? It's different. Is there more meetings with your position coach, the head coach, the coordinators? How's that go?
I think you just have more time just to kind of reset. Like I think normal games now, especially at Ford Field, with how long that tunnel is. I mean, literally by the time you get up there, you have maybe 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes to, adjust, or, hey, I need to retape my ankle. I mean, you're kind of feeling it's a very rushed process. And then the coaches, it might come out and say, hey, we're going to go. This is our opening package, right? Personnel, boom, boom, boom. We're going to hit this. And then you're pretty much back on the field. I prefer a longer halftime, because you'd like a couple more minutes just to kind of reset. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Have a little bit more time to talk to the guys, and because you don't have a ton of time at halftime to make a bunch of adjustments. Normally you're doing that on the sideline. So I wouldn't mind to see a longer halftime during the regular season, to be honest with you.
So getting back to the halftime, if there was a performer that you'd like to see we haven't seen at a halftime, who would it be?
Well, I mean, I got to go Luke Combs. I don't think he's done it. I mean, Chris Stapleton last year on the national anthem was awesome.
Well, Reba was pretty damn good yesterday, too.
Yeah, I thought it was good. For her, she lip-synced, but she's old. You can understand.
Allegedly, so did Whitney Houston.
Well, yeah, it still sounded good. It was a good performance. Stapleton, I mean, is one of my favorites. She is.
What do you think? What was it, halftime of the Dallas game, and it was Dolly? I mean, she put on a good show.
Yes,
you think she was really singing too? Come on.
No, I didn't say she was.
That was a recording too. Come on. Luke Combs is, I think he's the best.
I'd love to see somebody like Foo Fighters or Green Day, somebody we haven't seen yet at a Super Bowl halftime show. In the rock genre, so to speak.
It wouldn't be bad. Yeah. And those guys, to keep the like you said, the 40s crowd around.
Correct.
Right? Some of those guys that were popular in the 90s and still relevant today.
And we always wondered, and not because of the sensation that it's become, Taylor Swift was somebody who we always wanted to. Some people wanted to see it have them, but she was sponsored by I think Coca-Cola, and the halftime was presented by Pepsi, so she couldn't do it.
No.
So, but now who knows? I mean,
Bummer.
now she likes football. Well, she always liked football because her father was a huge fan growing up. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Hey, bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You're going to get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play, all you got to do is find your favorite bets, you put them together, and you got your same-game parlay. Just head to FanDuel.com/Jansen to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. And make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. And 97.1 the ticket. Must be 21 or over in present Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
248-539-9797. The National Football League season is over. We are, 70-some days away from the draft? Is that accurate?
2 months.
2 months?
Yeah, 2-ish months, yeah.
Maybe it's more than
Just
that.
like all the time that we've saved, though, because season was extended, obviously, by the Lions. We haven't even maybe on the periphery we did a little bit last week. We haven't discussed mock drafts at all.
I know.
Yeah. Mock draft Monday is normally a month ago, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's it. We usually into about mock draft 25.
Yes.
At
Well,
this
the
point.
defensive back from Toledo, unfortunately, he had such a good Senior Bowl, he won't be there. But, maybe I forget the guy's last name from Missouri. Maybe he'll be there at 28, 29, plays 29, plays defensive back. But, yes.
Nice to have some relevant football into January, and hopefully we get it into February next year. Pitchers and catchers are reporting soon, so it's I can't believe that the season's over.
I know.
It's really
well, John, you got your buddy Mike Nolan. I mean, the UFL coming here, baby.
Oh yes, the UFL.
UFL?
Yeah, it's the USFL and the XFL merged.
Okay.
And we're lucky to have a team.
What team
here.
are they going to be?
They're Michigan
Michigan
Panthers.
Panthers.
Oh, they're going to stay the Panthers.
They're going to
Okay.
say the Panthers. From what I understand,
They're not going to play at Ford Field again, are they?
I think they are.
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think this is good. I'm not sure if this is
Where
accurate.
else are they going to play? Over at Eastern?
I mean, did you see? I'm not trying to be negative. Did you
No.
see any of the attendance?
It wasn't
It's
great.
kind of like
Yeah.
kind of like the Quick Lane Bowl.
Yeah, it's a big stadium for very few people. Hopefully they succeed.
Yes, they just need a spokesperson.
Yeah, they need an ambassador.
Yes.
The Michigan Panthers need an ambassador.
Yeah,
Get more
that's
people than they had at the Quick Lane Bowl.
Quick Lane Bowl, we did pretty well.
That's the thing. I mean, we're trying to
Minnesota,
get
Bowling
you.
Green.
We're trying to get you a new job.
Yeah, I mean,
only
come
got
on,
room to be
you
one
could bring
ambassador.
the Rock will come in to see you. I mean, he's running the show. I heard that though they were going to play at Ford Field for their home games, but they're still they're going to be training somewhere else, like San Antonio or Birmingham or something like that, which really gives them good community involvement. Yeah.
They're training there. They were training. They actually were training, I think, in Ypsilanti last year.
Yes, they
Yeah.
did. And then I
practiced
thought I read that that's changed. I could be wrong. Knowing me, chances are I am wrong, but
How
that's
do you expect people to get attached to them?
I know.
You
Well,
know?
you don't. That's the whole thing. Because it's not like the old USFL where you had guys that you somewhat knew in college who were really good players. You know, Reggie White, Kelvin Bryant.
Let's
Jim
be
Kelly.
honest. Is a league like that ever going to succeed?
No.
No.
Right.
No, the
I don't
only
want to
way
be
it
mean,
does
but no
is
way.
if college football implodes and it becomes the minor leagues for the NFL.
Right. The original USFL worked before you were born was because they had really good players. They had Herschel Walker. They had Anthony Carter. And
Reggie White.
Reggie White. And, the team here was really good. And it could have succeeded if they would have kept on playing, what their original plan was to be in the spring. But somebody decided he wanted to go up against the NFL and go fall, and the whole thing fell apart. Yeah. And that was the problem. That's why it fell apart.
You have to be attached somehow to the NFL, right? Whether it's expand your rosters, keep it 53, but have 30 guys on the practice squad. And whoever's not playing that weekend, you're going to play, other practice squad guys.
Yeah.
And you develop, you put teams together like that. Now, it'd be difficult without, all the practice time, but at least that will give fans something to look forward to. If the Lions had a bunch of practice squad guys playing on Saturday, right, you can kind of look at, look at the future. Look at these guys. Hey, we could use a guy like this.
But you'd have to do it in the spring, though, because if you have minor league
Yeah.
football televised in the fall, go up against college football on Saturdays,
It's never going to go.
it's never going to go.
No.
So they have to keep it. Anyway, did you run into anybody in your world that refused to watch the game yesterday because the Lions lost?
No.
Me neither. And I know they're out
John
there.
sent me a text with a lion with the middle finger.
Yeah,
up.
I know. I got the same thing. I
don't know if he watched it.
I got the same thing. Yeah.
No, I didn't. And when I was in Friday with Mike and Rico, there were some people texting in that I'm not watching the game.
I think
blah,
they're
blah, blah.
liars.
They were so mad. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, just
It's like the people said they're Lions free. It won't,
Yeah, it's okay to be disappointed and be pissed off that you're not
absolutely.
there. But
And
no,
you can
I didn't run across anybody that just didn't watch it because they were mad the Lions weren't there.
And look, for me, I will see Josh Reynolds drop that ball for years in my brain.
Josh Reynolds is going to see that for years too.
Exactly. I mean, those awful moments in your sports fandom, they never leave you.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't understand how somebody who is a sports fan and a football fan would have no problem watching Carolina play Pittsburgh on Amazon on a Thursday night, but not watch the Super Bowl. I don't know. How you wired that way.
Yeah, I don't know. I luckily don't have anybody like that in my world.
Yes.
But some people who are like that, I don't know.
Yes.
Don't get it.
Carson Anderson are coming up next. What's up, Gator? How are you?
I'm fine. How is everybody?
Did you enjoy the Super Bowl?
Hi, Heather.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
What? Me and John just chop liver over here. Good
Yeah,
morning.
it's good to
Morning,
see you
Gator.
too,
Hey,
Gator.
guys.
Yeah,
What's
how
up?
you doing?
Hey,
Nice sweater.
thanks, man.
Did you go to the
You're
duel in the
welcome.
D like Doug did?
I did not.
Okay.
I totally forgot about it until it was the day before, and Doug's telling me he was going to go to the game. I'm like, damn it. Forgot about it.
They swept them this weekend.
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice.
So did you enjoy the Super Bowl?
Yeah. It was, I got to watch the game with really no rooting interest. I didn't place a bet on the game. I was rooting for my prediction. So that was fine. It was a sloppy game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the questions I had out of it afterwards was this an instant classic? Was this just a sloppy football game that was entertaining? And I think it was a sloppy football game that was entertaining, but I don't think it was a classic.
No, I mean the fourth quarter and overtime could have been in the classic possibilities, but no, the whole game wasn't.
I loved how it just drips with irony when you look at what San Francisco went through. A lot of what the Lions went through against San Francisco in that second half.
Mm-hmm.
There was momentum that they couldn't stop from Kansas City. Kansas City scored the last 4 drives. You had mistakes where they shot themselves in the foot a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
You had he's going to go for it on 4th and 3. They get the first down, and now everybody else can shut up about the play with the Lions.
Right.
Because, yes, you do go for it on occasion like that. So,
Yes.
But it was, like I said, it was an entertaining game.
Yeah, the big sticking point that we talked about for basically 4 hours was should the Chiefs have kicked off when they won the toss,
Well,
and
only-
that goes back and forth on that. I thought they should have kicked off because, like college, that way you know what's going on. And
Sure.
Shanahan's explanation was kind of
I didn't hear
weird
what his
to me.
explanation was, but from a fan standpoint, I think all fans want you to,
Mm-hmm.
do what you would normally do. But what coaches have is information.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know how gassed your defense is. Do you need to keep the offense on the field, get your defense a little bit more of a rest, or whatever it is? There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. I'm not going to question, his decision to do that.
All right, for Doug, who is here as well, I have him the stat of the day.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and he doesn't have headphones, so he didn't hear the jingle. Patrick Mahomes is the only NFL quarterback in the last 30 years to go 8 for 8 or better with over 28 rushing yards in any single drive in any game, regular season or postseason. He did it in overtime yesterday. That is the stat of the day.
Doug with the golf clap.
TJ, we thank you for coming in all season on Mondays. We really appreciate it. It's been great. And we'll miss you doing it next year. But, I'll miss you. You'll be still here. But,
It's been a pleasure, Stone.
Yes,
It's been a
thank you
pleasure.
very much.
Congratulations again. I know Friday's your last full day, but
On the morning show, yes.
I hope you
I
enjoy
am not retiring.
You're not retiring, but I hope you
No.
enjoy the rest of your week.
Yes.
You've been awesome, man.
Thank you very much. And
John, you've been good too.
Oh, thanks, bud.
exactly. All right, Carson Anderson on next. We'll see you tomorrow. 97 won the ticket.
And thus we begin what we have to endure, which is going to feel like probably the longest offseason that we've ever had to endure.
And yet it'll be the shortest offseason we've had to endure.
Technically it will be. And when you think about it, it's unprecedented because the excitement and the anticipation is it's based on substance and not hype. Like, our team belongs. Social media was just flooded with people saying the Lions would have killed these teams. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily true. But the Lions fans, I think, feel like they belong, feel like they could be there. Vegas odds reflect that. Lions are the second favorite in the NFC behind San Francisco. And, we just watched two teams, one that the Detroit Lions beat and one that the Detroit Lions took right to the end in the NFC title game, play for a Super Bowl. There's not a whole lot of evidence that you need outside of that to know that we belong, okay? That it's not a stretch. We don't have to squint real hard, and we don't have to come up with wild scenarios.
No, you don't have to say, could the Lions have beaten either of these teams? I guess we'll just say Kansas City. Could they have beaten Kansas City in the Super Bowl? Absolutely. Yep. Would they have? I don't know. I can't say with a degree of certainty what that percentage is, but it feels like it's pretty even odds that they could have beaten Kansas City had they gotten there. There's no question the Lions belong. This is crazy. The Lions belong in the upper echelon of the NFL, the way that they're constructed right now. They're going to go into the offseason. They're going to shore up some positions here by re-signing some of their own free agents. They're going to extend some players to keep them here for the long haul. And they'll have money left over to go out and get some more players to fill some holes that they have, specifically on the defensive side. And that's kind of exciting because we don't feel like this team is going to take a step back. They don't have salary cap issues. Most teams in the NFL, I'm sure in the offseason, feel like they're going to improve themselves, but not all teams can because of their situations. The Lions are in a good situation.
I think the only thing I'd say is I'm not convinced they're going big in free agency. I think they'll
didn't say they're going big.
No, I know. But I'm not convinced that that's happening. I'm not convinced that they're going to bring in much, given what sounded like Brad Holmes' commitment to keep everybody in-house and draft and develop. But, we belong. We absolutely belong. And, TikTok, can't wait for next year. Don't want to – I always like to say we don't want to wish away the summer, but you get into the summer and you start getting into the build-up for the next season, and we are in a can't wait for it kind of place.
Yeah, and you look at the game last night and you say, okay, Lions fell short in the season, but what do they need to do? What do the other teams have that played in that game have that the Lions lack? And when I look at the Super Bowl champs in Kansas City, you can't help but notice how strong that secondary is. Those corners, they're all pro corners, and they make a massive difference in that game. There were at least two occasions you saw players that were open. One of them would have been a touchdown, and the defender just goes up and calmly bats the ball out of the way. Pass defended, you betcha. They were really strong in that area, and yet they didn't get after Brock Purdy too much. He was put on his back once. One sack for the Kansas City defense. So is the lesson learned? You got to go, and I'd rather be stronger on the back end than just get after the quarterback constantly. I want to get after the quarterback constantly, and I feel like they can get pressure with Aiden Hutchinson, the guy who leads the league in pressures, and hopefully James Houston can pick up where he left off at the end of his rookie season. But really, it's last night solidified to me that they need to go out and find corners that will be difference makers.
Well, whether it's through the draft, which is what it sounds like, or a trade, we'll see how it plays itself out and what Brad Holmes decides to do. What's clear, though, Kansas City was able to overcome their flaws, the penalty issues, the drop passes, and you don't have to be a perfect team to win the Super Bowl. Now, they also have maybe, a guy who's going to get into the conversation to be in the GOAT at the position, and some people are already saying he is is that. And only time, we don't need to make that determination in this snapshot in time, but he's making a case for himself in Patrick Mahomes. And boy, I mean, if you know how I struggle with like movies and episodic television, and if it doesn't get off to a good start, I bail. Like
Right, yeah.
when somebody comes out, this is really good, man. I mean, by episode 7, it really picks up. I'm not making it to episode 7.
No, you're not.
If that game were a movie or an episodic television series, I would have turned it off. Like it was so boring at the beginning, penalties and no scoring, and I don't even think it was good defense. I just think it was pocked with mistakes, and then it turned into this great dramatic game in the end. Kansas City, their first 7 possessions scored once. And then they had 4 drives at the end. They scored on all 4 of them. Against the San Francisco defense, it's great. And so, it turned into a really, really good game. And in the end, very entertaining game. And weird, too. Like the overtime, the debate over the new overtime rules and what they should have
know what the hell they were.
I don't know that they didn't know. The team might not have. Kyle Shanahan's explanation about he wanted the 3rd possession was interesting because, we could sit here and debate it, and we probably will at some point throughout the day. I can see why he wants a 3rd possession.
I understand it. Because that's the last possession. If both teams score,
it can be the last possession.
It'll be the last one.
But there's also benefit to being the team that possesses it the second time because you know what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, like I said with the guys in the crosstalk, what we don't know is what was going on the sidelines. You don't know how gassed that defense was for San Francisco because, like you said, they had been scored on to that point 3 straight times. Getting his team a little bit of a respite there might have been the smart play. Now, they didn't go down and score a touchdown in their first drive and in overtime, and their only drive in overtime. And that's on them. That's on the great offensive mind of Kyle Shanahan. You got to score a touchdown because you can't leave it up to your defense and say, well, I fully expect them to stop them if they haven't stopped them to that point.
Yeah, there was some intriguing stuff that we will get into it, and we do want to. Look, Detroit. We all have gone through this together. What the Lions did this year, and now we start the long off season. They put out these things where they project which player each team will take in the draft. We should start taking a look at those.
Huh.
Coming up here on Carson Anderson on a Monday, which means Champ and Chump will have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson. Phone calls next, 97.1 The Ticket.
So a few months ago, I step out into my storage room, which has my laundry area and also has my water heater. And I stepped into water. I was like, what is this? Where is this coming from? And I realized it was coming from my water heater. Well, what I did was I called the good people over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling because they know what it takes to keep my home comfortable. They know exactly what it takes. In fact, they're offering a deal right now where you can replace the clunky water heater you have with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, with over 100 years of combined experience, they're the team that I trust. In fact, they came out the next day to install the new water heater. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
Yeah. Yeah, Kansas City found a way and really spent the first, I don't know, 3 quarters fending off getting blown out. I mean, I just felt like San Francisco had control of the game but wasn't putting points on the board.
No, well, because they weren't putting points on the board.
Yeah, and
and I don't think they were. It felt like watching the game that the announcers are very effusive in their praise for San Francisco's offense, and yet their offense wasn't. They weren't doing.
They weren't
much.
finishing drives.
No,
they weren't
so
taking advantage of field position.
And it's not like they were some sort of offensive juggernaut in the game. They had less than 400 yards in total offense. So
nope. But they had Mahomes and them stymied for a good portion of time. And the crazy thing is the only touchdown Kansas City scored in regulation came after the muffed punt on a short field. It was their only regulation touchdown. And it was one play, but it was after they got a good bounce. And I mean, we sat here and we have lived and relived the good bounce that San Francisco got off the face mask in the NFC title game.
Oh, was that a fortunate bounce?
And they got a bad bounce in the Super Bowl.
Oh.
248-539-9797.
You know what, Doug?
What?
You just hate to see it.
Well, I will say that my authentic emotions in that game were fully behind Kansas City.
I agree with
which
that.
is
100%.
the most I have rooted for a team that I don't particularly like in my lifetime.
I was surprised at how invested I became in the second half of that football
I'm a
game.
little scared at how bitter and vindictive I was. Like I was like kind of a mean dude yesterday watching San Francisco. I wanted them to lose, and it meant a lot.
Well, that's okay. You didn't hurt anybody else, did you, Doug?
No. I
Okay,
didn't.
you're fine.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Rob.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
All right, Rob.
Good. Calling for chump. We're going to chump start first, and it's Kyle Shanahan. The last 2 weeks, Dan Campbell's been getting dragged for going for it on fourth downs and not converting and all this stuff. And Kyle Shanahan played scared yesterday. He didn't trust his guys in overtime or in the fourth quarter after the 2-minute warning, not going for it, trying to keep the ball. He kicked the field goals, and it doesn't work. And Champ, I mean, shout out Nick Taylor for winning the golf tournament, but really shout out Travis Kelce, because who's got it better than him?
That storyline didn't bother me in the slightest, and I know some people made a big deal. Kang said he saw a report that Tay-Tay's airtime was 55 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not ridiculous.
It's
I don't
not.
know.
It's fine.
It's just like
But
any
they
other
did-
celebrity shot.
Yeah, they did cut to her probably 8 to 10 times in the game, but yeah, it doesn't bother me in the slightest because it has no effect.
I become so accustomed to seeing Taylor Swift and Brittany Mahomes together. The fact that they weren't together, I was like, are they got a falling out? What's going on?
I'm sorry, Blake Lively had to step in.
I know, but I didn't see. Now, look, given you get distracted and you're talking to people, did Brittany Mahomes, was she only on the air once?
No,
late in the game?
Couple times, and then there was a lot of post-game stuff.
Okay, I know post-game, but Kang, did you see Brittany Mahomes much during the game?
No, I didn't. And I was a little surprised because I guess not. I mean, she's the wife of the star quarterback. He's not just, anybody.
Right.
But everyone knows Taylor Swift was the story. And by the way, was there much to do about nothing about her getting there from Tokyo?
Yeah,
like
she
that
got
was
there-
like
She landed at 2:30.
yeah, like she was in LA
Our
like
time.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
Like it was nothing.
She had
It was
time to
nothing.
take a nap.
Yeah.
You know,
She
maybe a
drove from
maybe a
LA.
quick shower.
Right. Yes, it was
Pick out
much
the
ado
outfit.
about nothing. They had video of her at 2:30 our time, like 4 hours before kick.
And I don't know this for a fact. First time in history a woman's been early. I'm just saying. I don't. It's not. Can't say for a fact, but it's the first time. I believe it is.
Yeah, not just on time,
Yeah, early.
early.
Yeah. I mean, Doug, that's unheard of. Cash those tickets. I don't know. It must have been $1 million to 1.
Wow. Brilliant. Champ and Jump, get your votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks?
I want to make sure we understand the first championship call. So, because people are going to bring up the going for field goals and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's 4th and 5 at the 35 of Kansas City, late in the regulation, with 1:53 to go, and they decide to kick the 53-yard field goal
To take the lead.
Yeah, it's 4th and 5. What It's not 4th and inches. It's not 4th and 2. It's 4th and 5. And people are saying now, revisionist history, they should have gone for it to see if they can drain the clock. That's 5 yards. It's not a couple yards.
Should he have gone for it in overtime? Because that's when I think Dan Campbell might have.
Now, overtime is, again, that's 4th and 4.
It's 4th and 4, which is an uncomfortable distance. And yet, if you don't get it, the upside of getting it is pretty big. You force them to have to score a touchdown if you score after converting. But you leave them deep in their own territory as opposed to the 25. Every drive's going to start at the 25. I was like, I think Dan Campbell would have gone for this, even though I don't know that I would have. But
another difference about that is it's 4th and 4 from the 9-yard line. The field gets compressed. If it's 4th and 4 from the 29, is it different because you've got more time to let people get open deeper down the field? I think a monster factor in this game was that George Kittle was not a factor in the game. He had 2 catches for 4 yards. And you'd think in a short yardage situation, something less than 7 yards, George Kittle's my number one guy. And, remember he left the game and had to come back out. And
yep.
I think something was up with him, and maybe that affects their play calling too. Because if you don't have your number one guy, then what are you doing?
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. All right, so like I said, my emotions watching this game, it was pretty authentic. I thought I would, I went into it thinking I want San Francisco to lose. And as the game started, I'm like, yep, that's 100% how I feel. Like, because you go in with a plan, but if your team's not involved, storylines evolve, and you start to more organically figure out what you really want to have happen. And I really, really wanted San Francisco to lose the game. Were you pretty anti-Niner at that point?
I was very anti-Niner in the second half. Very. Maybe even in the first half, it started to creep in.
What do you know what changed it, or what moved the needle more as the game went on?
It was the announcers. I have a real problem with Nance and Romo, and I think Romo he talks too much, and some of the things he was saying just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. There was one point where pressure was coming and Purdy threw the ball and made a completion, and Romo was like, okay, just stay. He knows he's going to get hit. And I'm like, he wasn't even touched. He wasn't touched, but whatever. So I started getting annoyed, and it felt like that they were trying, and not that they were, they don't have a vested interest in it, but just, how things work. You hear what you want to hear.
Yep.
And I admit that, but it felt like it was they were more into San Francisco, so that helped out. In the end, I was rooting for my prediction, so I wanted Kansas City to win in a close game, and that's what happened.
Kang, what were your emotions watching this thing?
So at first,
as a hurt Lion guy,
yeah, I didn't have any rooting interest really. I wasn't rooting for the Niners, but I found it difficult to root for another team because of what happened to the Lions, of course. Something did change for me though during the game, and it was very early. As soon as Christian McCaffrey fumbled, I was like, you know what? Blank you. I'm glad you guys fumbled. Then I started for some reason. That was the moment for me where I started rooting against the Niners. Not necessarily rooting for the Chiefs, but I was rooting against the Niners. And because I was sick of they got those fortunate bounces, it seemed like, against us. I'm like, things need to go the opposite for them, and it did. And like for you or anybody else, I think at some point maybe it just turned more. Like Gator, you said second half. For me, It was that fumble, and then I started to turn on the Niners.
The other thing was they were in the second half. Romo was so into Nick Bosa and promoting what Bosa was doing. Look what Nick Bosa's doing. He's just brilliant here and makes his play. And he's just brilliant. And then the second half and late in that game, the Chiefs used that to their advantage, and they made the biggest plays at Nick Bosa, and I was loving it because it was thrown right back in Romo's face. But
you don't like yourself sometimes.
No, I don't. I'm tired of him, man. He's not what he was when he first started, when he was like going to predict what happens before it happens guy, and it's just, I don't know. I shouldn't harp too much on it.
248
took away some enjoyment for me.
248-539-9797. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. Get your calls in. We talk to the people. We'll get into a little bit later on this new overtime rule, and we need to think about it because we might play in this game at some point. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I'm sorry, who was that? Is Patrick Mahomes, obviously. Very distinctive voice. And they got on the air right after the game. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I like him. I do. I think he's likable. I don't like rooting for his team, but I did yesterday. You know, during the game, Alex Anzalone, who's really become, I think, on the marquee, I think Lions fans he's won us over. And in my view, is just kind of the personification of what we love about this team. He tweeted out, not going to lie, this is tough. And that's 2 weeks later. And as we sit here, you know, it was a completely different feel. I think it was a weird feeling the 2 weeks leading up to the game. I think it was a weird feeling watching the game. In Detroit, you know, we're here to sort of commiserate. How was it for you watching this Super Bowl with a team that we defeated and deserved to win that night against a team that we played much of the game like we deserved? The Lions played much of the game like they deserved to win, and we got the feeling throughout the game that they deserved to win, and in the end they didn't. And so I don't know that they deserved it, but it had that authentic feel of, holy crap, we're better than these guys, right? That the Lions were better than the Niners until they weren't. And I want to credit the Niners. I don't want to take all.
No. I mean, San Francisco made the plays in the second half of that game, and momentum went their way, and they owned it. Yeah, they absolutely. And that's what good teams do. As much as they didn't get that in the first half, they got it in the second half. There's no question the Lions can hang with both of these teams. And yes, the Lions can show that they can beat either of those teams. The way they played in the first half against San Francisco, they dominated. They have a 17-point lead. They started the season by beating Kansas City at Kansas City. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it can be done. Sure, there were players that weren't in the game for both teams. But I come out of this feeling this is a really good Lions team, and they can they belong on the stage with anybody else. They had a chance to get there. It didn't. They fell short. It's okay. Look into the offseason. Let's improve. But the expectations now for this team, now that the Super Bowl is done, I mean, the expectation is going to be sky high.
Yeah, I mean, the updated odds came out right after the game. The Lions are the second favorite in the NFC and the fourth favorite overall behind the two Super Bowl combatants and Baltimore. And, you know, the funny thing is Baltimore, I guess, is the one team they didn't match up with. Well, they played all those teams and they got absolutely smoked in that game. But, you know, we're right there. Right there. And it's weird how it's changed my viewing of the Super Bowl. I thought it would. The buildup felt like it. And then the game, watching it had there was I guess just a tinge of regret is what it was, which I've never had before.
No. And I mean, the Lions and the Chiefs, look how different they are. You know, the Lions have so many more weapons to use on offense than Kansas City does. But Kansas City has the ultimate weapon in Patrick Mahomes. And when things are shut down and he maneuvers through that pocket, and then in the second half, he found ways to not just maneuver through the pocket, but then run downfield, so much to the point where he led his team in rushing. He had 66 yards on the ground. They were all massive yards in the second half. That's something that Jared Goff can't do. But Jared Goff has guys that he can throw to that Patrick Mahomes doesn't have. Now, Mahomes used to have those guys. He doesn't have them anymore.
No.
But if you're a Kansas City fan right now, you're feeling pretty good about your offseason because you feel like you can focus on a couple of things, try to re-sign one or both of your big free agents, and then you worry about adding another offensive weapon or two. And that's kind of fun to think that you're going to let, you know, Mahomes work with somebody because they didn't have an offense this year. I mean, they had Kelsey.
Yep.
And they had a bunch of guys that were dropping the ball all over the place. They didn't really have a running game. But Patrick Mahomes showed why he is so much better than anybody else in the league.
You can overcome a lot of warts when you have one of the greatest of all time playing the position. 248-539-9797. All right, Champ and Chump, I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes for all the reason we mentioned. Last 4 drives, scored 4 times after scoring once in the first 7 drives. And look, he's unbelievable for what he does, and got to give him his due.
Yeah, he was spectacular and deserves it. My champ's going to be Michigan State hockey and Adam Nightingale, the coach. He's got one of the younger teams in the nation, the youngest team in the Big Ten. They rank in the top 10, and they just swept Michigan over the weekend, including the win at LCA on Saturday night. He has reinvigorated that team.
and that program. And Michigan State is looking very good and very strong moving forward, and it helps that they have an outstanding goaltender, who, by the way, is a Red Wings draft pick.
My chump is Dre Greenlaw, who I noticed early in the game, dude was too amped up, celebrating over the top, and just I didn't make much of it until he blew his Achilles out taking the field. And I can't believe the disappointment he must be feeling, the disappointment that team must be feeling.
And you're throwing it at him?
Yeah.
Because he was trotting onto the field and tore his Achilles?
Would you call that trotting? I think he injured himself being too amped up.
I don't think anybody ever would think. Okay, that's your look. It's your pick. It's your pick. I got you. But
you know what I put down? I put down the fans at the Waste Management Open.
Oh,
but you picked that, so I changed mine. What's our rule that we don't have the same one? I changed mine.
Fair enough. I think it's ironic because we talk all the time about the Achilles injury now, about how terrified we are of the Achilles injury because it happens literally from walking.
I did think it was one of the. It's a dumb injury when you hurt yourself without even playing the game.
Yeah. Unruly fans of the Phoenix Open. I mean, it's already a rowdy crowd they have there, but they were different this year. They were too rowdy. They stopped people from entering on Saturday at the Phoenix Open because it was just too many people were showing up. They limited alcohol sales as well. There were too many drunks yelling in backswings of players, people fighting in the stands. I mean, it's the PGA's monster that they built up to have this great atmosphere, but it became too much. And when it becomes too much, you got to back off and you got to clean up after that monster.
Well, the fights, the alcohol sales cut off, fans are getting in without tickets. They've gone too far. We all like a good party.
Yeah.
But they've gone too far.
Too much.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Eric, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, you guys doing champ and chump?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to start with chump. Can I chump like a whole group of people?
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Can I want to chump all of the people that talk about the script in the NFL? can we just right?
Yes.
And okay, right? It's scripted that Kansas City won because of why? Because of Taylor Swift. That's the script. Anyway, can we just bury? I know Stoney's going away for it. Can we bury script in the NFL?
Yes, if you want to bury it, we can bury it. Yeah.
Yeah, we can bury it. For champ, and a little off the board. I had zero. I don't want to say zero respect, but for Brock Purdy, I just Mr. Irrelevant, and there's nothing. When you look at this guy, it looks like he should be a water boy or something. Like a team manager. This guy, man, he just. I don't know what it is about him. Obviously, his elusiveness is incredible. His ability to throw on the run and just see plays, open receivers. That guy is really good, and he.
It's unbelievable, and I he's really, really good. And the whole label of game manager, I get so upset when I hear that because it's just not true. Game managers don't make plays that he makes. It's bizarre that
they're not extending plays with the feet.
He's almost the opposite of that. He's not. It's so wild because he's actually the exact opposite of that. The throws that he makes and down, they're not dink dunk. They're literally throws that you can't say no one else can make, but just it's the vision, I guess, that he has. And then the ability to put it there is just phenomenal.
Eric, he deserves credit, and I don't like that people want to denigrate him and say, oh, he's just game manager. No, he's not. He's a great quarterback, and it's amazing to see him do this so early in his career. His first year in the league, he was outstanding and got hurt in the NFC Championship game. This year, his first full year, and he's fantastic the whole season through. He had 3 possessions. 3 possessions, 2 in the fourth quarter, 1 in overtime, that gave his team the lead.
Right.
Think about that. 3 possessions late in the game that give your team the lead, and
in a Super Bowl.
In the Super Bowl.
Highest of stakes.
And they couldn't hang on to it. It's not on Brock Purdy, and it's not on. I don't think it's on the offense. That's more on the defense. And of course, you tip your hat because the greatest player in football right now is Patrick Mahomes. and good luck stopping him. When
The
it's on
two
the line.
plays that tell you he's not a game manager we experienced in the Lions game. One was the scramble where he threw the jump pass to Jawan Jennings on a third down where Jennings made a great catch, but that's not a game manager play. And when Ifeatu Melifonwu had him dead to rights in the backfield, he scrambles out of there and throws the first down completion, tiptoe on the sideline with the fullback.
Juszczyk.
Yes.
Who also had another play like that last night.
Yes. And those
where
are
he
not
scrambled.
Those are not game manager plays. Game managers is a label that goes to a guy that only takes what the defense gives you, hit your back foot, deliver the football, or throw it away. And he's improvising with some really, really high stakes. I can't believe that anybody, I mean, we're not hearing it as much. We never should have. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls, more of your Champ and Chump votes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
So I want to talk to you about True Sleep because these people are fantastic. When you want a great night's sleep and you want to do something about it, it's about the comfort, it's about the fit, and you have to make sure that mattress is right for you. They are the people that will make sure the mattress is right for you. Great athletes get great sleep, and you should too. Get the restful sleep that you deserve with True Sleep Mattress Store. It's Michigan's largest Helix mattress dealer. True Sleep Mattress Store has the perfect sleep system, like the top-of-the-line BedTech BT 6500 adjustable base with lumbar support. You can get properly fitted at True Sleep Mattress Store, and they've helped thousands, including many athletes. They've helped me out too. Not that I'm an athlete, but believe me, I'm getting better night's sleep for sure. Visit one of their locations today in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Champ and Chump votes coming in from Scott. Champ, Andy Reid. I would have voted for him for Coach of the Year. Plus, he said he likes the Oak Ridge Boys more than Taylor Swift. Chump, yep, the crowd in Phoenix, they are trying too hard to be crazy. I had a relative was there, a young kid, who basically said it was out of control. Like, even for the younger set.
Kid in his 20s, yeah.
Yes. He's in his 20s. But the point being, I think we love that stuff. But they went way too far, is what it looked like to me watching from the outside.
You know, you get the 16th hole, which is the par 3, the stadium where they have 20,000 people at a par 3 watching you hit. And it's fantastic. The energy there is great, right? Because everybody's going nuts.
It has been.
Yeah, and it's loud before you hit. So it's not like somebody's yelling in your backswing, right? I mean, they're yelling the whole time. So you're used to it. Your adrenaline is going, no doubt. And the crowd always, boos you if you end up with like a 30-foot putt for birdie. They're like, boo. They want you to stick it close. They want to see a hole in one. That's fine. But when you have like other holes that aren't known for that, and you have people yelling in players' backswings, I mean, just be a good fan, There
were fights, there were arrests. Anyway, Champ, Pat Mahomes, what more can you say? Chump, Kyle Shanahan, fumbling a second-half lead in the Super Bowl for a third time. That's from Jamie in Ann Arbor. And we do need to talk about that, and we will today. Kyle writes in, Champ Mahomes for an unreal performance. Chump, the idiot fans at the Phoenix Open. Go back to your shanties. Unnamed texter, Champ, Jaden Ivey, the kid that has some dog in him. I love his heart. Chump, Monty Williams for just now recognizing it. He wasted so much development time on others. Yeah, I mean, I always wonder about that. Is Jaden Ivey better now because he had to conform to what Monty Williams wanted? I mean, we do this all the time with young players. We want it to happen so fast, and when it doesn't, we get mad at the coach or the team for not playing him. And then they start playing, and everyone goes, see? Yeah, well, maybe he got – the guy's willing to do his chump, but I'm writing it down. But I always wonder, is he playing better now, Jaden Ivey, because he had to earn the trust of Monty Williams earlier?
Yeah, I think for me personally, I try to be as patient as possible with Monty Williams because he does have a pedigree of being a really good coach, and he's taking over a team that's very young, very impressionable, and he's trying to get a handle on what he has. So if he was going to take his time in making that evaluation with Jaden Ivey and it meant that he had to come off the bench or that he was going to play 15 minutes a game or 18 minutes a game for a while, that's fine. I just let it go. Now, at some point, I was like, let's go. Let's see these guys play together, and then we can figure it out. And it just may take a little while. Now, the last week, this team has played pretty good basketball. It's been fun again to watch them play, and it's because that core is showing up. Is it a core 3? Is it a core 4? Is it a core 6? What the hell is the core? But they do have a core, and they can play. Now, they have to find out if they can all coexist together here, or certainly Ivy and Cunningham.
Mm-hmm.
But they've got 30 games or whatever it is to prove that they can. It's a lot of time. And the last few games that they've been together, I think they've shown that they can.
248-539-9797. Lynn in Detroit. Hi, Lynn.
Hi. When Mahomes ran the ball up the middle on the fourth down, you just knew they were going to win. Like, why would you get the ball first, knowing you might fall short, so you kick a field goal, and you're going to give the ball to Mahomes. He's going to have, and you think he's not going to do whatever he has to do to score? That just seems so dumb. So my champ would be Mahomes, and the chump would have to be Usher in that wannabe Chippendale squad. That was just so unworthy of. It was. I mean, Bruno Mars was the best all-time show, but that Chippendales routine. I mean, come on.
So it's interesting because I think halftime shows, it's total eye of the beholder.
It's all subjective.
And I think Prince was the best of all time, but whatever. I mean, I'm not mad at anybody who loved it or anybody who hated it because it's really weird. You cannot pick one musical artist that appeals to everybody.
No.
I mean, it's probably the first time that there would have been more people that preferred somebody who was sitting at a suite playing at halftime than somebody who was on the field. But at the end of the day, and I'm talking about total population, at the end of the day, I hear you if you don't like the music, but it is what it is. Whoever you would choose, or whoever I would choose, would be as equally unpopular.
Yeah,
probably more unpopular.
If you ask me what my favorite artist was that performed at halftime, I agree with you. It was Prince, and it was just the perfect atmosphere. The rain coming down in Miami, he's playing Purple Rain. It was ridiculous. It was perfect. So I don't.
There's lightning.
Yeah, music is subjective. It's not you're right. You can't appeal to everybody with one artist. You can try, but you're not going to do it because there's always going to be somebody who doesn't like it, and older generations aren't going to understand, what Usher was doing, and younger generations aren't going to understand why people are waxing, poetic about, seeing the Rolling Stones up on the stage.
Who we got next? Dylan, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Okay.
All right.
Hey, so I got a champ and chump for you. My champ would have to be Andy Reid. If ever there was a year that the Chiefs, didn't make it, it would have been this one. And I feel like his coaching helps them overcome all those drop passes. And then my chump, more importantly, is San Francisco fans. I wasn't really rooting. I don't know. I didn't really have one team I was rooting for, but at the end of the game, I felt a weird satisfaction that they blew it. Like that was a game that they should. I feel like they could have and should have won.
It's very weird, Dylan, because I think collectively as a sports community, we're some really good people, and I was motivated by bad stuff yesterday, and I feel bad about it. But I'm like you. At one point, I heard, and I mentioned this over the last couple of weeks. I heard in the post game after the Lions lost, somebody say they were happy for San Francisco fans because of what their fans have been through, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You're happy for them because of what their fans have been through?
So much, Doug. And now, again, another season where they didn't win the Super Bowl.
Had they won the Super Bowl, they would have tied the record for franchise with the most Super Bowl wins. What have they been through? We've only sniffed one. But we're all allowed to have weak moments and be bitter. So I hear you, Dylan. I feel you. 248-539-9797. Bruce, you're next. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, I got a champ and a chump for you.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the champ is McCombs, fabulous player. The chump is the NFL. They keep letting people kick the ball through the end zone for kickoffs. Why have they ruined the game?
You mean you don't like just the touchback, huh? You think that ruins the game?
You want kick
returns?
Sure, let's have kick returns.
To answer your question,
or just take that away and just put everybody out on the 25.
To answer the question, it's a safety issue. That's why they made they moved the kickoff up, because kickoff returns were one of the highest injury risks in the game.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I just you asked why, so that's the reason why. It is a aspect of the game that we don't see anymore.
Did we catch McCombs?
Yeah, we did. We absolutely did. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to write it down as a vote for Mahomes, but
I'm not sure.
But at the end of the day, if somebody knows the McCombs that he's referencing,
I mean, it's a township.
Yep,
it's a county.
Let's go. All the people
we localize everything.
We do.
If Patrick Mahomes went to high school out there, he'd be a Macomb County big, right?
Oh, he'd be a Macomb County 5. Was he 6'3"?
6'4", I think.
Yeah, definitely. Doug, you'd have to cover him.
I would have been guarding Patrick Mahomes back in the day, yeah. Excuse me, McCombs. 248-539-9797. Matt, you're next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
All right.
You guys are great.
Thank you.
Champ and chump. Andy Reid, what an awesome coach. Wasn't cheering for the Chiefs by any means, obviously, but he's awesome. Chump has got to be Travis Kelce. What a jerk. A total jerk. Between his podcast and his being with Taylor Swift and who he thinks he is, to walk up and basically push an old man like that and act the way he did is absolutely ridiculous. I don't care if it's heat of the moment. I don't care if it's whatever.
So you think he's a
That
jerk
was
for dating
absolute-
Taylor Swift as part of it?
Part of it, yeah. But
Is that a little much?
No, he's right.
No,
What a
no,
jerk.
It's basically, no, I'm kidding. It's basically how he acted and what he did, and it's the whole air about everything, and that he would do that to Andy Reid.
Did you hear what he had to say after the game, and what Andy Reid had to say about it afterwards too?
Yeah, because Andy Reid is a top-notch guy. That's why he's my champ. He's not gonna say anything. He's going to just take the high road and be good with it.
Well, he said that they have that kind of relationship, and that he gives it more to Travis Kelce than what Travis Kelce ever gives it to him.
I'll say this: it could have gone sideways for sure.
Oh yeah,
but
it was not a good look.
It was not. It was not a. I mean,
but if you saw Andy Reid's reaction to it after, he almost got knocked over when Kelce grabs him. He doesn't push him. He kind of walks up and grabs him, and he's like, "Put me in. I want to play."
It's his vote.
And Andy Reid's reaction was just, "Yeah, go away. We're fine." And he goes right back to the card. It was like he was completely unfazed by it. So, I mean, I get it. It's not a good look on TV in a snapshot of time, but in reality, both sides they're fine with it.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. That's officially a wrap on the 2023-24 NFL season. The Chiefs crowned again. So now the next item on the schedule is going to be the League Combine in Indy in less than 2 weeks. The NFL Draft in downtown Detroit officially 73 days away. and the start of the next regular season just over 200 days from now. As for next season, the Lions are top 5 in betting odds for the next championship, 1-12, according to FanDuel this morning, better than all but the Niners, Chiefs, and the Ravens. They're also tied with the Bills. Tigers games will be here before you know it. Pitchers and catchers officially report to Lakeland in just 2 days on Valentine's Day, but many of them already down there, already working out. They've got their bright orange caps on. And if you want to get in the mood, Tigers Talk with Pat Caputo and Dan Dickerson going to be right here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight at 7 o'clock. Also, a longtime Wolverine defecting to the enemy. 5-year Michigan linebacker Joey Velasquez is joining Ohio State's football team as a walk-on defender. After entering the transfer portal, he played 16 total games with U of M, but did not see any action this past season. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in, and we do appreciate all your texts, tweets, comments on the streaming chat, on the Twitch feed, and the comments on the YouTube feed as well. Let's get to some of these texts. Champ Mahomes, the guy just wins. Chump, the San Francisco defense. If they would have stopped Kansas City on the last drive of overtime, I would have won a $4,250 square. Square guy. That's square guy.
Here we go.
When the 49ers set for the field goal in overtime, I knew they'd lose. I kept thinking how Campbell would have gone for it and gone for the touchdown. Our fans would have exploded.
On 4th and 5?
4th and 4, it was.
Sorry, 4th and 4.
It's
The other one
okay.
was 4th and 5.
My instinct was he would have gone for it. But Joe and a road grader. Champ, the Kansas City Chiefs. Before the game, I thought I wanted the Niners to win because I thought it would be a better story with Mr. Irrelevant over Mahomes. But as soon as the game started and I seen the 49ers red and gold instead of the Honolulu blue representing the NFC, I started hate watching the Niners. Chump, the first 50 minutes of the game, it sucked. That's from Joe and a road grader. I said it. If it were a movie or an episodic television series, I probably would have turned it off. But I wasn't going to do that for the Super Bowl. In the end, looking back, I'm like, you know what? It's a pretty entertaining game in the end.
It was.
I stuck with it, and I understand if you were bored by the beginning.
I did not think it was an instant classic. Just because it goes to overtime doesn't make it an instant classic. I thought it was a sloppy game that yet turned out to be quite entertaining. Mm-hmm. It was a really interesting second half and overtime of that game and decisions, and you got talking points about it afterwards. You can hang out the water cooler at work and, have your voice heard, or you can call here at 248-539-9797. But there was a lot to it that made it entertaining, and yet it wasn't one of the greatest games you've ever seen.
No, it was not. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ann, you're on 97 on The Ticket. Hi, Ann.
Hi, good morning.
What's up?
Just want to let you know I'm not usually a football fan, so I'm calling about the halftime show.
Okay.
Okay, and I just want to tell you that I'm a former teacher, and especially middle school, and I think the very worst show ever was J-Lo. I host parties, so that's what I watch. I don't even see the game. We spend maybe $1,000, and all sides of the family come, grandparents, little children, everybody. So halftime's big. And there I am with my little nieces, 12, 15, 9, watching J-Lo with her daughter, reading all over the screen. I felt bad that I was promoting that to these nice, innocent young girls. I can't believe people accepted that, especially knowing her daughter was in the show. What kind of mother would promote their daughter up there gyrating half naked? That's what I want to know. So my principal had a problem with girls coming to school half dressed. So you know what he did? Turned down the heat.
Oh,
that's funny.
Up a lot
That's
that
funny.
way.
I see what it should.
So I just wanted to say that was my all-time worst, and I am so happy that you have your show because it's kind of interesting. I'm learning a lot about football. I plan on learning now about the actual game.
Thank you, Ann.
Not happy with J-Lo from years ago.
No.
That's a chump for how many Super Bowls ago?
I don't know. Did she say she liked the Usher show?
She didn't mention the Usher show.
Because Usher was the halftime entertainment last night.
J-Lo was back in 2020.
So 4 years ago.
Yeah, 4 Super Bowls ago.
Fair enough.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Lisa next on 97 The Ticket. What's up, Lisa?
Hi, good morning.
What's up?
I'll make a quick comment about the previous caller. Perhaps she didn't watch the show with Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson and the wardrobe malfunction.
That was definitely
Maybe that one,
next level.
Yeah, that one dates me a little bit, I guess. But so I was a little bitter, shall we say, after the Lions lost, and promptly took my Lions shirt with the tag on it back to Rally House. And when I was there, the fellows behind the desk suggested that maybe they lost because the Pistons won, because apparently that was some kind of simpatico relationship, the Lions losing and the Pistons winning.
Okay.
But then, I started thinking about the promise of next year and the product we're going to have on the field, and hopefully some addition, with a bookend for Hutch. And so I guess my champ will be hopefully, sending good vibes towards Coach Campbell getting Coach of the Year. And then, the chump, I think, would be I'm really surprised the 49ers, women can nurse a grudge like no other. And I really wanted them to lose after they beat the Lions. So
you're chumping the Niners?
Yes, the 49ers. And so when they pit to defer or to go ahead and I was really surprised because I'm a big college football fan, and I know
it's a little different. It's a little different though, because the third possession becomes sudden death, whereas in college you're always guaranteed to have the same number of possessions. I actually think there's valid arguments for both sides. I really do. I think this is a great debate if we want to debate it, because that third possession it's a chance, if the two teams are tied after two possessions, to go for the kill shot without giving the ball back to Kansas City. Now, there are holes in that argument as well. If you have the ball second, you know what you need to do, which is why Kansas City, in an otherwise punt situation, goes for it on 4th and short in their own territory because they know they have to score. And there is a real argument to be made that if San Francisco opts to take the ball, goes down the field and scores a touchdown, and they're up 7, and then Kansas City responds with a touchdown, you can make a case, and I don't know what the correct answer here is, that it's wise for Kansas City to go for 2 and go for the win right then and there. Put the ball in Patrick Mahomes' hands, one play to win the Super Bowl or lose the Super Bowl, rather than kick off, give the ball to San Francisco for a third possession where all they need to do is kick a field goal to beat you. And I think these are all valid debates. I don't think there's an obvious answer. Some people do. But if you have the ball second in overtime, and if you tie them with a touchdown, they get the ball back with a chance to win, and you have no chance to respond, would you go for 2? And you might.
Yeah, and then you'd risk the ire of your entire fan base if things don't go the way you want them to. It's the
tough call.
It's the last game of the year. You can leave it all out there, or you can try to play for another possession and trust your defense. I get it. There's tons of arguments, and that's what makes it really interesting. The new rules are interesting for sure. I didn't even know it until last night. They were explaining it. It's like we start all over again. The both teams say even if the first team scores a touchdown, the game's not over. I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't know that, but here we go.
So it's interesting because I don't think either is illogical. That's when I get into really argue decisions, when I think somebody goes illogical, and I don't really think I understand what Shanahan did. Now, if he didn't know the rule, that's a whole different thing. But he said it was about the third possession. That's why he wanted the ball first.
I'm surprised, Doug, that you're not more all over Shanahan for making that call, because you're a guy who likes to know.
No, I do like to know.
So when you defer in overtime, you know what you have to do as an offense. You know what I mean?
Yes, but I see the value of the third possession as well.
it's such slim odds to get there, it seems like. Or I don't want to say slim, but the odds seem to be against you to get to that third possession.
It's definitely under question as to how often these games will go to a third possession. But correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first overtime under these rules, right? We've had about an overtime a year in the postseason since 2010. It's a little less than one overtime per year. But this is the first one with these rules.
The irony of it all is that the Chiefs were involved in the game that kind of sparked this new rule against the
Buffalo,
Bills. Yeah. So, but yeah, I just knowing you, Doug, I just thought, Doug likes to know the rules.
Do like
he
to
likes to know everything.
And I do
before
like
he does,
to know as much information as possible. And having the ball, knowing field goal ties, touchdown wins, but I know I have to score.
Yeah.
It's valuable. But I think there's value in the third possession as well.
All right, so let me ask you, Doug Karst, the coach.
Yeah.
You win the toss. Do you defer?
I don't know yet. I'm still thinking it through. I honestly am.
I defer Gator every time.
I probably would defer because I'd want to know what the other team has done. I agree with that. Okay, hang on, because now that you've deferred, first team comes down, they score a touchdown. You get the ball back, you come down, you score a touchdown. You going for two?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's a huge problem with deferring. That if you get to a seventh quarter, the other team gets the ball first, then two. You don't defer.
You choose to seventh quarter.
You choose to kick. You don't defer.
A seventh quarter.
It could happen. You could get to a seventh quarter where it would be like a halftime, and you would have to kick off. So you don't defer your choice. You choose to kick off.
Okay.
Although if you defer, well,
let's not worry about it.
Actually, the crazy thing is if you defer, the other team can choose then that you get the ball first. They can make that choice for you. Right? Because if you defer, it's your choice, right? And then if you get to a seventh quarter, if you chose to kick, then they get to choose to take the ball. So, you're right. You do defer. My bad. But that's all around the seventh quarter. Obviously.
Yeah, I worry about the seventh quarter.
We'll call Doug when he hit the seventh quarter.
Yeah.
But if you're a coach, you need to consider that. That you could go to a seventh quarter.
It's under consideration. It's way down the list.
It is down the list, but it is there. And I was rooting. I mean, at that point.
What about the seventh quarter? We got to think about that, right? We want the ball or not? Yeah. Kang's holding up the seven fingers. Yeah.
Well,
Doug's in charge of that, Gator.
The thing about it is the longest playoff game in history was a double overtime game, which had the 3 seconds. This game ended with 3 seconds left in what was called the first overtime. That would have gone to a double overtime. And it was a Garo premium field goal against Kansas City that won it for Miami way back in the day. But these overtime scenarios get really wonky. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1. Patrick Mahomes, following the Super Bowl overtime win, 25-22. We looked it up today because we had that value chart of Super Bowl squares.
Yeah.
It was a final 5 and a 2. 5 and 2 is the fourth least valuable square. The least valuable square is 2 and 2, which it was sort of in play. Not really. I mean, if Kansas City kicked a field goal there to make it 2 and 2 at the end of the fifth quarter, but that wouldn't have been the final score.
Right.
And it can't be, if you have a double number, it can't be the final. Well, it can't be the final score if you win by 10 or whatever. But so zero, that's worth 0 cents on the scale. If every square costs $1, they literally value 2 and 2 at 0. Then 9 and 5 are valued at 10 cents. 5 and 5 are valued at 11 cents. 2 and 5, or 5 and 2, which it turned out being, is valued at 12 cents. It's the fourth least valuable square for what it's worth.
You didn't have it?
No.
Do we know who had it?
Yeah. I think Chris Apap.
Oh.
Popular win in the building.
Good for her.
Yes. I think. I should double check that, but not that I'm getting held to it.
As long as it's not Turner.
Audience going to call me out. Well, Turner was flirting with wins. I don't know if you were watching, but Turner.
No, because I didn't do the squares, so I had no idea.
Oh, that's right. Turner was constantly in the mix. It was always, as you got late in quarters, I'm like, oh my God, Turner might win it. And I had the exact same thought.
Anybody but Turner. ABT.
Yeah. Let's get back to your phone calls. Greg in Dearborn. Hi, Greg.
What's up, boys?
Hey.
So sour grapes be damned. I mean, I think we can say the Lions would have just smoked both of those teams yesterday, especially in the first half.
We
anyway.
can say it. It might not be true,
Right.
but I don't mind saying it.
Yeah, if you're going to tell me they're going to play like they did the first half against San Francisco, I would agree with you. But unfortunately,
it was frustrating.
Anyway, whatever. But and I'm just happy Blake Lively. Was there. I'm not sure why, but that was good. And then so Champ and Chump. I want to champ Big Rasmussen, man. He had this beautiful dump in, went to the net on Saturday, and then got the tip from Jake Wallman's slap shot that tied the game up. It was amazing. I mean, I know Wallman had the gritty and the game winner and everything like that, but that dump and chase and then to the net and then tip was just awesome.
That was great.
It was a fun game.
I love Big Ras.
A dreadful second period and literally the worst 7 consecutive minutes of power play in the history of the NHL.
Right.
And they still won the game.
Yeah, it's awesome what they're doing right now. Solidly in a playoff spot. It's so great.
Yep.
And
to
then
win it on a penalty shot in overtime is crazy.
You don't see that.
First ever?
Was it?
I thought it was the first ever for the Red Wings.
Okay. And who's your chump, Greg?
And then, I was going to chump the Pistons for not coming through for you, but I'm actually I was in the car coming home at halftime, bringing the kids home, putting them to sleep, and Harbaugh was on all of a sudden, and he was like doing a commercial for Verizon. And just all the coaches that he's stolen, and Klink's gone now too. So I'm just going to chump Harbaugh. I'm sick of it. I didn't want to hear him right there. There he was.
It rubbed you the wrong way, huh?
I was just like, what's happening here?
The nerve of him getting an endorsement deal with Verizon. Yes. Look, there are people that are frustrated because they feel like he's doing some stuff that isn't necessarily, but it's, I get it. He's trying to build his staff and he has every right to, but 248-539-9797. Bob is next. What's up, Bob?
Well, I have a champ and chump, but going back to the deferring, the reason I would defer is not only do you know what score you have to get, but you also, in Kansas City's case, they needed to get a touchdown, so you're getting an extra down or 4 downs to make 10 yards.
Yep.
Because whereas if you take the ball first on 4th down, you're kicking a field goal.
Yep.
So, and I would definitely go for the 2 points because the other guys are coming back and kicking a field goal. My champ is, I can say Patrick Mahomes' name, but my champ, I'm probably going to butcher this guy's name, but he's number 56 on the Kansas City defense, George Karlaftis.
Close
enough.
Yep.
Yep. I think that guy, I don't think people realize how important that guy is in that game.
Yep.
He fell down and pretended like he was hurt. About, I'm guessing, 10 minutes left in the game or something.
You mean when his finger was out of whack?
Yeah, right.
Pretended?
Well, no, I'm not saying pretended. I'm
Well, you
not
did
saying
say
his finger wasn't hurt. But if that was in the last 2 minutes of the game where your team's going to lose a timeout, he would have just run off the field. What he was doing, and the NFL's got to do something about this, is he was faking an injury, because if you looked at their defensive line, they were only playing 6 guys on their defense, and those guys were sucking wind. And San Francisco could have just kept driving the ball. And they got to move this injury thing up 10 minutes or something, because there are a lot of guys in the NFL that are going down faking injuries.
Well, you might be right that if it cost him a timeout, he might have run off the field.
I think he definitely.
All right, real quick, who's your chump?
I have so many, I'm having a hard time picking one. I can only pick one, right?
Yes.
Oh, darn. I'd have to say, I guess then of the 3, I would have to pick Shanahan, because I think he made so many mistakes in that game. It's he just, I don't.
All right, Bob, thanks. Appreciate the phone call. Look, the Shanahan decisions, and obviously you hated the decisions he made with overtime. I think there's a great argument to be made both ways. Like, I think these are real legitimate. I mean, because Kansas City, after the game was over, said something along the lines, I think it was Patrick Mahomes saying, well, we would have absolutely kicked off. So there's a little bit of a kind of I told you so, and I don't know, man. If you kick off, if you choose to kick off, get the ball second, and lose the game on a walk-off field goal, I think you're getting just as much criticism as Shanahan's getting today. Like, it's, unless they're going to guarantee, and I really think they should guarantee an equal number of possessions. When you get to the Super Bowl, you have the entire offseason to recover from a long, protracted double overtime kind of game. I don't know why they don't allow it in the most important game in an effort of fairness to give everybody the same amount, almost like innings in baseball. But because somebody wins on the 3rd possession on a field goal, people are going to complain about that too.
Of course they will.
And people are going to say you made the wrong call if you chose to take the football second.
Well, I mean, is the obvious reason they don't do that because of injury risk? They don't want the games to go too long?
I mean, it is, but like I said, you've got the long off season to recover.
Oh, I hear you. I don't think that. I mean, imagine the players are like, yeah, you think San Francisco wants another shot? Although for them it doesn't matter because they didn't have the 3rd possession. I mean, it didn't get to that point.
But if they got to the 3rd possession, and went right down and kicked the field goal and won, Kansas City only had 1 overtime possession, and San Francisco had 2. People would be critical of them for choosing to.
Buffalo fans would feel vindicated.
To make you happy, my prediction, Doug, is you're going to get your way eventually. Yeah, and it's not because of fairness. It's because of entertainment. And that's what sports is. What's going to be the most entertaining for fans and viewership? And it is to have equal possession, just like baseball. In the Super Bowl or in the playoffs for equal possession. They're not going to do it for the regular season, but for the playoffs, or specifically maybe just the Super Bowl, they will do it. And you'll eventually get that.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Mecole Hardman, if we started the season and said that the season was going to end on an overtime touchdown reception by Mecole Hardman in the Super Bowl, our thought would have been, wow, that Aaron Rodgers signing at the Jets really worked out. Because he started the year with the Jets, was traded at the trade deadline. It was Hardman and a 7th-round pick for a 6th-round pick. So basically, they moved up. Their 7th-round pick got moved up 1 round. And this is the guy who caught the game winner in the Super Bowl.
Well, it's brilliant for Kansas City because they had obvious problems with their receiving core this year,
Yes,
right?
they did.
So you're going to try to do something to make Patrick Mahomes feel more comfortable. Why not go back and get one of his guys that he had a couple years ago and get Mecole Hardman? I joked before the show with you guys. Mecole Hardman is the Josh Reynolds of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
And he had played with Jared Goff in L.A. in the first season we were here. And
History and trust.
Yeah, exactly. Little bit of trouble adjusting with new players. And what do? They go out halfway through the season, they get Josh Reynolds, and all of a sudden Jared Goff is centered and calm and now taken off offensively for the next 2.5 seasons. So it's a similar thing. Mecole Hardman, I mean, he's not a great receiver, but he does things that offense needs him to do.
It's funny. I mean, maybe it's just because they have an elite quarterback, so that overcomes. But when I see a team with flaws win a Super Bowl, it sort of reaffirms that you don't have to be perfect, but maybe the equation gets thrown out of whack when you have an elite quarterback.
Yeah, Dan Orlovsky was talking about this morning, saying that Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady. And correct me, I think you heard him say this too, which I thought was a little odd. That he said those are the only quarterbacks I can think of that make their teammates better, which I disagree wholeheartedly. I think there are lots of quarterbacks that make their teammates better, but you can see it decidedly with someone like Patrick Mahomes. They just won the Super Bowl, and that offense, those receivers, there's nothing special about those receivers with the exception of Travis Kelce.
248-539-9797. Scott, you're next. What's up, Scott?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good.
Good. I got Champ and Chump. My Champ, a little off the board, but Champ is actually the Nickelodeon broadcast of the Super Bowl. My boy's 7. Lions are out, so he wanted to watch it, but not as much interest as with the Lions in. So we watched it on Nickelodeon, and it was hilarious. It had my attention, his attention. We're cracking up laughing. SpongeBob and Patrick put Tony Romo to shame. It was just a great show. It was geared toward kids. It wasn't super getting into all the details, but it was just a really good broadcast. It's the same broadcast that was on the national network, but it had slime on the field and Krabby Patties being thrown everywhere, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
It's interesting because our kids are beyond that age, Scott, but I have heard good reviews for people with children having a chance to watch the Nickelodeon Super Bowl because the kids stayed intrigued, and mom and dad or whomever in the household that was decided to watch the Nickelodeon broadcast got to watch the game.
Oh yeah, my boy is 7. He went to bed after the third quarter. I'm not gonna lie, I just kept it on that for the rest of the game. It was good. It was good enough for me. I'm like, this is great.
That's
funny.
funny.
It was perfect. It was actually really good. And he actually said, "Can we watch every game like this?" I'm like, they don't do every game like this, but it was a good show. And I got a chump.
Yep.
My chump is the Maple Leafs for just giving hell to the dude who slap shot of that empty netter.
Yeah.
Well deserved slap shot empty netter, but just come on, man, suck it up. You guys lost.
Hey, thanks for the phone call, Scott. 248-539-9797.
He's going to have to pay for that.
Yep.
That's not a good look. I find it funny that did people really get that bent out of shape because he takes a slap shot from 10 feet away with 3 seconds to go? Is it that egregious to do that? Who cares? He's going to score regardless. Doesn't matter if it's a slap shot or if he just touches the puck into the net.
Yeah, when Jake Wallman scored the overtime goal and broke into the gritty, I was like, I wonder how that's going to go over.
But he does it after every goal.
I know.
And he scored a lot of goals this year.
I know, but people don't always love that stuff.
Right.
Red Wings, by the way, they stayed home after the game to watch the Super Bowl here with their families in Detroit or whatever they wanted to do and flew to Edmonton today for tomorrow's game. But I'm fired up for the way his team's playing. Shifting gears here. We got baseball starting up, and we got a Red Wing playoff stretch.
Yeah, I don't think they played till Wednesday. So
is it Wednesday?
Yeah, I think it's Valentine's Day.
Okay. 248-539-9797. D is in Detroit and next. Hi, D.
DK Gator, what's good, homies?
Hey, man.
Hey, man, before I get to my Tampa Chump, I want to break some news before it become breaking news. Are you ready for this, fellas?
Can't wait.
The Detroit Lions are about to sign Danielle Hunter to a 3-year, $61 million contract, 50 of it, which is guaranteed, fellas. Don't tell nobody, but it's going to be breaking news real soon. Thank God for that GM Brad Holmes. I love this guy. Hut's going to finally get a book in to do some damage.
Okay,
so some excitement, fellas.
I will tell you that this is huge breaking news, and we'll be sure to keep it between the three of us.
Okay.
My question is when will this be announced?
As soon as the free agent signing becomes available. Hey, Brad Holmes is going to jump on this guy fast and furious. My big question is this going to affect my man Jared's golf contract? But we'll worry about that later. But like I said, Danielle Hunter and Hutch are going to be a tandem to be feared, fellas.
You got
my championship.
You got a big old hold on. You got a big old hunch that they're going to sign Danielle Hunter.
No, he says this is breaking news.
It's a done deal, Gator.
It's a done deal.
Brad Holmes, hey man, Brad Holmes heard the fans. Brad Holmes seen what we need. He know Hutch is getting wore out by himself. Kaminsky's not doing it. The Okora brothers weren't able to do it, but Danielle Hunter is the man, fellas. I'm so excited.
You think that's a bigger need than corner?
Yes, sir. We're going to get the corners in the draft. And my other birdie said we might sign Stephon Gilmore. But you didn't hear that from me, fellas. Now, let me get to my
I don't want certainly your credibility ruined at any time, T. So we'll keep it between us.
Okay, baby. Hey, my champ is Jake Wallman. I don't care what nobody say. This guy has scored 3 game-winning goals this year, and each time he does the gritty.
Yep.
Do anybody know it's hard enough to do the gritty in shoes or cleats? But you're doing it on ice, and he's doing it in a fashionable way.
It's pretty sweet.
I love it. And my chump, I hate to say this, is Isaiah Stewart. B. Stu got that contract extension, got that big raise, and he is a forgotten man, bro. And I expected big things for him, bro. And as a veteran of this team, a young veteran, he should be stepping up, but he's not. Love the show, fellas.
Thank you.
Have a good day, fellas.
All right, should we give this information to Falar for the update about Danielle Hunter?
I hope Falar was listening.
Yeah. I would be shocked if they went in and spent that kind of money on a outside free agent.
I'd be ecstatic if they did it.
Yes. There are always surprises. There's always finagling with the cap. It eventually you have to pay the piper or let some people go. But that would be a big addition to this team. And as the week goes on and we start really planning specifics for the offseason, I feel like my offseason predictions are going to be secondary signings. Not defensive backs, but second and third tier free agent candidates. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. And you can stream the show anywhere in the United States and Canada with that app. Make sure you get it today because someday you'll be out of town. And the Lions will be announcing a signing of like a Danielle Hunter, and you want to hear what's being said in Detroit. So get the Odyssey app. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Stream a video. Go to twitch.tv and search up 971theticket there. Bam! There we are. Plus the streaming chat. You can participate in that. Same thing with YouTube. Search up 971theticket, and the YouTube video stream is live. Carson Anderson, more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, February is the month of love and chocolates. And Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has sweet deals that you're going to love. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or award-winning Equinox arriving daily. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is showing their love for the community with their quarterly blood drive. That's coming up on Friday, March 1st. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke. In Sterling Heights, call 87-SAY-SARAH. It's 87-SAY-SARAH, or go to SAYSERRA.com. Together, let's drive.
Time for some nuggies.
You know, the special teams really did make a huge difference for Kansas City. The blocked extra point, it was a low kick, the fumble on the punt recovered by Kansas City. I mean, it was just.
I'll give Kansas City some credit on recovering it, but that's really a blunder by San Francisco.
Of course. It was a big special teams advantage, is what I'm saying, as far as Kansas City's concerned. And that's part of the game.
Record-setting field goal.
Yeah, that was funny. Here's a record. I'll just break your record.
55,
Record lasts about
nice.
an hour and 45 minutes.
Hold my beer.
Yeah.
And the thing is that both kickers show that they have a ridiculous leg. Moody, when he kicked it from 55, that thing looked like it would have been good from 65.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was way high and just had tons of velocity on it. And then Butker's kick was just this line drive screamer that, you talk about it being a game of inches, and you saw the hand of one of the players that damn near blocked it, but you didn't. And it ends up being a 57-yarder.
248-539-9797. Bill, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Bill?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I just wanted to kind of say I kind of went into the game sort of like a lot of people. I wasn't really rooting for anybody, but as the game went on, I just felt myself starting to root for Kansas City. Just because of the Lions, and I left that game feeling like the Lions are right there. I mean, the Lions are right there with anybody in the league, and I don't know. I see if they have to just Shanahan. I think their biggest hurdle to winning the Super Bowl right now is Patrick Mahomes. That's what I think.
So it's interesting, Bill, because I'm glad you brought this up. They're throwing the word dynasty around, right? And the idea that, to me, the way I describe dynasty is when a team removes any question of who's, not only do they win a championship, they also kind of remove the question who's going to win the next championship. And to me, a dynasty is like a feel, like you can pen them in. That's when you're in the midst of a dynasty, is the idea that not only are they winning this one, they're winning the next one and probably even more after that. And I don't have that feeling. I don't think they're unbeatable, but it would suck, okay? If literally the Lions are entering a window that's going to last for a while and they happen to be up against a team that turns into a dynasty and wins like 3-4 in a row here, and that the Lions window opens just in time to lose to the Chiefs all the time. We haven't even gotten to the Super Bowl yet, but I hear what you're saying.
No, that's a great point, Doug. But I think they can. I mean, look, they won that game in the beginning of the year, and Patrick Mahomes was a quarterback, so they can beat them. But a quick champ and chump.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, my champ is D for that prediction. I really loved it.
It wasn't just a prediction. It's a tip. That's a flat out tip.
Yeah, it sounded like he had some inside info there.
Apparently, it's very similar to a Bleacher Report that had like almost the exact same thing. So I don't know if D just read that and read it.
I think they're going to have to outbid the Bears for him, though, from what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then just my chump is just everybody that made such a big deal and all the vitriol and animosity that was thrown at Taylor Swift over the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl. It almost seemed like that was the biggest story. It was just so pathetic. Anyway, thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate it. Look, to me, it's just another celebrity cutaway, and it's not unique to have celebrity cutaways. She got 55 seconds of airtime during the Super Bowl. Is that what you saw at Kang? It was 55 seconds?
Yeah, during the game.
During the game.
She from kickoff till the end of the game.
Which might set a record, okay, for one person being on the screen. But celebrity cutaways is part of mainstream sports. It just is.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't let it bother me at all. It was fine. There were times I was waiting for the reaction. Ooh, I wonder what the reaction is going to be here.
Really?
Yeah. I guess when it was pointed out that, Brittany Mahomes they only went to her once or twice. I guess I'm a little more surprised by that, given that, she's the wife of Patrick Mahomes, and, she's always been kind of in the spotlight too, and yet way second fiddle to Taylor Swift, and yet Patrick Mahomes is the MVP.
I mean, this is trying to reach out to a different audience. We've gotten
Without a
calls
doubt.
already today that people don't watch football, watch the game, and
yes.
saying they want to learn more about football. This is what Goodell and the NFL wants. You know, the thing that helped me is I'm like you, Gator. I don't care if she's on or not on the TV. I'm just glad that Blake Lively was with her.
I was too. Let me give you something else to look at.
Yeah.
Right.
So, what was that tweet you saw, Doug?
Ryan Reynolds,
Blake Lively's husband,
tweeted out something about a trailer for a movie, and then said, "By the way, has anyone seen my wife?"
He's in the Daredevil movie, the new one.
Deadpool.
Oh, Daredevil. Why? Ben Affleck was on last night.
I make that mistake. I make that mistake all the time.
Of course, Doug.
And I think the other movie is If, Imaginary Friend.
Yes, with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, so there's a couple of these guys.
Man, this guy
lives
the life, huh?
And he's doing those commercials for his company.
Owns a soccer team.
This guy.
He's married to Taylor Swift's friend.
Okay, so as we haven't even touched on the commercials. Is there any that stood out to you?
It's funny. When I was watching, there were a couple that did, but not enough where I'm remembering what they were today.
Okay, I'll give you two that that made me laugh out loud. One was the Dun Kings with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon and Tom Brady. I thought was hilarious. And the other was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Neighbor. It's neighbor.
Like a good neighbor. State Farm is here.
Yeah. It's neighbor, Arnold.
I did laugh at that. Thought that was good.
Yep.
The Duncan commercial, it's weird since Ben Affleck's been doing these spots. He just leans heavily to the Boston accent and it doesn't sound anything like Ben Affleck. You're like, who's this guy pretending he's Ben Affleck? You know?
I thought that was really well done. I thought Matt Damon was, dude, I said I'd do anything for you. This is anything.
This was it.
Mine was one that reminded me of Gator. It was the Christopher Walken one. Where
That was the one. That was
everyone
hilarious.
kept impersonating him. I was laughing at that.
It's like your car. Yeah. Is this a nice table for you, Mr. Walken?
Like, that probably happens to him in real life, right?
Exactly. That's why it's funny as hell.
So great.
That was a really good spot.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Okay, so look, the Alex Anzalone during the game, for people who missed it, put on social media, not going to lie, this is tough. I think it's an emotion that a lot of people in Detroit felt for the first time ever, that it was tough. And you can't, you could feign things, or you could say, I'm going to root for this team, I'm going to root for that team, or I'm over it. And then the game starts and maybe you weren't over it. And the way the game was going, it didn't feel like the beginning of the game was a game that would be deemed a high quality game. And yet everybody's capable of playing sloppy football. In fact, the Lions themselves made some mistakes in the NFC title game that came back to haunt them. And it just so happened this game started with mistakes, fumbles, penalties. It wasn't a clean start to the game, and I wouldn't have chalked up a lot of that stuff to great defense necessarily. But what were your emotions, Detroit, as you watched this thing play out? What were you feeling for the first time with a team that you thought, and actually I don't even think we should say thought, that we know is capable of playing in this game? And we know is capable of they belong. We have a team that belongs on the field in the biggest of stages that just didn't get it done, which included their own mistakes and credit San Francisco for what San Francisco got done. Now, I thought I'd authentically want San Francisco to lose because I'm being very bitter, and it turned out it was an authentic feeling as the game was going on. I was all in for Kansas City, and I don't even really like the Chiefs. It's over. It was a quick relationship I had with the Chiefs. It lasted about 4 hours, and now we're done.
I love the ironic twists in that game. Things that happened in San Francisco are what exactly happened to the Lions.
The bad bounce, for instance.
Bad bounces, momentum swings. You couldn't stop Kansas City at the end of the game. They scored 4 straight possessions. You couldn't stop it. I loved it. The fact that they, anybody that's dogging Dan Campbell because of the 4th and 2 decision, they went for it on 4th and 3 and got the first down.
They went on 4th and 3 when a field goal would have tied the game, right?
Yeah.
under those I mean, that's a sure field goal from the 15-yard line, down 3. I think conventional logic, but there's little doubt in my mind Dan Campbell would have gone for that, and Kyle Shanahan did.
He would have. And then you get to the end of the game, and you get a 4th and 4 or a 4th and 5 situation, and he settles for field goals in both of those.
Mm-hmm.
And people killed Dan Campbell over doing that and not kicking field goals, and yet that's what cost Kyle Shanahan the game.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, champ and chump votes. Get them in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Patrick Mahomes' last 4 drives comes through, scores every single time, and leads the Chiefs to a Super Bowl win over San Francisco. And Kyle Shanahan, look, I mean, he's a really, really good coach. And is it fair to say that he can't win the big one? They were up 28-3 when he was offensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons, but he was not the head coach. They did have a 10-point lead against Kansas City a few Super Bowls ago, lost that game, had a 10-point lead last night, lost that game.
It's just a shame. It's just a shame.
You don't like him? Or
No.
you're just mad at you don't like San Francisco?
I don't like San Francisco. I don't like Kyle Shanahan either. He gets cocky, and I like that he got checked.
Okay.
He was cocky.
I'm just
before
glad San Francisco lost.
the NFC Championship game when they're warming up on the sidelines, and he's talking with who's the GM, former player.
Yeah, Lynch.
Yeah, he's there talking to the GM, and then he says something to the effect of, "Yeah, I'll see you at the podium." Like, oh,
did you hear that? You didn't like that,
you
huh?
cold-hearted bastard. Oh, it's just a shame that couldn't get it done. But yeah, it's mostly about San Francisco.
I will say for the 49ers, much respect to Brock Purdy.
Absolutely.
Brock Purdy,
likable guy.
And really good. Really, really good.
Yeah, you have to question, though, a game plan offensively that only targeted George Kittle 3 times. He had 2 catches for 4 yards, was targeted 3 times.
I always wonder, and I do that too. I saw that too, and I thought, how many plays for whatever reason didn't come to fruition where he was the number 1 target or was supposed to go to him, and it was blown up by pass batted down, which Kansas City did a lot, or got in his face and got in Brock Purdy's face and changed the play, whatever the case may be. But yeah, it seems like that's not enough. And in the second half, look, at halftime, Travis Kelce had 1 target for 1 yard? And in the second half, early Patrick Mahomes throws an interception trying to get the ball, and dare I say maybe even force the ball to Kelce.
Yeah.
And but it all worked out in the end because Mahomes is a magician. And he was my champ of the weekend. 248-539-9797.
And obviously, Kelsey was a huge part of that second half. He had 9 catches for 93 yards in the game. So he had 8 catches in that second half for 90-something yards.
Here we go. G in Northville says, Champ, the golfers at the Waste Management Tournament for stepping up and telling some of the idiots to cut that stuff out. Chump Andy Reid for not benching Kelsey after his embarrassing tirade on the sideline. Perfect way to send a message to young people everywhere. It's called respect.
Yeah, and then you lose the game for not playing your best player when really what your best player is showing is his passion for wanting to be out there. And the coach understands that. He doesn't care. He's fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, you can go too far, and it could have been an uncomfortable moment, but it seems like they have that kind of relationship. We don't know the ins and outs of their relationship, but
I feel like people are taking that snapshot in time and thinking that Kelsey came from 15 yards away and just blasted Andy Reid with a 2-hand shiver.
As a general
and it's a
rule,
miracle that Reid didn't fall to the ground.
As a general rule, I would not say that what he did was appropriate. But
I'm not saying it was.
If Andy Reid doesn't have an issue with it, then it says a lot about their relationship. As far as the Waste Management, look, we all love a good party, and golf can use it. Watching from afar, when you hear they had to cut off alcohol sales and there were arrests made and fights and people running on the course and golfers saying, I'm never coming back here, I think it's pretty clear that the party crowd got a little too carried away, which can happen.
Well, and it might be a lesson for tournaments moving forward that they're going to try to curtail that stuff too, because I think a lot of tournaments are trying to embrace that as well. Remember the Buick Open years ago where somebody threw that, was the apple, threw it out on the green when Tiger was
17 at the Buick back in the day was something else. The par 3 there.
Yeah. And the Rocket Mortgage Classic, they have the 313 area that made it really interesting there, and try to do it's not the full stadium effect that the Phoenix Open is, but they're trying to do that. It wouldn't surprise me that there are a lot more there's a lot more security at these things and trying to curtail that kind of behavior. They don't want that. They want you to be excited. They want you to cheer things when it's appropriate, but you don't want to be disruptive.
There's a difference between you can't cross a line, and it looks like from the outside looking in, again, it was crossed. But 248-539-9797. Greg's in Detroit, and he's next here on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm a case study, right? I need a sports psychiatrist because I'm a case study. I didn't watch the game. I had no desire to watch it. Wow. I haven't watched sports in 2 weeks. I'm there, and I don't even understand me. I guess it's just everything that has happened, that and everything. I mean, I'm telling you, this season was like 5 seasons rolled up in one. I mean, it was just so much happening, so much to take in, callers calling in, telling about, people their family members have passed on and they would love to have seen this day. Just so much emotional. I'm actually Grunk now, and that commercial when Grunk is supposed to walking off the desert and he's in that dirty old Lions uniform. Looks like an old dirty Lions uniform. That's me now. I'm walking the lands. I'm going to small towns. I'm righting the wrongs, and I'm leaving. And hey, Mom, who was that guy? I don't know, but he's really, really hurt. Would you stay, sir? No, I have to go search the world. I'm going out to the woods. I'm going to befriend a bear, and we're going to walk through the woods and help out the little animals. And the first thing he's gonna do is take a crap and say, hey, after they spill that meth, yeah, bears do crap in the woods. He's gonna ask me what's wrong with me. I'm like, well, it was 4th and 2. And he's gonna totally understand. So I need help.
You do.
I need help because I didn't watch the game. No desire to watch it. Didn't want to hear anything about it. I did not care.
I'm sorry, Greg. I think your favorite line is, I don't understand me. Mixed in with a bunch of stuff I wasn't quite sure I followed. But at the end of the day, I'm kind of hear you. I watched the game, all right? I vowed not to, but I knew it was an empty promise. I knew it.
I watched not 1 second of pregame coverage.
So that was kind of your own personal, I'm not interested.
Yeah, I don't want to see any of the highlights of the NFC Championship game. I'm not watching any of that. So I literally.
It was shown. The play that we hate was shown in the pregame coverage.
Sure it was. But I literally turned the channel to CBS at 6:35 last night.
Kang, did it manifest itself with you in any way whatsoever?
I was kind of like Gator. I didn't watch any pregame. I didn't want to. I let the family watch whatever they wanted pretty much right up until kickoff. And then, it was I was okay, like I said, until McCaffrey fumbled, then I was like, all right, it is on. I hate the Niners. Let it all come down. But they actually played well. So.
You had some joy in that moment, huh?
Yeah, they actually played well and kept the Chiefs in check for a while there. But, I didn't want the Chiefs to win. It was more anti-Niners than anything.
I hear you. Dave, you're next here on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
What's up?
My daughter summed this up the best. And I listened to, we all have heard, like, the irrational Lions fan, everything else. She goes, I knew she wanted to root for the Chiefs because she's always like Patrick Mahomes. She's a 10-year-old girl. She says, I really don't want the 49ers to win because Brock Purdy is my mortal enemy. And I laughed my ass off when she said that.
Wait, your daughter said that? Brock Purdy's my mortal enemy?
Yeah, because she always likes to ask me, like, she understands, like, we're football fans, so we'll watch any game, right? Like, who are we rooting for? I'm like, well, kiddo, I'm just a fan. I don't really have a rooting interest. But I also know that she really wanted to watch the Super Bowl because she likes the Chiefs. And I assumed that would be the reason why she wanted the Chiefs to win, because she likes Patrick Mahomes. She goes, no. Well, that's it. She goes, yeah, that's it. But Brock Purdy is my mortal enemy.
Such a great line. That is a great line. And it's just good parenting, Dave. And it's good old-fashioned, hopefully not too serious sports hatred. But
and that's what I told her. And I laughed, but then I had to throw in, being the good parent, kiddo, we can have fun with it, but let's try to be respectful. Right?
Well, there you go. So we talked. We had the strongly dislike instead of using the hate word, because sports, but it does make you, it's amazing what you find irritating. Like you got super irritated by the announcing crew yesterday.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
And I hate to say that because I don't normally get that way, but I just had enough with those guys.
We really don't do a lot of this guy said this or that guy said that. I mean, we use it to drive topics, but not to rip others. But you were in a weird place.
Yeah, I've had it with Romo, and I think it just feels like that. I don't know. Romo just kind of goes through the motions these days, and then Jim Nantz. I am so sick and tired of hearing Jim Nantz refer to players and coaches by their first names.
Why?
Because you're the announcer. You're the play-by-play guy. You say Travis Kelce. Don't say Travis. Patrick Mahomes. Don't say Patrick. And just it just you're too familiar.
He's not humanizing them in any way.
I just no.
How do you feel about Spags?
Hate it. Hate it.
So to be clear, no first names nor nicknames.
Just go with their name. I mean, it's Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, has done a great job of scheming things up here to shut down the San Francisco offense. You know, Kelsey, the tight end, has been a beast as he always is. But you know, it's like he's old friends and well, Travis and I, you know, we spent some time in the off season together. And, in fact, I bought a bottle of champagne for he and Taylor to enjoy at their cabana. It was really nice. Then I cut my tie off and handed it to him and said, "Here you go."
Well, as someone who spent the last 2 years calling a quarterback JJ, I will defend Jim Nantz. 248-539-9797. Get back to your phone calls here in a moment. Hey, now the football season is officially over. Are you ready to satisfy that sports appetite at Twin Peaks? We got a playoff push, including a game tomorrow against a red-hot team, so why not go to the favorite lodge, Twin Peaks? If you've been at any Detroit football games this year, you know that the atmosphere for watching sports in our state is fantastic. And why not get behind the next Detroit team going for a playoff push? Wall-to-wall TVs, 29-degree draft beer that freeze in your mug. And I always talk about the scratch-made food because I do love the food there. The best part, it's all served up by the Twin Peaks girls, which are awesome. Be sure to ask about the weekly specials. Stop in for action tonight. And, of course, a big hockey game tomorrow. Why go anywhere else? To find a location nearest you and to be aware of all their specials, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. So we have spent a good portion of our time talking about how you build and maintain a winner in the National Football League and what we hope that our Detroit Lions have done, which is built and maintained and will be able to maintain a winner. Ross Tucker just came out with a very interesting tweet, and I want your Kang, I want your take on it as well. And this is the first time I saw this, and I guess I knew this was true, but I hadn't put it together. He tweets out, it's actually two tweets. Shout out to Patrick Mahomes for eviscerating the asinine notion that you can't win a Super Bowl with a quarterback on a big contract. He literally had the largest cap hit in the league this year at $37 million. People saying Mahomes is the exception/outlier forgot that Stafford won it 2 years ago and Brady the year before. So it's been 5 years since a quarterback on a rookie contract won it, and that was Mahomes.
Well, it's not about being on the rookie contract. I think it's about being on the biggest ever contract. Brady's contract wasn't massive. Stafford's contract was at the end of it, and it was totally doable.
So I do think, though, that there's a lot of people that believe the way to do it, and it is one way to do it, is what the Niners are doing. They have a quarterback on a rookie contract. And a lot of people are in favor of, like, the Bears moving on, for instance, because Justin Fields, you can get a quarterback on a rookie contract. Now, they might not be big Fields fans either. And it has been 5 years since a quarterback on a rookie contract did it, which, and by the way, was Mahomes. But I do think it's interesting because it gets a lot of talk that the way you do it is you build the team and then you get the quarterback with a rookie contract, except it hasn't happened in 5 years. It's been veteran quarterbacks on big contracts. It's just I hadn't thought about that it had been 5 years since it happened.
Well, I mean, I don't think the NFL needs to, the paradigm needs to shift to, Logan's run. And, hey, once a quarterback turns 27, we're done with you. We better go get another rookie contract, get another rookie to
I don't think you believe
here.
that. I think some people do.
I think those people are foolish.
Kang, what are your thoughts on that?
There's always been a million different ways to try to win a Super Bowl. Yep. Whether one time it was through, defense, and now we seem to go through offense and the rookie quarterback deal and the veteran quarterback deal. Brock Purdy was how close to winning it on a rookie deal, so I don't know if Ross Tucker tweets out the same thing if the Niners win. I think the one thing's in common for almost 95, 99% of the Super Bowl champions is you need good quarterback play. Mm-hmm. So whether that quarterback's cheap or whether that quarterback costs a lot of money, you need that guy to play well. Stafford was on a pretty expensive deal, but he also had expensive parts around him. It's not like the Chiefs, they lacked a lot on offense this year because of Patrick Mahomes' contract, and they spent it on defense. You got to spend the money somewhere. But like I said, I think trends are one thing. I think the trend was the rookie deal, but I think the trend that always stays the same is good quarterback play.
And here's the thing is we're about to enter, I shouldn't say we're about to. We don't know for a fact. But we might be on the brink of taking phone calls of people saying that's too much money for our quarterback. They should go with a rookie and build the team and keep the team around him. We might be getting to that.
Well, like Kang said, there's a million ways to build your team and different attributes that you want. I like what the Lions have right now. It's our quarterback situation. Our quarterback is accurate. I think he throws guys open sometimes. I think he's very comfortable in this offense. And because they have a really good offensive line, it allows you to do some things. He doesn't have to make plays with his feet. But people will see Brock Purdy and Patrick Mahomes, and they made plays with their feet that got them where they are. For Purdy, it got him to the Super Bowl. And for Patrick Mahomes, they won the Super Bowl.
It is a skill set that some people value in the quarterback position more than others.
Yes.
That is for sure. 248-539-9797. Fred, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Fred?
How you doing today?
Great, thank you.
For the gentleman who wants to hang out with the bears in the woods, you can tell him that they are experimenting with psychedelics for self-awareness. I walked away from this game, and I need your guys' candid, objective opinion, because I walked away from the game, and I asked myself, was this a great game? And I started to break down all the elements of, Mahomes doing what Mahomes did, Kelsey's second half, just intense line play, gutsy with Debo and injuries and so on. And I can't tell if the Lions aura is not allowing myself to say this was a great game.
That's interesting. I think for 2.5 into 3 quarters, it was a bad football game. And then it got really good. And it's not just because I don't believe that good defense is bad football. I didn't think we were seeing some good defense. What really impressed me was San Francisco against Patrick Mahomes taking options away and him dropping back to pass and having nobody open. That is good defense. The penalties, the fumbles, there were enough mistakes that I really struggled with it being a quote-unquote good football game. In the end, I was thoroughly entertained, and I thought we saw plays made on both sides of the ball late. So it felt like a tale of two games. One that I wasn't impressed with early that turned into a game where I was impressed.
Can I give you a champ and chump?
Yes.
Okay. Champ, when Kelsey wasn't being blown air kisses from the suite by Swifty, I mean, he was just amazing in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
So he's my champ. The chump, I'm going to nominate the city of Las Vegas because I'm tired of Las Vegas getting what seems to be so many things just dropped into their lap, whether it be the Las Vegas Golden Knights. They've been around for a week. They're in the Stanley Cup every year. You got the WNBA. I think they've had a couple of championships. They get the Super Bowl dumped in their lap with a stadium that is what? Because it's 2 years old or something, and we've got Ford Field. So Las Vegas, to me, just continues to be they just get everything they want.
Enough of Vegas.
Yeah.
I could see that. I'm not tired of Vegas yet. What did you think of the quality of the game? What he said. Do you think it was a great game?
No, I thought it was a sloppy game, but it was entertaining. That's how I would describe it.
Kang, did you think it was a great game?
I think the second half, starting from there, it was a good game. The first half was a kind of a bore.
But didn't the second half open with Patrick Mahomes throwing a bad interception?
Yeah, but that thing plays. We need plays,
yeah,
right? That's a play.
And then what happened? Then they stop. San Francisco goes nowhere on it, and then Kansas City's going to go nowhere. But then they have the punt that goes off the guy's leg. I mean, there were 4 fumbles for Kansas City in the game.
I mean, we were trending to a point where a kicker might get MVP votes, but that changed. 248-539-9797. Sean, you're on 97 to take it. What's up, Sean?
Not much. All right, so champ and chump. My champ is Mahomes for legitimately putting the team on his shoulders like he did in the last one he won.
Mm-hmm.
Just being able to escape and make that first down and then some every time.
Yep.
And then even though Kelsey had a good second half, I feel like he's my chump because whenever the play wasn't called his direction, he just stopped. As soon as the ball snapped, he didn't even take a step off the line. He just stood there and watched it.
Sean, I noticed that. Actually, I had never noticed that before. I don't know if it's something he does frequently. It was odd. The ball would get snapped, and Kelce
that wouldn't fly here in Detroit.
No, I don't think it would.
The Kelce was never set?
No, he wouldn't even run a route or go block. He'd just stand there.
Yeah, that's what killed me. Is like it's a run up the gut. You're not that far away. You sprint your 20 yards. You try and lay a block for Pacheco. Something, I don't know. You're a teammate. You're a team member, and you're not going to win as by yourself. But granted, he did make some big plays, and he had a good second half. But man, he just quit on all of those plays, and I didn't want the Chiefs to win.
I noticed
but I'm
that
yelling
too.
At my TV, like, dude, play the game.
Yeah, why did he do that? And does he do it regularly and we've never noticed?
Conserving energy, I don't know. But the other thing I noticed was, I forget if it was Kelce or was Kittle. I'm getting my tight ends confused on when this was, but they'd come in motion and they were not set. They're getting set and the ball snapped. Like, don't you have to be set for like a second before you snap the ball? And they were not. But
I didn't notice that as much,
flagged
but yeah. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Travis Kelsey on CBS. Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. Champ, the KC defensive coordinator, Spagnuolo. Dude called a brilliant game with some of the most brilliantly timed blitzes I've seen. Chump, whatever San Francisco coach forgot that CMC is their running back, how do you not use the best running back in the game for a couple of quarters in the Super Bowl? That's from Chris.
Well, he did have 22 carries in the game at 8 receptions, 30 touches for 160 yards and a touchdown.
Again, when it comes to play calling, you never know what plays got changed at the line of scrimmage, what play got blown up because of what the defense was doing. But did I wonder if they were using him enough in the game? Yeah, but that's a lot of you said it right there. That's a lot of touches.
I think what people were really upset with the McCaffrey thing is the first 6 plays, it start the second half for the Niners were all passes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had one of them, but yes.
But yeah, I mean, they wanted to run the ball. I mean, the people that wanted McCaffrey to get the ball more just by running it.
As far as Spagnuolo, I mean, look, there was a third down stop at the end of regulation. It was I believe it was a 3rd and 4 in field goal range right out of the 2-minute warning that if San Francisco converts that third down, they win the football game. They run the clock down to 0 or to 3 and kick a game-winning walk-off field goal. I mean, it's not for sure, right? We all understand, but that was a very probable outcome if they converted that last third down in regulation. They didn't. They kicked the field goal. Mahomes went down and matched it. Then in overtime, again, San Francisco's knocking on the door to get a touchdown to open up overtime. 3rd down 4, 3rd down 5, whatever it was. Spagnuolo both time blitzed. The first time when he got the stop, it was a blitzing corner. Was it McDuffie that batted it down? And the second time, it was a blitzing linebacker where Purdy didn't have time to get the ball to, I believe it was Ayuk who would come wide open and would have walked into the end zone, but he had to get rid of it earlier than he wanted to and ended up throwing an incompletion at the end in the end zone. Spagnuolo came up with 2 huge blitz packages and calls that San Francisco couldn't handle in that moment in time and forced field goals both times.
Yeah, it was brilliant. He did a great job. Kansas City's defense is underrated, and they showed in the postseason why it's one of the big reasons they were able to win. Everybody looks at Mahomes, but that defense came up with monster plays in monster situations. Look, they shut down Miami. Then they played Buffalo, and they were able to withstand Josh Allen and company. And then they shut down Lamar Jackson in a 17-10 game. And then you just rally in the Super Bowl when it matters most. It was a great defensive effort from that team.
Doug, I know how you hate second, on play calling. People, second, hindsight, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Those defensive calls were great because they executed it, you know? And you can call a great defensive play, but if the blitz doesn't get there, or he takes a bad angle, or you're at Melanfonwu and you Purdy shakes you off.
Yep.
Things happen after that, right? But those
team executed.
Yeah,
they did.
Exactly. McDuffie, when he batted that ball down, that was huge because if they get that first down, they're able to milk the clock.
I think San Francisco wins.
Yep.
But 2 huge stops by Spagnuolo's defense. Doug and Scott, Champ, I guess the Chiefs, Chump, Travis Kelsey for acting like a baby and trying to knock down Andy Reid. He's getting a lot of Chump votes for that. He's getting Champ votes too, but
he didn't try to knock him down.
Well, he probably got more physical. Like we said, it was a bad look, but if they have that kind of relationship, so be it. 248-539-9797. Joe is next on 97 The Ticket. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, my champ is Andy Reid for making the adjustments at halftime. He must be one of the better coaches making adjustments at halftime. And my chump is Las Vegas odds makers. They let out the easiest bet in the history of the Super Bowl. They had Taylor Swift sightings at 5.5. There was actually 12. I jumped all over it with 200. Should have been 2,000.
Well, we had that number on Friday at 7.5, but even that was well over.
Yeah, it was ridiculously low. And I have one question I've been meaning to ask for years. Why do all these teams go into a prevent defense and they always get beat? They don't go right down the field.
Yeah, they don't always get beat. It's when the other team's going to come out and is going to take chances and throw, you're matching it with trying not to give up a quick score, but
it was just some brilliant play calls.
Honestly, you don't always get beat. I know people believe it, and I know there's a cliche, and I can't stand it because teams get stopped on late drives all the time. It's when you don't, hey, the other guy got the better of you in that moment.
Mahomes made plays with his feet in the second half. That was a major difference in the outcome of the game. They weren't able to do that in the first half. He did it in the second half. Kelsey was a non-factor in the first half. Kelsey was a major factor in the second half and overtime. I mean, that's the difference in the game, is that the two best players on Kansas City's offense played football in the second half, where they weren't really on the same page in the first half.
Let's go to Tim next on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
I forgot about the Champ and Chump, but Champ Stoney for obvious reasons.
Yep.
Chump, I don't care, Taylor Swift. But they did mention during that slide they had in the middle of the season about Kelsey taking plays off, and then Rex Ryan lit into him just before the playoffs, saying, look, he's got to start blocking if they want to win this year. Like, he can't be doing these plays. And he went through a whole spiel on like 6 or 7 plays where he was doing the same thing, just taking plays off.
Yeah, it's weird because he is one of the best in the game. It's something I literally didn't notice until yesterday, and then I felt like I noticed it a lot. And so I'm glad you called. I mean, maybe people have noticed it all along, and I've missed it, but it seemed odd.
Well, I mean, it's totally the opposite end of where the play is, but it does look weird to see one of the best players in the game just standing there, literally standing there. I don't know if him being out there, or if that attracts a safety all the way to that part of the field, and as long as he stays there, that's his play. That's fine. But
he's got that Taylor Swift money.
Well,
so
but for a guy who, he goes and grabs Andy Reid because he wanted to be in the game, to be a difference maker in the first half of the game. If I were Andy Reid, if I were Andy Reid, which I wouldn't be, I would probably say, well, hey, Trav, see, we're going to look at a game film. See this? This is why you're not in there all the time.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Super Bowl is done. Football season is sadly over. I know. And now a long off season, which technically will be one of the shortest off seasons we've had because our team played later, but it's going to feel like a long off season because we're going to go into next year. It's not about hype. It's about substance. We have nobody watched that game yesterday saying Lions can't hang. There were 2 teams on the field that the Lions played them both. They beat one of them, and they made the other one really work to get a win over Detroit.
It may not feel so long, though. Not just because, as I pointed out earlier, that this is actually going to be a short off season because of the how late the Lions played, but because the Red Wings are doing their part. Mm-hmm. Because the Tigers just reported the spring training, and there's a lot to get excited about with who's playing in spring training, who's invited to spring training, all these young players, the young prospects. And the Pistons have made their moves, and they've actually played pretty good basketball in the last handful of games, or maybe even the last 10 games. They're playing much better. Are they watchable?
They're more watchable.
They're definitely more, without a doubt, they're more watchable.
Well, and the other thing that's going to help is the draft being here.
Well,
right? That is having the draft here is going to be very cool because it's going to elongate that as an event.
Yep.
And we're going to get a chance to participate. It's going to be, people are going to get to go and experience it all. And I know we're planning special shows, and so that'll probably help.
Yeah.
We got actually March Madness is being hosted down at LCA. Opening day is right around. Well, it's not right around the corner, but it's coming up. But we got spring training games, 12 days. Isn't that the first one? Didn't you say it's the 24th?
I believe, it's the 24th, I believe.
There you go.
That is, yes, the 24th against the Yankees.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Kansas City wins the Super Bowl in overtime. Do we like the overtime rule? We'll get to that today at 12:50. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. Bet on all your favorites with any of the NBA players and teams, quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, it's Kyle Shanahan after the game. This overtime system that's been adopted for the playoffs. And at first I was like, I didn't realize there's almost, I think since 2010, there's been this, that might be the 13th. I think that's the 13th overtime. So we're looking at right around one a year, playoff overtime. And when you get into a overtime situation in the playoffs, we're talking about, should each team be guaranteed the same amount of possessions? And I think they should, but that's not what they do. They go Each team gets the ball once, and then after that, it's sudden death, which is where Kyle Shanahan, as winner of the coin toss, was faced with a decision of whether or not to take the ball or to go second. The advantage of taking the ball is that you get the third possession, which is the only possession. That's the first possession that'll be sudden death. So if you have matching scores and you're tied, you can go finish the game with a field goal. I mean, imagine going to extra innings where after the 10th inning, it became sudden death. Would you want to hit in the top of the 11th or the bottom of the 11th? You'd want to hit in the top of the 11th. So that's the benefit. The problem is hitting in the bottom of the inning. There's absolutely an advantage to that as well. Kansas City knows, and as somebody pointed, they have 4 downs to get a first down instead of 3 because they know, hey, we have to score a field goal when we have 4th and 1 in our own territory. We've got the 4th down to get the field goal or get the first down, excuse me. San Francisco didn't have that luxury. And let's invert it. If Kansas City's possession was first and they went down and scored a touchdown, they'd be up 7. San Francisco's drive stalled at the 9-yard line on a 4th and 4. They would have had 4th down to go for it, right? They wouldn't have kicked the field goal. It wasn't even in play. So you understand the benefit of having that 4th down play when you know what you need to score. The question is it truly that beneficial to secure the top of the 11th, a.k.a. the third possession? And I think there's value there. What's funny is I know analytics people are all over this on social media. And a bunch of guys, I have no idea who they are, and Professor Cornfellow of the University of Providence is got an opinion. Well, whatever. He's got an opinion.
Is it Leopold Cornfellow?
Yes, the mathematician.
Yeah.
Everybody's got an opinion. This has never happened before. There's no data to go with that, and who knows when it'll happen again, if the format's going to change. So I don't think Kyle Shanahan made an egregious error. I just think the choice he made, they lost. And understand, I think there's benefits to both. And he got burned here.
Well, people don't like this strategy with the idea of a potential third possession. But the other thing, and who knows if he's going to reveal this. I don't know if he's going to say that, hey, my defense was dead dog tired. They couldn't stop They couldn't stop Kansas City. I needed to get them a long rest because we knew that Kansas City was going to come back and have their opportunity to tie things up or whatever. So we thought it was best that we strike first. And it didn't work out. They end up settling for a field goal, but it's 4th and 4. It's not like it's 4th and 2. Nope. It was 4th and 4 at the 9-yard line. Maybe you feel differently if you have it 4th and 4 at the 35-yard line. You're going to kick a 52-yard field goal? And I'm sure at that point you're also thinking about, do I want to punt and pin them deep, or do you go for it? You might be more inclined to go for it if you're further back because you got more room on the field to work with than just the 9 yards it's in front of you plus the 10 yards in the end zone. It's less than a 20-yard field on 4th and 4. So if I were a Niners fan, which I'm not, I'm not upset with Shanahan for kicking the field goal last night on 4th and 4 to take the lead in overtime. I'm not upset with that at all. You'd be disappointed that your defense didn't do their job in stopping Kansas City, but I can't fault them for kicking it at that point.
Do you think Dan Campbell would have gone for it on 4th and 4 instead of kicking the field goal?
No, because it's 4.
If
it were 3 or less, I think he's considering it. I guess maybe my gut tells me no, that he'd kick the field goal, but of course he's been known to go for it. And because you're that close, in their territory at 4th and 4 from the 9, if you don't get it, then they can, then they take over at that point. They're already.
Here's why I think he might have considered it. First of all, because he's Dan Campbell, and I think he considers every 4th down.
Yeah.
Secondly, I think one of the reasons he went for it is he trusted his offense and Jared Goff more than he trusted his defense. And he figured, look, I'm going to win the game with my best unit, and that's my offense. and I think we're going to convert it. I think he always thinks they're going to convert it. So maybe that's just the RSTLNN of all his decisions. He thinks they're going to convert it, but I think he strongly would have considered it.
Did it look like throughout the course of the game that San Francisco had a lot of these intermediate plays that picked up 7-8 yards? Or did it seem like they ended up with like big plays, or it would be like a big run from McCaffrey?
I didn't notice a trend one way or another.
I guess I'm getting because I don't know if they had an intermediate play that you'll go to like, oh, here we go. This is the play we go to. It's 4th and 4. We can pick up 6 yards with this play.
Yeah, I didn't notice, but
and with Kittle being a non-factor.
Strange, huh?
I mean, you would think automatically, if I need 4 yards, I'm going to George Kittle.
Yeah, Kittle at 4th and 4 seems like a good bet. But hey, if you
throw a screen pass to Deebo Samuel and let him barrel through.
One thing's for sure, if you're a head coach in football and you have to make a late in-game strategic decision and you lose the game, that decision will be scrutinized.
Yes.
If I'm in this situation, first of all, I don't think Campbell is in this situation because I think he would probably defer in overtime. I think you should always defer in overtime. There is one variable, and maybe this is the variable that you mentioned, Gator, that your defense is just gassed. If your defense is so gassed, like, hey, I have no choice but to take the ball because these guys can't go back out there, that I can kind of understand. But other than that, I'm talking completely gassed, by the way. Other than that, you got to defer because you have to know as a team what I need when I get the ball because I know I am getting the ball. That's the rules. And I understand the baseball analogy you bring up, Doug, but this is football. And in football, you can score defensively. In baseball, you cannot. And I do think they're going to change the rules just because it's going to be entertainment purposes, that every team gets equal amount of possessions no matter what. But with that being said, the rule is right now, I defer because I know what I need to get after they are done with their possession. And like I said, you can still score defensively. If they go 3 and out, or if they fumble or throw a pick, you're in an advantage situation again, and you get the ball. You could kick a field goal right away. Who knows what happens? You definitely kick the ball off in overtime with these rules, unless, like I said, your defense is like so gassed, like throwing up on the sideline, say, hey, we can't go out there. Other than that, I think Shanahan made the wrong call.
So now let's go back and look. Was his defense gassed?
Well, they had just played defense.
Yeah,
right,
the previous 3 drives were 12 plays, 69 yards by Kansas City, 11 plays, 64 yards by Kansas City, 13 plays, 75 yards by Kansas City. So were they gassed? I guess that was the last drive. So going into that, I can't count the last drive. So they've given up 23 plays for 133 yards, and then they gave up another long drive. I think we can make a hell of a case that his defense was indeed gassed, and they had just come off the field after an 11-play, 64-yard drive. Now, is that why he did it? That's not what he cited. I mean, he basically went third possession.
And I think if you defer the kick, guys, you have multiple ways you can win the game because you know you're getting the ball back. One, if you stop them, any score you make, you win the game. If you force them to a field goal, a touchdown for you wins the game. If you let them give them a touchdown, you can score a touchdown and go for 2. There's just many different ways. It's just more open if you know what you have to do as a team.
I'm typically not a go for 2 guy in those situations, but the argument for it in this case has a lot more validity to me because of that third possession. The third possession is a kill shot, sudden death possession, and if you went second and scored a touchdown and could tie it with an extra point or win it, winning it instead of giving them that kill shot possession makes some sense.
And converting it's a coin flip anyway. Does this play a role in it as well? Kansas City's last drive at the end of regulation. Kansas City's last drive when they end up kicking a field goal to tie it to force overtime.
Yep. Jair
Brown gets knocked silly when he tries to tackle Kelsey.
Yep.
And has to leave the game. Another player, Lenoir, was also hurt during the play. That's the last drive in regulation.
Do we know if either of them came back for overtime? I think they said they had the backup safety in, right?
Yeah, I think Brown was out. So
we're trying to get them to see if they could be healthy. Lenoir came back for the overtime. I'm just looking here. He made a tackle in overtime.
But I don't think Brown was the one who was writhing on the ground, right?
Yeah.
So was that a dislocated shoulder?
Oh, it looks like Brown made a tackle on the next to last play. So he did get back in the game.
Yeah, he got back in.
But I mean, that might be why, is because they had a few minutes to work. It could be. There's a lot of moving parts here.
I don't think that Shanahan's going to get in front of the podium and say, we needed to shoot him up, get the numbing stuff in there, and it takes a little while to work before we
Toradol. We had the
we need some
Toradol.
Toradol.
Yeah. All right, well, 248-539-9797. Kevin, you're next on 97 a ticket. What's up, Kevin?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
You know their coach will never admit they retired, right?
Probably
the
not.
Super Bowl.
Probably not.
A couple things didn't sit right with me. The Travis Kelce stuff, I don't know. He's my chump for sure. Champ, Andy Reid, the coach, dude's a legend. I really don't care for Kansas City that much, but I know good football when I see it. But let's get back to the Kelce. From the entrance into the stadium, I mean, come on, guy. Look, I think he's now put himself into the douche category. The stuff with Taylor Swift, whatever. I mean, I get it, but the pushing the coach, that just put it over the edge for me. And then not only that, but then to see him taking plays off, I know you guys were talking about that. It doesn't matter if the play is in the locker room. This is the Super Bowl, dude. You're not walking on the field, blah, blah, blah. Whatever it might be, it didn't sit right with me. But then to put the cherry on top and get on the podium and scream. This isn't the WWE, buddy. It's just embarrassing. I had secondhand embarrassment for the guy. I don't know. He just, the way he talks, carries himself. His brother is way more humble than he is. It's like you sit next to your brother during a podcast. You don't take a little bit of his swagger with you and just kind of tone it down just a little bit, buddy. But again, he's a douche.
Well, look, I appreciate the phone call, Gator. Does he bother you that much?
I've been bothered by Kelsey in the past because I do kind of agree with the caller. He's got some of those qualities to him. But I watched him do the interview after the game with Scott Van Pelt on SportsCenter, and I came back to I kind of like the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard enough interviews with him where I'm like, he's kind of cool.
I think there are times he needs to reel it in, but that's who he is. So I can't totally fault him.
I go through a little bit of who am I to say other than sound like old dude telling young kid how to act.
Right.
He's not my son. 97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Kang, I got a question because I'm going to ask you this, and I don't mind your answer. Whatever your answer is, roll with it. I have no problem with debate when I think there's two strong sides, and in the overtime thing, that's what I believe. I will argue to the hill if somebody does something illogical. Do you think my belief that what Shanahan did isn't illogical? Do you think it's illogical what he did?
First of all, I want to just clarify something. When I meant defer, I meant to kick off the ball. Just for anyone that's wondering, I think Shanahan should have kicked the ball and not received. Your question, Doug, I don't think it's illogical. I think you're looking too far ahead. I think too many variables have to happen for your scenario to happen, which you're preparing for, right? Mm-hmm. That's what I think. So I think that there is a case to be made. I mean, Kyle Shanahan, an NFL coach in the Super Bowl, made the same decision that you would possibly make.
Yep.
So I don't think it's completely illogical. I just think it's just too far down the line of things to worry about. I think you worry about the things you know, and in the new overtime rules, you will get the ball at least once.
What you want, you can't have. You want the second possession and the third possession. But see, you have to make the decision, and you don't get to the third possession unless you get through the first two.
Doug, think about it like this. Like your logic is when you get the ball with that third possession, it could be finality, right?
Yep. Top of the 11.
Yeah, but if you receive, my scenario where you kick off and you get the ball second, there's many scenarios where this is the final possession. That's why I like that better.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I understand the value of the third possession. If you don't understand the value of the third possession, that's fine. I would say that if in baseball, the 10th inning is done, if baseball becomes sudden death, do you want to hit in the top of the 11th or the bottom of the 11th? You would choose the top of the 11th every single time, but you got to get there first. And so that's why I see both sides, and I don't think what he did is illogical. 248-539-9797. Others disagree. Mike in Lake Orion, you're on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, gents. Good afternoon. One thing I do think that I'll roll with Kang here is that not only can you score defensively, but your game plan changes if you are actually in possession secondary and you have to score because now you are playing four-down territory, and so regardless to be able to score. Whereas the people who take it first, they might decide to kick that field goal rather than risking that fourth down play that they missed.
And Kansas City absolutely used that fourth down in their possession. Let me just, you can score defensively crowd. Isn't scoring defensively kind of unlikely as well? Just as unlikely as 100%. Getting to the third overtime is, or the third possession is? Like scoring defensively is not something you can count on.
I do not disagree with that, but all I'm saying is taking it second gives you an additional down to play with if you need it. At 3rd and 6, you no longer need to just throw a pass to make sure that playbook is open because you can now run it for 3 yards and be at 4th and 3, and now you've got still options. So I think that's a pretty strategic option to be able to be in 4-down territory as opposed to 3-down territory.
Well, one thing that's not helping Kyle Shanahan is the Chiefs saying afterwards they would have chosen to kick off, so they got what they wanted anyway. It's just that Shanahan gave it to them.
Yeah. Point well taken. I just do think you've got more options if you take the ball second.
Thank you.
More I think about it, more I think it had something to do with the injuries to the players.
Could be. Shanahan's starting to take a bit of a beating as a guy who's blown opportunities.
Well, I
think it was Ed Werder that said, to be fair, he's gone against Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, and Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
And he's done it with Matt Ryan, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Brock Purdy.
Right. And Brock Purdy might be the next great quarterback in the National Football League. And Brock Purdy was fine last night. And, when you did with Matt Ryan, you built up a massive lead against Tom Brady.
But when it's all said and done, these might be the two greatest quarterbacks in our lifetime. And Kyle Shanahan has happened to draw them in the 3 Super Bowls, 1 as an OC and 2 as a head coach. That's who he's going against. And that's
playing in the Super Bowl.
It is playing in the Super Bowl, but it's not as if he's always been operating with a deficit at that position. And
Well,
and still managed to build leads and still had a shot to win them both. Well, win all three, excuse me.
Andy Reid, he went to the Super Bowl with Philadelphia before, right?
I don't remember. Did he? Was he the coach at Philly? No, it was.
Well, not the one where they won it. I'm saying he went there and lost, I think, with Philadelphia back in the day, didn't he?
To Tom Brady?
Yeah, they had Terrell Owens. Didn't he come off a broken leg?
Yeah.
Donovan McNabb.
Yeah, it was a minute ago. But yes. Yes, he did. 99 to 2012 in Philly.
This might just be growing pains for Kyle Shanahan, but the other thing, just, Kansas City, what they've done is really impressive. I know you're not going to say it's a dynasty because they're not the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl this upcoming year.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine these things are going to shift and change once you see what happens in free agency and the draft, and you get closer to the season, and then we'll see how the odds change at that point. But the fact that Kansas City's got a young defense and that the defense is great, if they're able to hang on, this is where it's going to matter. If they're able to hang on to Snead and to Jones on the defensive side, I imagine those odds are going to change quickly because that's the big thing. You keep those two guys on your defense, you can make another run. They've played in, 4 of the last 5 Super Bowls they've played in, and they've won 3 of them. That, to me, screams dynasty.
So the reason, and look, a sports dynasty, the definition of dynasty is all related to rulers and kings and all that. In sports, I have thought of, okay, it's not about a ruler and a king, but when you're in the middle of a dynasty, I think it's about penning in the team to win the next championship. Like, they're going to win the next championship. And they're not even the favorite next year, which is interesting.
They're the second team, aren't they?
Yes, they are. But in the middle of a dynasty, would a team ever not be favored to win the next title?
Well, I would say this. I think it's about results more than it is. I take your point, and and that's fine. But I think in the end, it's what do you do? Did you win? Because I don't think this was the best Kansas City team that we've seen when they've won out of the 3 Super Bowl winning teams they've had.
It's not.
And yet they were good enough to win because they have a dynasty going.
Would you pick them to win next year?
I'm not going to pick against them. I said on Friday's show.
You'd pick them to win next year?
Yeah, I would. Because on Friday's show, what did I say? I can't pick against Patrick Mahomes.
Paula Pash just got from Bet Online that Kansas City is a 5-1 favorite. FanDuel has San Francisco as the favorite, for what it's worth. The Lions, according to Bet Online, are the 3rd favorite, a better chance than Baltimore. So there's so if you want a better odds on the Lions, they are 7-1 on Bet Online, and they are 12-1 on FanDuel. So go get the 12-1. 248-539-9797. Matthew, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, sir?
I'm from Missouri, so I'm a Chiefs fan. I was happy they won. I do agree with a previous caller. Kelsey is getting kind of annoying. But I think Chiefs won because Mahomes has more Super Bowl experience, and Super Bowl and regular games are a total different atmosphere. And I think that's where Brock Purdy was just lacking at with the experience in the Super Bowl atmosphere. And that's why the Chiefs won. Were able to pull out the victory.
I guess, where do you think that Brock Purdy inexperience showed?
He did really good in the first half. I think the defense in the second half just started to slip a little bit. And that's why the Chiefs were able to come back.
You know what he did in the second half, though, Matthew? The second half in overtime, he took them on 3 straight possessions that gave them the lead.
In a Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. And he's taking criticism?
Well, he just said that he thinks the difference is the experience at the quarterback position. And then I said, where did it show? And you said the defense.
He's really good. He played a really good game. I just think the experience matters a little bit more. He played an excellent game, but I think experience is what really mattered in the end.
Look, I thought so too going in. Purdy answered the bell, man. Purdy got the football in the second half trailing, took his team on a touchdown drive, including a 4th down conversion. Then they got the ball back tied, took his team on a go-ahead field goal drive. Then he got the ball tied in overtime, took his team on a go-ahead field goal drive. Like, I don't know that Purdy's inexperience hurt them at all. And Mahomes also, at the end of the game, these two were dueling, man. Mahomes took him on 4 consecutive scoring drives. I mean, I'm going to eliminate the take the knee at the end of regulation. Like, that doesn't count as a real possession.
How much do you just say Mahomes just was better in this game than Purdy? Not that Purdy was bad, but Purdy did miss a couple shots
and
that he
Mahomes
had.
finished some drives.
Yeah, that's all.
Mahomes was better because he is better. Because he's
no shame in that.
He's trending toward the greatest quarterback in the history of the game.
I can listen to Brock Purdy's inexperience showed, but I can't think of a place where it showed. Can you give me? Can anybody?
The only thing I can think of is maybe, picking out protections and recognizing blitzes and where they're going to come from.
Okay,
is that the only thing?
Last possession of regulation, pass batted down on 3rd and 5 that could have ended the game. Could he have? Did he not see that blitz coming? That's a good question. That's a valid question. The other one is 3rd and 4, when the pass rush was on him immediately and he lobbed that leather rainbow to the back corner of the end zone, and I think it was Ayuk was coming wide open in the flat, was probably the intended receiver. I'm sure he got rid of that football sooner than he wanted to, but those could be. Those are kind of open-ended questions. That might be the case. 248-539-9797. Hey, during the winter, the last thing you need is plumbing issues. If you got them, call my friends at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing at 855-339-4242. They will send one of their plumbers out quickly. If you're tired of running out of hot water, do what we did. Call CGC and get them to install a Navien tankless water heater. We love ours. No more running out of hot water. You'll reduce your energy consumption and save money. Call CGC Water and get 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
See what he did there?
What?
Jackpot.
Oh. Yep. 248-539-9797.
Because it was in Vegas.
Right.
So
Gator, I was talking to Doug about that this morning. And maybe Doug doesn't want to talk about this because of the new side gig he has.
Right. The side hustle being the play-by-play voice of Michigan football.
That's right, the voice.
The national championship voice of Michigan football.
Gator, it's like
Mr. 28-1 over here. Yeah.
The announcers, they got a hard job. Honestly, it's not as easy as everyone thinks it is. It's not. But with that being said,
I have so much sympathy right now for these guys.
But with that being said, you don't have to, based on location where you're at, to make the call on that. Like, you
Houston, we have a champion.
Right? Like, as soon as the Super Bowl was announced in Vegas and they knew CBS was going to have it, Jim Nantz.
Did you say that?
No.
You did not say Houston.
I did not say Houston, we have a champion.
That would have been awful.
Nantz would have.
Yeah, Nantz would have been all over.
Nantz knew he was going to say this line no matter who was going to play or who was going to win. He knew it was going to be.
I will tell you that the greats think about it. And I know that because one of the greats I've talked to about it. I'll just leave it at that.
They were pushing so hard for the Vegas thing when it was 1919. They were trying to work blackjack into this. Like, I mean, like is he gonna hit? Is he gonna push? Like,
do you stay here? What do you do?
If they go for it here, let me tell you something. This will be one of the biggest gambles in the history of Vegas.
It feels like they're on tilt, Tony. Tilt.
It got woven in.
Here comes the pit boss. What? What's going on?
You know, at this point, the way Patrick Mahomes is playing, you just have to say, thanks, Patrick, but your play is just too good for us here.
Maybe
we're going to have to ask you to leave.
More comfortable at a different arena.
You know they're getting comped tonight.
So do you think last night is the bar tab that Mahomes picked up, or is he promising another trip back? Remember we had that story. He made the team vow that they would not go to any Super Bowl parties until after the game, and because they would do that, he would pay for a team celebration in Vegas. But was it last night? Did he pick up the tab?
Maybe it was, because there's all these videos coming out of them partying, and it's like, hey, welcome to Super Bowl champs, and they're major parties. This is with, Post Malone. There are others that are there, other celebrities, and it seems like this was a special party for the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
They're all walking around with bottles of champagne, and I think maybe this was. And it was. If that's the case, that's brilliant for Mahomes. Now that's going to cost you. It's still going to cost you a ton of money, but you wouldn't have to pay for airfare or lodge.
It's true. It'd be a lot cheaper if Mahomes said, "Hey guys, I was talking about tonight. Everybody, bar closes in an hour."
Right. And the way Taylor was drinking last night, that's really gonna run up a tab.
So I sent you guys the video during one of the TV timeouts. They put her on the big screen. She slammed her beer. I'm sure.
Whatever it was. She was
that's right.
With a 6-ounce glass.
248-539-9797. Let's go.
Like that matters.
Yeah. Chris, you're on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Fellas, how's it going?
Hey.
Just want to talk about the last caller. I know it's listen, Brock Purdy, he played a great game. Don't get me wrong. Now, there's two plays in specific that I want to come to. In my opinion, that 3rd and 4 at the 2-minute warning, okay, if you look at the play, 2 receivers to the left side, Ayuk in the slot, he comes wide open right off the snap. But Steve Spagnuolo is a genius, brought pressure, disguised it great, and I think that's where the inexperience comes from, and that's where the question
could be. And Chris, if it comes down to that play, and you ask me, I've got a 3rd and 4 at the 2-minute warning to take a huge step towards solidifying a Super Bowl win. Who do I want taking that snap? Brock Purdy or Patrick Mahomes? I would say Patrick Mahomes. Now,
1,000,000%.
But I don't know if it has anything to do with inexperience or just Mahomes is better. But you can make a hell of a case that that's an example where maybe Mahomes' experience pays dividends.
Right,
Yep.
right. Now, I do want to go, and this is not Purdy's fault, obviously. I want to go to the muffed punt because I do think that's the difference in the game. At the end of the day, I mean, that doesn't happen. It's a completely, totally different game. I mean, momentum switched. We saw how that happened with the Lions, and Boom, the rest is history.
So think about that's the only touchdown Kansas City scored in regulation when they were given a 19-yard field off a muff punt.
Right.
And they were Mahomes in the end led 4 straight scoring drives with the Super Bowl on the line. And I think Purdy got, as you pointed out several times during the show, Gator, he had 3 scoring drives at the end to give his team the lead.
Yeah, in the fourth quarter and overtime.
And that's a guy that I don't think the moment was too big for him.
No, I mean, this wasn't, it's not Purdy versus Mahomes. I think it ends up being a defense in San Francisco that let the team down by not being able to stop Kansas City. And it's not a prolific Kansas City offense. You know, it's an offense that they couldn't run with Pacheco, ran for 3 yards a carry. But what they couldn't do, and it almost seems like, did they bait them? You know, but with the whole thing, or did they just figure out a way at halftime to beat them with the way Nick Bosa was rushing? And, you know, the announcers kept pointing it out. Look what he's doing here. He's not over-penetrating there. He's keeping the integrity and going to force this play back inside. He's not going to let Mahomes get outside of him. And that was the narrative throughout the whole first half. And then you get into the late in the third and into the fourth quarter, and Mahomes is making plays, and that offense is making plays directly at Nick Bosa, because they would either have an option with a tight end going in motion where Bosa has to make a decision, and it's no crime on Bosa. Bosa's doing what he can do, but they found a way to beat him, their best defensive player, by running right at him.
Richard is next on 97 on the Ticket. Hello, Richard.
Hello there.
Hey, guy.
You know, there's lots of plays you could say that was the difference in the game. But to me, the most impactful thing was the missed extra point. If San Francisco could never have gone down, kicked a field goal to tie it 19-19 if he had made that extra point. Overtime would never have happened if he made that extra point. A lot of other plays were important, but that missed extra point changed everything that happened after that.
It was a big moment in the game, and credit San Francisco's or check that Kansas City special teams for getting the paw up there. It's amazing how close, and the whole game of inches thing, when that field goal from Butker was good from 57 yards or whatever it was, he just barely got that past some outstretched hands. And that one has to be low. Typically, the longer field goals, lower trajectory. Right, yep. But when they did the super slow-mo, and it kind of was like
it's a high snap.
Threaded the needle between 2 guys' hands. It's amazing. But the blocked extra point turned out to be very, very big. 248-539-9797.
But there's a handful of plays and everything. You could go to a bunch of stuff and say, well, this was also a play that hurt them, or this was also a play that hurt them. How about, Kansas City getting all the way down to goal-to-go situation, and then they turn the ball over? I mean, is that a big play?
That's a big play.
So they cancel each other out.
248-539-9797. Jake is in Belleville and next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
It was a good game. I really hope Patrick Mahomes stays true to his word and bring everybody to Vegas. But, I mean, in my opinion, I think a block extra point is a whole lot bigger than a missed extra point. And that's another big game changer. It changes the momentum tremendously.
What's the difference between a block and a missed?
Well, I mean, you feel better when you block it.
Well, yeah. I mean, sure. I guess. I mean, they're both. You don't get the point. Okay.
I just hope Mahomes treats his team to a party too.
I wonder if it was last night.
I think it was last night.
Do you?
I mean, everybody's there. They're there with family. They're there with friends.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys, this is what I mean. We're going to commandeer a club. We've already secured it. Hey, guess what? Post Malone is going to be there.
Mm-hmm. That's, I'm sure it wasn't cheap, but it's a lot cheaper than flying everybody back out there.
Yeah. Everybody's got their room to stay in tonight, right? So we're good.
It was weird. McCole Hardman was on Good Morning America today. Okay, and it hadn't been to sleep.
Yeah, I wouldn't either at that point.
However, I don't know him, but do you remember when who's the quarterback of Georgia went on Good Morning America? Stetson Bennett?
I don't remember.
Okay. Stetson Bennett Well, we'll get to it. We're up against a break. We'll update at 1:33. 97.1 The Ticket. That's Hardman. And he was the difference between McCole Hardman and Stetson Bennett on Good Morning America after winning a championship. With McCole Hardman sounded as sober as one could sound. Bennett wasn't. Now, Bennett might have some personal issues because did he get released by the Rams or they just put him on some sort of injured reserve list?
Yeah, I think the first thing they did was personal reasons. I'm not sure if it was officially released or put him on one of those, lists that you could still be on the team. But
right.
Yeah, he wasn't with the team for a while.
Well, anyway, yeah, he was his interview on Good Morning America after being up all night partying after a natty was quite something. 248-539-9797. Ned, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Ned.
Hey, what's up, guys? I got my champion chump for the year for you. What a year for the Lions. Kind of bored me by the Super Bowl, but my real quick, my champ is gonna be. I don't know if you guys saw the Ottawa-Toronto game on Saturday, but my champ's gonna be the goal horn announcer or the guy who presses the goal horn in Ottawa. I don't know if you guys saw that clip, but he was just blowing that thing after that clap for the entire scrum after that empty net goal. The guy was
He
just
kept
that
hitting
horn.
it?
Oh yeah, he just let it kept going and going and going. It was hilarious.
That's funny.
There's a bunch of arguments all over the place about if Morgan Riley if it was a cheap shot or whatever. But I think the real instigator in that whole thing was that goal, the guy blowing the goal.
I have to go back and listen to it. That's funny.
I don't think there's any argument about whether or not it's a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot.
Yeah.
You can,
it was a cheap shot for sure.
I mean, cross-checking the head is pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, that goal horn. Go back and watch that. But then I'm going to double champ and just do Usher. Usher, man, bringing me right back to 2004, baby. Have a good week, guys.
Take care, Ned. 248-539-9797. He's got a Vegas residency, and I've not been to that. But I feel like he just took his residency show and probably did it for the halftime show. He kind of mentioned, actually, now that I met, he sort of hinted at that beforehand, that it would, doing that show every night in Vegas has helped prepare him for the Super Bowl. But I wonder how similar it actually was. The roller skates I did not expect.
Well, seeing how it's only 15 minutes long, I would hope that his residency
show is longer than that.
The show's longer than that.
I just wonder how many.
And I don't know how many of the special guests you get out there for the residency.
Yeah, I was laughing because Alicia Keys had that like red piano, that swoosh-shaped piano or whatever that was, and I'm like, that piano might cost $1 million, and she played it for 15 seconds and then stood up. Let's go to Jim. You're next on 97 a ticket. What's up, Jim?
Hey, I just got a couple points, I guess. Maybe you guys agree with me, maybe you don't, but Shanahan's supposed to be this great offensive mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they got the ball first and goal. He runs 2 plays in a row. Well, obviously they can't run a third. They got to throw the ball. They're going to blitz, and he comes up with a nothing play. And then he does the same thing with 2 minutes left. He's no imagination. He knows they're going to blitz at that third down, and he can't even get the ball off.
Well,
he really didn't show me a whole lot yesterday in that game.
They only scored 19 points in regulation, but so did Mahomes. I mean, it was obviously a defensive game and a game with some sloppiness. Yeah, offense coordinators, even the best in the game, and he is one of the best in the game. They don't get every call right, that's for sure.
Right. But they're going to, first and goal, they run the ball twice. You know what's coming third down. You know they're not going to run 3 times in a row.
So at what point was it first and goal?
It was first and goal they ran. They ran again on second goal.
I'd say at what point in the game?
I think that was in the first half when they settled for the field goal. But second down, that's kind of like no one knows what you're going to do on second down, basically. Why wouldn't you throw the ball there?
Maybe they checked into it. Do you know what defense they were in?
No, I'm not sure. But I know they blitzed.
All right, thank you. Did they ever have first and goal in the first half?
No. In the first half? Not that I can. No, because when they kick field goals?
They kicked the one
10-play
field goal
drive that was the 55-yard field goal, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a 55-yard field goal to put them up 3-0.
Yeah.
They scored a touchdown to put them up 10-0. And then you had the end of the half on the Kansas City field goal. So did not have
the other field goal. They even in overtime, that wasn't first and goal, was it? They were trying. No, it was 4th and 4 at 9. They never had first and goal and didn't score. Correct. But look, I mean, again, one of the questions that you have to ask are what personnel was the defense in? What defense did they have on the field? What hash was the ball on?
In overtime, they had it 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 15. Yep. So maybe this is what he's referring to. McCaffrey ran the ball for 6 yards on first down.
So now it's 2nd and 4?
2nd and 4 from the 9. They try to run it again, and it went nowhere. 3rd and 4 at the 9, tries to throw, incomplete.
Okay, so if he's talking about that possession, which is based upon the play-by-play of the game, probably the only possession he could be referring to. They run for 6 yards on first down, and he has a real issue with them running it on 2nd and 4. Is that? I mean, I don't know what defense was on the field, what personnel was on the field, but that doesn't sound like an egregious 2nd and 4 run. Is that bad?
No, I don't think so. Blown up.
248-539-9797. Eugene, you're next in Canton. Hi, Eugene.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm not looking at Young and the Restless now. I called a while ago. You asked.
That's
me.
right. I do remember that.
What's the difference? Overtime rules. Now they started this now in the Super Bowl. If the other team, even if they score a touchdown, the other team get a chance to score a touchdown. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, but they don't do that in the regular season.
No, they don't.
Why is that? And when they start doing that?
Actually, I think guys, is this the first game that we've seen this?
Yeah.
This is the first overtime playoff game, and we're just under about one per year in the last 14 years. There's about one playoff game, not quite one, just under about one playoff game that goes to overtime each year. And I'm pretty sure this is the first one with this format. And I'm not sure it won't be the last one with this format. But so that's what makes this debate with Shanahan choosing to take the ball instead of kicking so interesting, because it's the first time we've seen it. You know, I agree when those say he was protecting the third possession. He wanted to have the ball the third possession because you could score and end the game no matter what there. And the people that say, but you got to get there first, and what is the likelihood you're going to get there? I don't know. We don't know. This is the first time we've seen it. But hey, they wanted to guarantee that each team got a possession in the postseason, which I respect, but I think you should just have the same amount of possession, just like innings in baseball. It's more fair, and as Kang says, it's more entertaining, which is probably why they would make that decision. And I get why you can't play in perpetuity in the regular season because teams have to bounce back and play the next week. But in the Super Bowl, you have 205 days or something before the next game. You'll be fine. I mean, you could suffer a major injury, but there's plenty of time to come back from it, right? From the normal
you would think, yeah,
wear and tear from an extra possession or
That's
two.
right.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. Bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way for you to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. It's always a little bit more fun when your team's playing a little bit better, and ours is. However, if you want to play normal, just go to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet the NBA. No sweat same game parlay TNT Thursday nights. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Make every moment mean more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Obviously, Super Bowl's a big deal, but we're going to get into Tiger baseball over the next couple of days. Red Wing playoff push, nice win. That second period on Saturday against Vancouver was so bad. They gave up 3 goals, and they had a 7-minute power play. They had a 5-minute major in which they didn't threaten. Then that was followed up instantly by another 2-minute minor. They didn't threaten. And as Roenick, former Red Wing, came out of the box, literally after 7 minutes of penalty killing, Vancouver scored 2 seconds into even strength time. And I'm like, this is a brutal period. And I could single some guys out that I thought played terrible in that second period. But I'm not going to, because they came back and played much better in the third.
Sure.
And then won in overtime on the Jake Wallman penalty shot, which included the great celebration. But it was a nice win over a team that I will tell you, when I watched Vancouver's power play and penalty kill, very impressed. And I'd like to call that a Stanley Cup Finals preview. No? Is that taking it too far?
No, I like it.
Okay.
Run with it.
Yep.
Look, Wings are playing great. It's a lot of fun to watch them play. There's such a much more higher scoring team this year than they were last year. The addition to Brinkett and now Patrick Kane, and those guys have really made an impact on this team. But so have a lot of the other adults that they brought into the room, guys like Kampfer and Sprong. They've done a really nice job. Jake Wallman has been fantastic for this team. He's steady defensively. He's got 11 goals from the blue line, including the game winner on the penalty shot in overtime, which you never see. I mean, think about that. It's a defenseman awarded a penalty shot in overtime. Only in overtime would you see that because of the 3-on-3. And he just buried it with a beautiful goal. Gets to do the gritty. Watching the gritty celebration
on ice,
it's a fun one to watch. Yep. And thank God it's our own player that's doing it, not somebody that's doing it after they beat the Red Wings. But
we'd probably hate it.
Probably would.
Yeah, don't like it when Justin Jefferson's doing it on you too much, right?
No.
Against the Lions. Doug, didn't something happen in that game that you kind of complained about last week? Weren't the Red Wings the only one to possess the puck in overtime?
Yes. I think they were.
No equal possession there.
No, there wasn't equal possession. No,
it wasn't for 2.5 minutes. So
let me be clear. Yeah, it's an observation. It's not really a complaint. And it was against Ottawa, wasn't it? Didn't Ottawa win the opening faceoff and possessed the puck for over 2 minutes and scored? Which is, the ability to possess the puck look, the ice is wide open. There's only 6 dudes out there, so you can see why. But yeah, the Red Wings, I don't think ever relinquished possession in the overtime. But here's the thing: it's not at all the same as the Lions ending their playoff drought. But the Red Wings have missed 7 consecutive trips to the playoffs in a league where half the teams make it, and the Red Wings went to every playoff for 25 years. They've missed for 7 consecutive years, haven't won a first-round series in 10 years. And it's rare that a team misses for this many years, and getting back in would be so refreshing and fun, and just to be back and playing postseason hockey, there's that freshness to it, I guess is what it is. It'd be fresh to have them back in it, and I really want them to make it.
If they make it, they may have games going on the week of the draft, which can make downtown even crazier.
Is that right? Does it align with the draft, the postseason schedule?
I believe that's the truth.
Wow.
Have you seen these odds that came out about potential halftime shows for next year in the Super Bowl?
No. There's odds you can bet on who next year's halftime performer will be.
From Bovada. This is Lil Wayne is plus 260. Taylor Swift is plus 400. Drake is plus 450. Justin Bieber plus 700. And Miley Cyrus at plus 2,200. Those are the 5 that I see right now.
Is there a pattern to this? Do they try and
male, female,
or genres?
I don't know. This is pretty. Taylor Swift is clearly not the same genre as Lil Wayne.
No, but there's been a lot of hip hop lately. Just looking at this, and you know what there hasn't been is a lot of classic rock acts.
Well, because I think they're kind of done. having guys in their 70s up there.
I get it, but I mean, classic rock shifts. People that we weren't considered classics
I
become
suppose,
classic.
bands that were in the, I guess, big in the 80s now would be considered classic rock.
Mm-hmm.
Like Metallica or something like that.
Yeah. But we're going to get to a point where, hey, next on classic rock, Coldplay. What?
Oh, boy.
Anyway, yeah. I wonder if they'll keep going that hip hop artist or see what's next.
Maybe just do a mashup, Jethro Tull with Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice, huh?
With Jethro Tull.
Well, yeah, you know what they haven't had is any country. Have they had any country performers?
Has Garth Brooks done it?
Not that I'm seeing. I don't know that Garth.
Oh, there's some massive country acts that you could get in there.
Yes. Shania Twain in 2003. And I think that's it.
Wow. Well, does Taylor Swift count? I guess she's more pop, but she kind of started with country. But I don't think Miley Cyrus kind of the same type of thing.
I'm not sure Taylor Swift has ever done halftime. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think she has either. I'm just saying because she's the second odds-on favorite here.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, anyway. And then the Pistons. They led by 5 going to the 4th, looking for their 3rd straight win in LA against the Clippers. In fact, they extended their lead to 7 in the 4th. And too much Paul George down the stretch. 2 deep scuds, part of a 15-point fourth quarter for Paul George. And Jalen Duren's last 3 games, 15, 22, and 18.
With rebounds.
Yes, which is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, I think sky's the limit with what his talent is.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully they'll be able to develop him offensively into more of a scorer, but rebounding-wise, I mean, he's quicker to – his rebounding total is faster than anybody in Pistons history at this point. Even they just showed that stat last week, faster than Andre Drummond and Grant Hill.
Yep. So
it's fun.
And they are still on their West Coast trip. They got the Lakers tomorrow and then Phoenix on Wednesday and then the All-Star break. We have got Jim Costa and Rico Beard in studio. How are we doing today, boys?
Gentlemen. The real question is, how's Rico doing, right? I mean, everybody's been asking him.
Lord knows. Yeah, I'm fine. I guess I'm not.
Used to disappointment? Yeah.
Say what?
Used to disappointment?
Oh, they lost the game.
I know. Super Bowl.
You know what? I'm boycotting the draft, okay? I'm not going to watch the draft. I just can't. Can't watch the draft, can't watch the combine.
You're ridiculous.
How dare you?
Nah, you know what? It was one of those games where, unfortunately, the team that I like played in it and lost. But if you had no skin in the game, you were thoroughly entertained.
Hell of a Super Bowl.
Well, I didn't like the first 3 quarters. I thought the first 3 quarters were epically boring.
Yeah, I mean, sloppy, fumbles, field goals.
If you like and appreciate defense, it was good.
Well, I thought some of it was defense. I didn't think the fumble, specifically special teams fumble, the low kick, I didn't think the penalties, pre-snap penalties. But at the end of the day,
the horrible interception.
There was what really impressed me about San Francisco's defense was how many times Patrick Mahomes had no one to throw to, and he didn't.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden they decided, let's just start blitzing. No, how about you don't?
I thought it was a sloppy game that ended up being quite entertaining. I wouldn't say it was a classic. I just said it was a very entertaining game for being as sloppy as it was.
We've only had 2 overtimes in the history of the Super Bowl. Final play decides the game. That doesn't happen every year in the Super Bowl.
It's entertaining.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it a great game. It just makes it entertaining.
But you had a lot of tense moments, which to me makes for a good football game.
Well, in the last, I think, if you get rid of the kneel down, every team scored the last 7 possessions of the game. And I thought Purdy did a great job with his team, and Mahomes came alive with his team. And it was a fun watch in the end, for sure.
Purdy giving his team the lead 3 times, in the fourth quarter and overtime, and they couldn't close the door. I mean, if you don't come away watching this season of football and say that Brock Purdy's, he's not a game manager. He's a great quarterback. He's off to an amazing start. He's going to have better things coming in his future. He's learning to make plays with his feet now as well. He had his team in position to win 3 times in the fourth quarter and overtime, and it's not his fault that he didn't get it done.
There's a difference in the two quarterbacks, and that's
without a doubt.
obvious.
Yeah.
Obvious. But one is a game. One is a game changer. One is a game manager. One guy you can heat up with blitzes and change the game. The other one you can't blitz or it's a death sentence.
I completely disagree.
I think you're selling Chris Jones short. Okay, he was right there and disrupted a lot of plays.
Lions blitzed him, and Fatu Melifonwu had him dead to rights, and he escaped and completed a 10-yard completion right on the sidelines. They blitzed him and had him dead to rights. He scrambled out of there and threw across his body.
Critical third down at the end of regulation and at the end of overtime. He got heated up, and that was the difference.
Those are interesting. If you're giving me the choice,
Chris Jones is kind of like Brock Purdy and Patrick Mahomes, not necessarily in the same category.
I would rather have Mahomes taking that snap than Purdy. Let me be clear. Right. I thought Purdy did a great job, and I actually find the game manager thing to be offensive. I think it's a terrible insult. I think he's way better
than him who wanted to say, see, he didn't lose that game.
But we need to rebrand this. He's a field general. It's the same thing as a game manager, field general, but you're not on that next tier where you can.
In theory,
he's not elite.
Aren't all quarterbacks playing within their own systems?
Well,
sure.
Hang on. Is the reason that he's not elite because he's got all of 20 games under his belt as a quarterback?
Yeah, it's too early to call him that. But
I mean, give it some time. But the way he's played,
I'm impressed.
He's played out of his mind.
Is Mahomes better? Yes, Mahomes is better.
Yeah, Mahomes is the best.
Have a great show, boys. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
It's good to see Rico smile.
Well done. I didn't know how him and Roberto were going to put that thing together. I gave Roberto way too much latitude with that one. So
could have missed the mark, didn't miss the mark.
It was close.
Yeah, right up against the line there.
Yeah, he wrote an essay earlier about that movie. So
right.
Oh,
like
no.
Roberto, it's supposed to be 30 seconds or less. He's breaking down. And then they went, okay, we can stop. So, yeah.
But I say it's good to see you smile. Like, I mean, that's as brutal a way to lose a Super Bowl as there is, right?
It is. I mean,
outside of what the Falcons did, but Shanahan's part of all three of them. So,
yeah, it's different. Yeah, I guess everybody expects me to be throwing the chair drop. Oh, look, man, that game, it's in the bottom corner.
Oh no, they got a different setting on over here.
Yeah, they was expecting the chair drop. There it is. It wasn't that. I mean, was I disappointed? Yeah, I was disappointed. But sometimes two good teams play and just a better team won. And Mahomes cemented himself as that guy. Like, yeah, you kind of saw it coming, especially the final play. I'm sitting there and I'm like, whatever you do, cover, don't let Travis Kelce go wide open. And sure enough, they covered him. They just happened to leave. What was it? Hardman just wide open.
Yep.
So, and as soon as the play started, I was like, and he's wide open. You just dropped your head, and that's ball game. So.
But I thought you would have had more frustration with the way that Kyle Shanahan handled this thing. And you came in, and I don't know, maybe you're a better person than Lions fans and all of us who were upset a week or 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah, I'm not going to boycott the combine and the draft. No, I'm not doing that.
But your coach did you no favors in that game. You have no issue with how he handled himself?
No. Cookies, I didn't like everything that he did. But the whole, should he have been aggressive? Should he have not been aggressive? That wasn't my biggest concern with him. My biggest concern was at the beginning of the third quarter. You get the pick, and you're on the Kansas City side of the field. You have the offensive player MVP on your team who was basically picking up yards running the ball. They stopped running the ball. They stopped doing what they were doing. 3 and out. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, we should probably hand the ball off to McCaffrey, which they did in the fourth quarter. They regained the lead. They started looking like the Niners from the first half. A lot of missed opportunities. The overtime, first of all, can we just have this overtime regular season?
Thank you.
When people go to a game, do you have someplace to go? You got someplace to be? I've never understood that. Well, it just takes so long. Where else were you going? You came to a game. Sit there and watch and be entertained. The Chiefs, Andy Reid was the better coach. Andy Reid had his players prepared for the overtime. They were like, yeah, we've been practicing this going back to training camp. Like, we knew. We're going back, and if this happens, this is what we're going to do. Shanahan, I would have took the ball. I would have kicked it. I would have kicked it and said, Kansas City, you go first, because I need to know what do I have to do.
Yes.
But then when they explained it, I'm like, okay, I kind of see, because you're going against Mahomes, you don't want to give him the extra possession. So if Kansas City goes first, they score, you score, then they get the ball back again. But then Reed came up with an idea that I'm like, you know what? I guess I wouldn't have thought about that. Yeah, we're just going to go for 2. We weren't kicking the extra point. We were going for 2.
I'm not trying to do this in hindsight. At the time of the toss, I thought it was negligent to take the ball. The rule had changed. You were guaranteed a rebuttal. It's how it always should have been to begin with. You're guaranteed a rebuttal. You don't take the ball first.
I thought it was shades of the Thanksgiving Day game. I'm like, no, Fred Warner said he wanted to go on defense. No, he didn't.
Rico,
he actually said he wanted to go on offense.
It's not as bad as taking the wind. But it is nothing is that bad.
Nothing will ever be as bad as taking the win.
But you have to have 4 downs. You gave Mahomes 4 downs and gave yourself 3 downs.
No, the rationale was we're going to score, they're going to score, then it's sudden death. We get the ball, we kick a field goal, we walk away because that's Mahomes. You limit the amount of times. I don't agree. I understand. I don't agree.
That I'm not yelling at you. To Kyle Shanahan. There was no third possession, you bozo. I'm happy you saved yourself for the third possession. Did you have your closer ready in the 11th inning? Oops, there was no 11th inning. The idea that you would take the ball, not know if you need a touchdown or a field goal, settle for a field goal on 4th down, give Mahomes the ball knowing what he needs to win. Even if you score a touchdown, they're going to score a touchdown and go for 2. Reed had his guys prepared. Niners players are going, what rule change? True story. Multiple Niners going, we had no idea what the strategy was.
Yeah, they said they were reading it on the Jumbotron
and
as
Rico,
they put it up during the game.
Rico, and it's why maybe you can defend some of the in-game stuff, and it's not all his fault, but the 3 largest blown leads in the history of the Super Bowl, Kyle Shanahan has been either the head coach or the offensive coordinator. I mean, there's no defending this. That's all-time playoff choker.
So you should just quit?
I didn't say quit.
But go get Bill Belichick in San Francisco. That's over.
But David, that's why I don't understand. He calls me today, and we're talking before the show. I would be livid if I was a Niners fan. How can you blow another double-digit lead? You forget CMC, you're kicking field goals, you're taking the ball in overtime. How are you not more upset?
I mean, the double-digit lead was early in the game. It wasn't a double-digit lead late in the game. That's a different thing. Because you knew, come on. Did you think you were going to shut out the Kansas City Chiefs?
They were going to go on a run.
It was 10-0.
Rico, they didn't put them away.
Yes.
They had so many chances to put them away.
Yes, they fumbled the ball. They did a lot of things. Did he make some bad calls? Yeah. The third quarter, very upset. But yeah, the kicking the ball was like, I mean, taking the ball at the beginning of overtime was like, yeah, I probably would have went on defense, but I guess you knew what you were doing. But it was Mahomes. You were never going to get the ball back. Because later you found out that if they had scored a touchdown, the Chiefs were going to go for 2. And I got to believe the play that won them the game was their 2-point conversion play. That they would have just rolled that play out, it would have worked, and they would have walked away winning the game on a walk-off 2-point conversion. I would have kicked it. I'm not that – because I'm upset more that he didn't run Christian McCaffrey more in the third quarter.
Yeah.
That's just me. I'm sure Detroiters don't care, but – for me,
Rico,
I'm angry.
It was the Super Bowl.
Right.
People watched. Despite what people may have claimed, you're good.
And here's the other thing. He probably said, we want to score. His defense had been playing lights out. They had been confusing Mahomes. Mahomes wasn't playing the greatest game. They were getting key stops.
Yeah.
And he figured, guys, can you do it one more time? Can you go out? And they got him into a 4th down play. And then once again, they called a timeout and dialed up the perfect play. And it was like, come on, how did you not know that he wasn't going to run the ball? He's not trusting the ball with Pachinko. He's not giving the ball to anybody.
Game on the line.
Maybe Kelsey. But no, I'm just, you know
Mahomes
what?
is touching the ball.
I make $250 million. I got this, fellas. I'll pick up this first down, which he did. And when the play happened, it was just like Bosa bit, went after Isaiah Pacheco. It's like, yep. And it just, as gameplay. What you saw was Andy Reid took Shanahan to school in that overtime.
So, okay, couple things. The fallout of this game and viewing it through the lens of being a Lions fan. The way the Lions lost, blowing a 17-point lead at the half, versus the way your Niners just lost the Super Bowl. We can ask the question, which way is a worse way to lose? I also think there's the lens of watching that game as a Lions fan. Did you feel like you would have won that game? Because when it was sloppy and it was early, I saw a lot of people going, oh, the Lions would already have 2 touchdowns right now. The Lions could.
See, I would say this for the Lions. I mean, for 2 weeks, we've all heard this show, you've on your shows, Kenny's taking phone calls for 2 shows. David's heard it. The pain that Detroit had losing in the NFC Championship game. Would you rather that pain or the pain this morning if you were the San Francisco 49ers and you just lost in overtime?
It's worse to lose that way. It's worse to lose in the Super Bowl in overtime.
The pain this morning. I would rather have the pain this morning. Sign me up for that pain every single day of the week. I would love to know what it's like to be in that game. I have no idea what it's like to be in that game. I don't even know what it's like to be close to that game before this year. I'll take that pain.
Kenny, it's a different type of pain. I'm going to let you know. It's a pain where you are.
You seem happy about losing the Super Bowl.
Oh, I'm not happy about it. Oh, okay. No, I'm David, not
David
happy.
from the top rope.
Right. Coming from the Steeler fan. No, I'm not happy. It's a different pain, though. It's one where you're going to look back and say, we could have we beat the Chiefs already. We could have beat the Niners if we would have did all of that. But this is a game, losing in overtime, you start looking at, we were this play away from hoisting the trophy. We were this stop away. We were this overthrown pass to Debo away, missing Brandon Ayuk away from winning it all. So it's a different pain. It's a deeper pain.
But I think Kenny's right. It's a deeper pain, but you welcome it. You welcome the chance to be in that game against either of those kind of teams.
Yeah, I don't know, man, because listening to people saying they're going to boycott the Super Bowl, would they boycott next season?
No, stop. It was the most
They
hollow.
wouldn't show up at the draft in Detroit.
Right,
it would
the
be
draft
empty.
is in Detroit. We're not going. Too painful. Too painful.
Okay, I think people saying that were never being genuine anyway.
I don't either.
Bunch of phonies. You watch the Super Bowl. Come on. And if you watch the Super Bowl, there is a question about agony and pain and losing because that was a game the Niners had. Double-digit lead with the ball, chance after chance after chance to put the ball away. You even win the coin toss in overtime where you get to set the narrative, where you get to decide whether you want to know. And
yeah, I was like, yes, wait, what?
Why did you do that?
Wait, huh?
To lose that way is more painful. I would still sign up for it 10 out of 10 times. Get to the Super Bowl, be in that spot. It's like, would you rather be the Bills or the Lions? Remember that debate that would go for years and years? I'd rather be the Bills and get to those Super Bowls than never get there to begin with. But we can start there. 248-539-9797. My other question was, do the Lions win that game? Because there's a lot of talk about if they beat the Niners, they're here, they win the Super Bowl. Do you feel that way after watching a sloppy game where neither team jumped out? Do you feel like the Lions genuinely win that game if they play yesterday? You're laughing. I take it your answer is no, they don't beat Mahomes.
No, you know what? My answer comes up next.
Oh, geez.
Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. You will not be judged. Kind of like the way Kenny judges me. They will not judge you. You go in there, you get your workout on. You said you were going to start at the beginning of the year. Let's face it, you procrastinated. That's okay. No judgment. Planet Fitness has the big fitness energy sale going on now through February 16th, so you need to hurry up. $1 down, $10 a month. A lot of Planet Fitnesses are open 24/7, so the excuses, they're really not there. Go get your workout on. Squeaky clean gyms, brand new cardio equipment, brand new strength training equipment. Whatever you need, Planet Fitness has it. Oh, and by the way, with your membership, Fitness Trainer comes with it. If you need it, you get all of this, $10 a month, no commitment, $1 down, $10 a month. Now through February 16th, head over to any of your local Planet Fitnesses to get started or go online at planetfitness.com.
We have a question about pain to kick off the show. Lions lose in the NFC title game, blow a 17-point lead. Cusp of the Super Bowl. Stings. Then you have what happened to your Niners, Rico. They blow a lead.
Here's how I
lose in overtime, lose the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the third Super Bowl I've seen them lose. So everybody acts like, oh, it's just for a given. You'll get to the Super Bowl and win. No, it's not. It's a different type of hurt. I guess the best way I can equate it, which is why I didn't make too much fun of Lions fans first time you get your heart broken. Man, it sucks. Man, it hurts. It's bad. After you get it broken a few more times, you learn how to cope and deal with it. And all right,
Let's use the breakup analogy. What happened to your team? You were just left at the altar. You got as close to being actually married and wed as you could be.
Right.
And you were left at the altar.
Now, you know what? Either let's just turn this into a big party because we're all here and the alcohol's paid for. So let's go.
The other question was, hey, Lions fans, you watched the game. Who are we kidding? I'm not buying this. I didn't watch the Super Bowl routine. You watched it. And when you watched it, you saw sloppy football.
Right.
Neither team wanted to put that game away. It went to overtime until someone finally did put it away. As you watched that game as a Lions fan, did you feel like they would have won? Be honest. Watching this Super Bowl was different than previous Super Bowls because you were that close. Did you feel like you would have won the game if your team played?
No, I don't. Because the thing is, it kind of goes back to the long argument we've had for 2 years. The 49ers controlled the defensive line by rushing 4. The Lions weren't able to just rush 4. When the Lions rush 4, they get torched. So Aaron Glenn constantly dialing up blitzes. You saw what happened in the fourth quarter and in the overtime when the Niners started dialing up blitzes against Mahomes. That's when he picked them apart. That's when all of a sudden he just put on the cape and said, guys, let's go win this thing. But for 3 quarters, they were containing him. They muddied the waters. They did everything that they could. So based off of what I know about the Lions defense, no. Because Aaron Glenn is not just going to rush 4. That's a death sentence against Mahomes. And here's the other thing. Like it or not, for those who are going to say, well, we beat them at the beginning of the year. Guys, there was a big difference last night. The 49ers are the world champions if there was no Chris Jones and no Travis Kelce playing. When you beat them, those guys weren't there. That is not your fault. That is not your concern. That's a Kansas City problem, not a Detroit problem. But to sit there and say, well, we beat them before, different team. Because Chris Jones just kind of took it over at the end and interrupted 2 wide open touchdowns.
When the Lions beat Kansas City, they scored 14 offensive points. They also got a pick 6, but 14 offensive points. It would have been a bogged down kind of game.
Yeah.
Only they'd have Chris Jones and they'd have Travis Kelce. As much as I'd like to say the Lions would have won that game, they wouldn't have blown that 10-point lead. They just blew a 17-point lead the week before. So I can't in good conscience come on and go, the Lions would have won that game like so many people wanted to proclaim on social media. The reality is you're right, Rico. You would have had to blitz Mahomes because there's no other way for the Lions to get pressure. That is not a winning formula over 4 quarters. And let's just acknowledge what they are. They're inevitable.
Yes.
They don't go away. Their defense is special. That's the headline that not enough people are going to focus on because it's Mahomes in the narrative. That defense was really good. They won multiple road playoff games. They held everybody in check, and they closed that game out. The 3rd and 5 at the end of regulation when they blitzed McDuffie, their best DB.
Yep.
Blitzed him, got home, made him settle for a field goal.
Knocked the ball down.
Yes, and then Chris Jones, he got the pressure, but it was also a blitz at the end of the final overtime possession for San Francisco. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I would have loved to be in that game. I'd much rather be there and be stood up at the altar. I'd much rather be there than losing the NFC's title game. But
embarrassing.
I can't do the proclamation thing today where my team would have won because I like them. I don't see it.
Honestly, there's probably a team that can say that. It's just not Detroit. It's the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens are saying, whoa. Do you guys remember what happened at their crib on Christmas night?
Yeah.
It wasn't close. That was embarrassing. That was get your pants pulled down and in front of all your friends.
And they lost the conference title in their own building.
Yeah,
and they got away from who they were in their own building.
They did. And that's what Kansas City makes you do because I think you forget, you stop. Like, for the beginning of the game, the Niners didn't care that Mahomes was on the other side. But at the end of the game, everything was based on, but Patrick Mahomes is going to get this ball back. How do we beat Mahomes? That was the problem. They started overthinking, which I think led to the mistake in the overtime. It was, well, do we want Mahomes to have the ball twice? As you said, he didn't need it twice. He just needed it once. Mm-hmm. He got it done. You stop being yourself. When they were themselves, they ran the ball. If the Lions would have had that, no, I don't think you're going to rush 4. 248-539-9797. I don't think you rush 4 and hit home. And Chase Young, the guy you said you didn't need, he had a hell of a game last night. Okay, you can make fun of him all you want, but he was out there. Randy Gregory, not a good dude, but last night he was out there making plays. They had Mahomes scrambling. They cut off the passing lanes. They held the running game in check. They were doing everything. Your front 4 is not that good, which goes back to every draft when I'm like, my God, can you just draft this person? Can you just draft this person? Give Aiden some help, and now you got something. I want to say they're going to do that, but I've given up hope. I'm not going to say that.
What do you mean? You're giving up hope?
That they're going to go out and get somebody on the defensive line with a top pick. Because, Holmes just, he's going to keep his receipts. So I'm not going to be a part of the receipts. You draft who you want to draft. You do you, Brad.
They are recording right now, waiting on you.
Hi, Brad. You do you.
No, see, I don't think that's how we need to approach this offseason. Here's the thing. A GM as successful as Brad Holmes is still not above criticism. The bar is even higher now. The challenge is even more difficult now, and you will be scrutinized more now. And if they do ignore the edge pressure opposite Aiden Hutchinson, they will not be able to seal the deal here, right? I mean, and there's a variety of ways to do it. Trade, free agency, the draft, but you can't ignore it. You can't be boxed into blitz or else you can't get home. They can't do that again.
So here's what you saw last night. Offense is fun. You got to have defense. And the game was boring to some because it was defense. It was 2 top defenses battling each other. It was a battle of attrition. Yes, a game like the Lions and Chargers would have been entertaining. It would have been fun. Everybody would have said, this is a great game. No defense being played whatsoever. You got to be able to stop folks. The Lions, it seems like they put a ton of resources in that offense. And that offense is one of the best in the NFL. This year, you got to invest heavily into the defense.
248-539-9797. Jim, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, how you doing, Bo? Man, we would have beat either team in that game. You know what I mean? We beat Kansas City the first game of the year. We would have easily beat them. We would have scored more than them. We would have got home with 4. We never
for the first time in when
5 all the time. We hadn't been blitzing all year.
No, Jim. When you weren't blitzing, your defense was getting torched. Then all of a sudden, you started blitzing.
Yes,
no, that's not true.
It is true.
We were great in the red zone. We were
Jim, they were one of the worst. No, hold on. They were one of the worst red zone defenses in the NFL. Just because they're my team doesn't mean I'm going to make stuff up about them, Jim. Come on now.
No.
Yes. We'll pull it up right now. We all have the internet, Jim.
You know what? No.
What? You know what?
We would have beat Kansas City. We would have beat Kansas City.
Because you want to, or because they would have?
No, because I know we would have. I've been to hundreds of pro games like that and watched the Lions for 15 years. Watched them up close and personal. I think they would have beat them.
Jim,
I know they would have beat them.
Jim, you barely beat Kansas City.
How did we beat them the first game of the year? Did we blitz them the first game of the year?
You got to pick 6 off Kadarius Toney's hands, and he doesn't play anymore. They don't allow him to suit up in games anymore.
And 2 of their best players did not play. That's not your fault, but let's not act like
it does change the dynamic. They were 2 really clutch players last night in the Super Bowl.
I think I can say for a fact, no Chris Jones, no Travis Kelce, Chiefs don't win that game. Think of all the plays that those 2 made a big play. Whether it was a defensive stop, whether it was a catch.
Critical conversion.
Even the final touchdown, Kelsey knew, I'm the decoy. 2 people chased after him, and he knew it the second he saw both of them. He probably gave him the middle finger and was like, touchdown, bitches, we won.
You can also say this, that McDuffie and Snead weren't playing at the high level they were playing at the end of the season.
Great point. Those guys were locked down late in the season.
These are your people.
No, I have it in front of me right now. Lions red zone defense, 30th in the NFL. I get it. I'm just being mean and making stuff up.
But here's
no,
the thing.
that's the truth.
Well, you would have beat both teams. 2 weeks ago, you had a chance to beat one of those
and
teams.
Didn't. And it hurts. I'm not trying to trivialize it. It sucks that they didn't beat San Francisco. But the idea that having blown a 17-point lead to San Francisco, they would have not blown the lead to Patrick Mahomes?
No, Jim, I watched hundreds of games,
Kenny,
okay?
I was about to say, look, I'm going to let you two handle that because nobody, Lord knows, they don't want to hear from me about this because they're like, your team won. They didn't win last night. That Kansas City team was a different team than what you played at the beginning of the year. You won that game. I'm not taking anything away from you winning that game, but that wasn't the same team. You didn't have Kadarius Toney out there, and you had two other people who didn't play.
Okay, guys, the Lions are close. They're very close. They didn't win the
What are you
Super
talking
Bowl.
about, man? I watch hundreds of games.
They're very close. This doesn't have to turn into a bash fest. They're very close. And with a good offseason, the Lions can win the Super Bowl. Okay. We asked for it. Would they have won that game? Your reactions. David, I see the clock. It's 97-1.
Your people.
Lions know who they're chasing. Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl champs. And if you watch that game as a Lions fan, you probably thought neither of these teams look inspiring. You probably thought, damn, we're close. We're so close. And that's what makes this offseason so exciting, is that you're centimeter away. You're close. But, Rico, I'm not going to be a fanboy and tell you they would have won that game. Not after watching what Kansas City finished off, which is...
Well, you've only seen 40 games. You haven't seen hundreds of games.
I am so sorry. But what they finished off was impressive. That defense, the blueprint was there all year. Low scoring, keep it close, give Mahomes the ball, one more chance, one more time, and he's eventually going to go on a drive. And he did in overtime. 8 of 8, extended plays with his feet. He's the best quarterback in football. He's making a case to be the greatest of all time.
Well,
you had to go up against him with the inability to get pressure unless you blitzed.
Right.
And that opportunity to face Patrick Mahomes, I would have loved to see it for this football team. Could the Lions have won? Yes. Would they? I don't think so, which is what makes this offseason so important, to get one step closer.
Yeah, I don't think your defense was good enough because they added 2 elements and they subtracted 1, because here's what gets lost in the game that the Lions won. They went for it on 4th down. They didn't get it. Mahomes got the ball back and had Kadarius Toney wide open about 10, 15 yards behind the safety. Now, I don't know if he would have made it all the way for a touchdown, but it would have been enough for them to at least kick something. He dropped it. Yeah. He flat out dropped it. Now, I didn't get that lucky last night. His receivers caught everything because Kadarius Toney, I don't know where
he's in Siberia.
I think he was Usher's backup dancer. I don't know where he was at. He tried to sneak in the building. No, I'm with Usher.
But think about it. The Ravens were a team who had the 1 seed, MVP at quarterback. They were held to 10 points. He faced Josh Allen at Josh Allen's house. This defense came through and they needed to. They faced the Miami Dolphins, a super explosive offense. Shut them down. They faced San Francisco in the Super Bowl with the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet, all the all-pros, #1 explosive offense. Rico.
22 points.
You scored 2 touchdowns. One was a trick play. I mean, Kansas City's defense was legit. They would have played a low-scoring game against anybody, and they have Mahomes.
Yeah, and the trick play, the ball was hanging in the air. I thought it was going to be a pick 6. So, no, you're right. The defense was legit. Jones is a difference maker. He wasn't playing. Yeah. I think that would be a big difference if they played the Lions, him being on that defensive line.
I had another thought as a Lions fan watching the game. We'll get to it at 3 o'clock, but just an additional amount of respect for Dan Campbell. We'll do that top of the hour. Back to the phones. We've got Dean up next. Dean, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey.
I just can't get over the last caller. He was very unrealistic. But me being a Lions fan, I think that we still would have lost. I think it would have been, I don't know, maybe closer, just because, they played big deal. They beat Kansas City, but like you guys were saying, Kansas City they didn't have Jones. It was a different team, and Detroit did get better throughout the year, but they got whooped by Baltimore. They lost to Seattle. I just think that they would have been closer, but it's the Super Bowl. Obviously, anything can happen.
Oh, you'd rather be there and find out as opposed to let Rico's team stand in anyway.
Dean, can you get any closer than losing it on the final play in overtime?
Hard to get any closer without actually winning. I mean, well, that's part of the agony that we started the show with. It's a good point, Rico. How can you get any closer? I mean, here's how you could have gotten closer. Campbell doesn't settle for a field goal. He goes for a touchdown. They get it, but you lose on a 2-point conversion the other way. You lose by 1 instead of 3. You could get a little closer, but not much closer. You got as close as you realistically could get to winning a Super Bowl. This is just the second to go to overtime in the game's history.
No.
That's been part of our discussion. Let's get to Kyle. You're on 97.1.
Hi. How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up?
So I just had a couple of thoughts. Rico, I share in your pain. I'm a Lions fan. I don't know what it's like to get to the Super Bowl, but man, 2 weeks ago, that really hurt. And I can't imagine going to the Super Bowl in overtime and losing. So I'm sorry, buddy.
I appreciate it, Kyle. Unfortunately, the Niners have now lost 3 Super Bowl games in the last 15 years. So I'm starting to get used to it. So,
Are you guys the new Bills?
no, they went 4 straight years.
One more. Go next year and lose.
4 straight years.
No, I know, but
They're
four in a. I
That
know.
would be 4 and 5 years, wouldn't it?
No, because you got to go back to the
19,
the blackout
Oh,
game,
correct.
2013.
I forgot. Yeah.
248-539-9797. Todd, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking the call. As a Lions fan, I just basically thought to myself, we can hang with these guys. We could beat anybody in the league. I'm not saying we would have beat Kansas City. We should have beat San Fran, but that's for another discussion for another day. But at least you can have that feeling in your heart that, it's possible. We're almost there. I can't remember ever feeling like that before. Usually we're already on draft day and talking about, what we're going to do and how we're going to, make the playoffs, or even not even make the playoffs, but even just, how we're going to get through the next season without embarrassing ourselves. So it's just a great feeling.
No, it is.
It's different.
And if you're a Lions fan, yeah, you are close. And this is one where, and these are shows that we'll be doing up in, during the free agent period in the draft, but where do you want to allocate your money? Who do you want to re-sign? Who do you want to bring back? Or what do you want to spend it on?
Yeah.
Because guys like Chris Jones, he's available. If you want him.
Snead, the corner.
You can go and get these players. Now, it means that you're going to have to let go of some of your fan favorites, the guys that you got the jersey of. But do you want to win?
These are the tough conversations that you welcome when you get to this level of winning, when you're on the cusp of a championship. You got big decisions to make.
If I'm John Lynch, you know what? Chris Jones will not be a Chief next year. I will break the bank. You will be here. It's going back to the old days of the Niners and Cowboys when they used to swap players. I mean, it's like sometimes it's addition by subtraction. I'm going to win by taking this person away from you. And he's the strength of your team. Now he's going to be a strength of my team.
248-539-9797. What was watching that game like as a Lions fan? Did you feel like you could keep up with those teams? I do. Do you feel like you would beat the Kansas City Chiefs? My answer is not yet, which is what makes this offseason so exciting. You're that close to a Super Bowl. We got a blitz coming up next. David's got a whole bunch of football storylines. 3 o'clock. Re-examining Dan Campbell through the lens of last night. It's 97.1. That's really kind of sad when you think about it. Super Bowl's over. We got 7 months till Labor Day. But the headlines don't stop. Football today. Hit it.
You are right, Jim. The headlines never stop. But let's go back to the Super Bowl for a quick minute before we move forward with some of the headlines of the offseason. Let's talk about the bump. No one's pregnant. But let's talk about Travis Kelce and the bump on Andy Reid. He was seen yelling on the sideline in the second quarter after the KC fumble, and he nearly knocked Andy Reid over. Some people are saying Kelce went too far. What are your thoughts on what went on the sideline?
I think it would have been nice if the broadcast didn't gloss over it. But I don't think it's really that big of a deal, Rico. They have that kind of relationship. He wasn't trying to assault his coach. He was frustrated. He wanted the ball.
Yeah, that's one of those things that because it's Travis Kelce, we just excuse. If it's other players, oh my God.
If it's Mecole Hardman.
Right. Did you see the disrespect? And Andy Reid's a champion, and you don't do that. But it's him, so we just let it go by. But could you imagine if Lamar went up to John Harbaugh and bumped him like that? It would be all over the place. Oh, look at Lamar's losing it. So it's one of those where it's good to be the king. It's good to be Kelsey. It's good to have a famous girlfriend. The NFL needs you, so you can get away with that, David. But no.
What do you mean get away? What should have happened? Did he really cross a line?
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he did.
David, he ran and knocked the clipboard out of his hand. It's not like he came up to him and just said yelling. It was like, the manager coming up to the umpire and bumping him whoa.
See, I don't think he did, but here's what I want you to do, because you did a great job pre-show explaining what happened, because they did gloss over it. Explain why he was upset.
He was upset because the play, he went out of the game. He wanted to get back in. They said no. The tight end that came in was the guy that he missed his block, and it caused Pacheco to fumble the ball. And he was like, I should have been out there. If I was out there, this wouldn't have happened. We would have scored. I get the excitement.
And that's why I have no problem with it.
I get the excitement. Power it down. Okay, David, you could be upset with something that goes on the show. You're not walking in Jimmy's office and throwing his lunch on the floor.
No, but it's not like
trying to get his attention.
It's not like he grabbed him by the collar and shook him. It's not like he shoved him to the ground or started punching him. I mean, this wasn't like a brawl.
Reid had no idea. He comes up to him, clipboard falls out of his hand. What is the place on fire? What is your problem right now? It's good to be the king.
It is good to be the king, and since they are the king again, let's talk about them. Are they a dynasty? 3 Super Bowls in 5 years, back-to-back champs for the first time since the Patriots did it in 2004 and 2005.
It's an obvious yes. They're a dynasty.
I do. I think they were a short-term dynasty, especially 3 and 5 years. Now you're going to look at, okay, can you extrapolate that? Can you continue the success? And I'm thinking that they can, because remember, kind of like when Tom Brady, when they weren't the number 1 seed and we start saying, you got to go on the road now, Tom. Let's see. Okay, he went on the road. Oh, you can't do it again. And he just did it again. Oh, but just wait. You're going up against, and he just beat him in overtime. Yeah, I don't see him slowing down, and barring a catastrophic injury, this is a dynasty. And the reason why I say it's a dynasty, because kind of like what the Patriots did, they're evolving on the fly. This isn't the team that won that first Super Bowl that was all offense. This team's all defense. The first team had, players that you knew of. This one on offense, okay, yeah.
Think about it. They trade away Tyreek Hill.
Right, and
they go to the Super Bowl. Mahomes is on a bad ankle against the best pass rush in football, and they come back down 10 and win anyway.
Yeah.
Then the very next year, this year, the receiving corps led the league in drops.
Yeah.
Both tackles are handsy and take a lot of penalties, shaky at best.
I was waiting for the tackle to jump offside like he did against the Lions. He never did. He learned his.
But again, down 10
on the fly.
Down 10, they still win anyway. This was supposed to be the down year for Kansas City, and they went on the road multiple times and won differently. Yeah, they're complete.
Is it a dynasty, David? Yeah. You want to know how I know it's a dynasty? Because we were talking in the commercial break. You know what I said? If the Niners make it back, I don't want to see another rematch with them. Yeah. I don't want to see it again.
Because you could put them in. You can automatically.
I just don't want to see it again because it's just like, you know what? No, just no. But yes, they are a dynasty. Like it or not, they're only going to get better.
Young defense, very young defense.
Because now, okay, you could go out and get a top receiver in the draft, and now you got somebody that you can control for the next 5 years if you take a receiver in the first round.
So from one dynasty to the last coach that coached the last dynasty is Bill Belichick. He is somewhat in the news. Tom Pelissero is reporting, says, quote, Belichick does not want to continue to coach, and the expectation right now within the league is Belichick is coaching somewhere, or I'm sorry, does want to coach. He's coaching somewhere in 2025. Then he says, I'm told shortly after the Falcons opted for Morris, several owners reached out to Belichick about next year's hiring cycle. So who are those teams that are putting their coach on the hot seat already?
I mean, probably Dallas is one. Chicago's another one.
Mm-hmm. Philly's got to be in there too.
Yeah. Philly.
How about a guy who should have been fired this year? Dennis Allen and the Saints.
Yeah. I don't think that Belichick's going to come back. I think that he's going to see what life is like out of the league, less stressful, and I don't think he's going to want to come back. I got enough money. I'm making money on the broadcast. I'm sorry, why do I want to do this again? I got my rings. Chances are if I take a team, they're a bad team, and they're going to be failing. I'm not going to flip this thing around in a year or two. It's a young man's game. I don't think he comes back. I think right now he's missing the game. But I think he goes the way of Cowher, where he just walks away and says, yeah, I'm done.
But isn't he chasing Shula? Doesn't he need like a dozen or so more wins to be the winningest coach in NFL history? So I think he's going to want to come back. The question is, he got passed over in this cycle for the greatest coach as he is. Maybe the league looks past him again.
No, and I also think the league is kind of like most businesses. If I can go get somebody younger and cheaper, because Belichick ain't coming on a discount.
Yeah.
You're going to have to pay him where I can go and get this young 38, 40-year-old coach who's just hungry and wants a job and pay him half the price. That's the NFL. I don't think he comes back, David.
So let's get to a couple teams that are in the market to upgrade at quarterback. And I want to know, will they make this move? Because a name is floating around there. And one team is the Raiders. Antonio Pierce wants to be aggressive in landing a new quarterback, whether that's trading up from 13 or possibly trading for a quarterback. And then this from Adam Schefter from the Pat McAfee show that the Steelers are looking to upgrade at quarterback, and Tomlin loves Justin Fields. His name is floating around both teams. Who makes the move?
David.
More likely to make the
move.
move.
Offense, you don't have a quarterback.
Right. So go get Justin Fields, right?
I think Chicago's stupid enough to trade him away. And I wouldn't do it. I think that with all the capital they have, if they traded the number one pick, they could flip that into probably 2 or 3 more number one picks. And they have pick number 9, but they're the Bears, and the Bears aren't smart. There's a reason why they're there. So, yes, I would go after Fields, and you probably only have to come off of maybe a second rounder to get him. Absolutely. If I'm Pittsburgh, if I'm the Raiders, and the other one, if I'm the Seahawks, I'm going after him.
Steelers don't pick until 20, latest of the group you just mentioned.
Oh, well, and the Falcons.
Which means you may have to make a trade. So, yeah, they have to kick the can on that. Kick the tires on it.
And let's close it out with this. It was a wonderful halftime show last night. I don't want to hear any comments, nothing from people in the gallery. But
do people not like it?
I don't know. Some people may not.
Well, people hate on it every year.
Old people. So let me get to this. There are odds out on FanDuel on who will perform at next year's Super Bowl. It is in New Orleans. You got Bad Bunny at plus 6,000. You have DJ Khaled plus 1,200. Justin Bieber plus 1,500. Taylor Swift. Can't have a Super Bowl without Taylor Swift, right? Plus 450. Leading the way, Lil Wayne plus 250.
I mean, I can't see Taylor Swift taking off from doing her shows where she makes billions to do a free one for the NFL when I can just sit in the suite and watch somebody else do their work. So I would have liked to see her zip line down to the stage. That would have been pretty cool. All right, here I come.
I'm on my way.
But that's an underwhelming list. I'll be honest with you. Don't care about any of them.
And, of course, Lil Wayne's leading the way because it's in New Orleans. So
the fact that you said Taylor Swift is the second highest on the odds there.
Yep.
Let's hope. You know what? I'm going to take the field and just pray that they go get somebody because
better than this list.
DJ
Khaled doesn't even rap. He just yells.
Right.
But he's on the list.
I mean, go get Britney. She needs the notoriety.
No, please no.
Like, this list is so bad.
Well, Swift would not be a bad choice.
No.
So who would
She's
you
not
want?
doing it.
Who would you want?
No, but okay,
Swift's not doing it because why?
I know, but not to nauseate anybody. But what if it's Kelsey and the Chiefs again in the Super Bowl and she's doing the halftime show?
Which is why she's not going to want to do the show. She's going to, unless she's not on tour. But let's face it, her tour can go for the next 3 years.
And she has new music coming out. Why do I know that? Because she's everywhere.
You're a Swiftie, aren't you?
Last note on Swift.
You're
no,
a
I-
Swiftie.
no, but last note on her. I was told I'm supposed to hate this woman. She's chugging beers. She's watching the game. She looks like a football fan supporting her boyfriend. Why am I supposed to hate her again?
You know why? Because people are idiots. They keep cutting away. Okay, they really didn't. Okay, her man is making a big play. She's cheering. Now, here's what I don't understand. Who is Ice Spice? And why was she at the game? Ice Spice had zero interest. The Chiefs are driving. Everybody in the box is Jason Kelsey. Like, everybody is, yes. And she is sitting there like, when are we going home again? I got to let the cat out. Like, what are we, why is she here? They scored the winning touchdown. They're celebrating, and she's looking like, was this a good thing? Should we be happy? I'm like, who are you? And why are you even there? Like, if you didn't want to be at the game,
don't go to the game.
It's people like that give it up. She just was there to be seen.
Yeah.
I mean, because they did the cutaway, like, there's LeBron. He's talking. He was interested. Jay-Z and Beyonce. And then I'm like, am I supposed to know who Ice Spice is? Like, okay. Good for me.
And
Good for
that
you.
is in football today.
Came empty-handed today. Sorry, buddy. 97-1. Day after the Super Bowl. Okay, let's lay some groundwork here. We all watched that Super Bowl differently this year. The Lions were as close as they've ever been. They're on the cusp. The question is, how close are they? When you looked at how those two teams played in the Super Bowl, a sloppy, fumble-ridden, low-scoring game, you probably thought, hey, the Lions showed up, they played clean, they had a shot. How close are the Lions after watching those two teams? Enrico, as I watched that game, I look at Dan Campbell and I had one very obvious takeaway. The man was right. There's a specific play I want to go to. It's 4th and 3 in the fourth quarter. A field goal ties the game. Kyle Shanahan, out of character, decided to go for it. And he got it, and he scored a touchdown. Those are the type of plays you have to make in the playoffs to win. You can't settle for field goals and win. Dan Campbell was right to go for it on 4th and 2 and 4th and 3 against the Niners in the NFC title game. It didn't work, but it was the right decision. And I felt even better about Dan Campbell as a head coach watching Kyle Shanahan have just one moment of bold play calling and otherwise being very uninspiring. Did you look at Dan Campbell any differently after watching the Super Bowl? Seeing how, hey, teams settling for field goals are just waiting to lose, whereas he was playing to win. And even Kyle Shanahan, Mr. Conservative, went for a 4th and 3, passed up a chance to tie the game, played for the lead.
Yeah, I looked at it differently because when I watched that game, you saw where both coaches, I mean, think about it. You said 2 records. Jake Moody had the record for 10 minutes.
Yep.
They kicked field goals. They kicked 50-yard plus field goals. It's allowed. It was all about getting the points. It was calculated risk, and I think that Campbell may have taken too many. I mean, even at the end of the game, end of regulation, Andy Reid could have punched it in. 6 seconds to go, ball on what, the 4-yard line? Sent in the field goal kicker. You think Campbell sent in the field goal kicker? No. Campbell was going for the win right there.
So you thought that game showed you he was too aggressive?
Little too aggressive. There's a difference between the regular season, playoffs, and the Super Bowl. When that much is on the line, you got to take the calculated risk. That's why when Kansas City sent the blitz, it was like, oh, wow, okay, you took that chance, you blitzed, you got Purdy off the rhythm, he throws it incomplete.
Yep.
But you can't just be super aggressive. These two teams probably put Dan Campbell to sleep watching the game because he's like, oh, I would have just gone for it. I would have just gone for it. I would have just gone for it. And they were like, nope, field position game. We're going to play the game. We're going to try to make you make mistakes. We're going to lean on our defenses. Whereas I think Campbell would have just kept going. Now, yes, late in that game, they were like, we need to go ahead and get some points. So they went for it on the 4th and 3, and they got it. Mm-hmm. That was one where it was almost out of necessity. We can't just sit back. We got to take this chance.
But hold on. The week before, everybody killed Campbell for the same thing. 4th and 3, field goal ties the game. You just got to tie the game, right? That's what all the critics said a week ago. 4th and 3, just tie the game. Kyle Shanahan didn't play for the tie in that moment. It was the one good call he made in the second half. I feel like Dan Campbell.
But the thing is, Andy Reid did what everybody said he should do.
Well, no, Andy's dealing with like a 4th and 6, right? Or I think
it was like 4th and 4 with 6 seconds to go, or 4th and 5. But you had Mahomes. You had that play dialed up that you won the game with. You run that play there, it's ball game. It's over. You took the field goal and you lived for overtime. I mean, even Romo was saying you got enough time for one more play because you had that timeout in your pocket. Mm-hmm. You throw it incomplete, it's 2 seconds left, and you rush out there and you kick the field goal.
This is so interesting. We had completely different takeaways from this. This is what's the ink blot test where people see, and they see 2 different things. I looked at it and said, my coach is aggressive. He wouldn't have kicked all those field goals. He would have tried to win the game, whereas Kyle Shanahan is sitting there in overtime, and he's like, well, you got to kick a field goal. Let Mahomes beat us. Okay.
No, but see, here's the thing. For some reason, field goals in this city is a dirty 4-letter word. Like
you don't win Super Bowls kicking field goals. The Chiefs eventually won the game by driving down and scoring a touchdown.
You know what? You stay in the game because this was.
I don't want to be in the game. I want to win the game.
Cookies, field goals are not a bad thing. I know here in Detroit we believe that they are, but they're not. As you saw, you had 3 field goals over 50 yards. You're not getting that out of Detroit. They're not kicking a 50-yard field goal. 35 is the limit. After that, we're going for it. We're going for it. Grit. No, you get the points and you pick the spots, but you can't be super aggressive because you saw what super aggressive got you 2 weeks ago. It got you a plane trip back home.
248-539-9797. As you watch the Super Bowl as a Lions fan, how close are you? And did you reevaluate the Dan Campbell stuff from the NFC title game watching that? More or less confident in the way he handled it? 248-539-9797. David, ticket text, what are people saying?
Shanahan got exposed as being too aggressive, so I feel good about Campbell. Campbell would have went for it instead of going into overtime and probably lost it in regulation. That is who Campbell is. Saying Campbell did the right thing is ridiculous. Okay. You're wrong, Cookies, because it was actually a totally different situation. You're not comparing apples to apples. The Lions were not nearly as close to the goal line as the other team. It's a totally different spot. Plus, the Lions were going to have a chance to go up 3 scores.
No, I'm talking about the second one. 4th and 3, fourth quarter, field goal ties it. The fact that it was closer to the end zone makes the kick more of a chip shot and makes it more, if you're take the points and tie the game, you should be egregious what Kyle Shanahan did. But I had no issue with Shanahan going for it on 4th and 3, just like I had no issue with Dan Campbell going for it on 4th and 3.
See, to me, and I think this is what a lot of people do in sports, especially to me, a lot of people that aren't as knowledgeable in sports, is they're looking at the result of the play. And a lot of Lions fans are looking at the result of, he didn't catch the ball. That means they shouldn't have gone for it. No, they executed. They didn't execute it. They had the right play called. They just didn't execute it.
Yeah, too many people are judging the result, not the decision.
Yeah, so Shanahan probably should have kicked the ball.
What do you mean?
Oh, you're talking about he probably should have kicked it to tie it instead of going for it.
No, he should have gone for it. He went for it. They got the first. They scored a touchdown. It was one of the few decisions they made late in that game.
But here's the other thing.
To try to win it.
When you don't go for it all the time, now it's the element of surprise. Because here's what happened. The play that the Lions drew up, the one we're talking about late in the fourth quarter, the Niners knew that play. They knew exactly what you were going to do because they've seen it before.
Well, that's a different discussion. That's execution.
No, because you've done it you've gone for it so many times, you've shown the world, here's our 4th down plays. And they drew it up perfectly, and Goff had nowhere to go. He was dead in the water as soon as that ball was hiked because it was like, oh, shoot, they're in zone. They're not in man. This play will not work, and I am slow on my feet. I'm not that much of an athlete. And let me just throw it incomplete.
Rico, let me phrase this differently. The Niners scored 1 touchdown from halftime on. Right. To win that football game, eventually you were going to have to score a touchdown. The only one they scored was when they went for it on a 4th and 3. You need to go for it on 4th and shorts to eventually score a touchdown. I'm not saying 4th and 10, YOLO, and go for it. But 4th and short, you got to go for it. You got to score touchdowns. Campbell would have handled it better than Kyle Shanahan did.
Right, but Cookies, the coach that actually won, had that situation and chose the field goal and chose overtime. You know what, guys? We're not going to go for it because I thought they were. Seriously, I thought Andy Reid was going to line up 6 seconds, got a timeout. Let's just go ahead and knock this thing out. I don't want to go to overtime. I don't want to see what happens. I don't need a Pacheco fumble. I don't need anything to happen. He didn't.
It was... You're talking at the end of regulation. I got it right in front of me. They converted a 3rd and 7 at the 33. It was that Kelsey play where he got all the way down. Then they had the ball at the 11. Pass incomplete, the one that he missed Rice over the middle, threw it to Kelsey. The very next play, it was 2nd and 10 from the 11, and they kicked the field goal. That's not 4th and 2 or 4th and 3. That's 10 yards. That's not the same thing. I got it right in front of me.
I'm just saying.
I know it's a blurb. I'm just saying it's 2nd and 10 from the 11. They kick a field goal. That's not being conservative. It's the only call in that spot.
The whole time I'm thinking, the play that you won the game with would have won from that spot.
Sure.
It would have won.
And they may have
because I think
time
that was their. I think that was their 2-point conversion.
I think
play.
it was right on the line, right? Because it's 6 seconds, and their concern was
time,
not timeout, but time. If the play takes too long, if he pats the ball in the pocket,
so basically,
if a ball gets
snap,
tipped,
hike, fade route.
Right.
You're only looking at one person.
They could have tried one more play. They didn't. If you want to get on to that as aggressive or conservative, but it's not like a fourth down that they passed up or
you can't go for it on every 4th and 3, especially when you're in a defensive struggle. You have to play smart. You have to live to the other next set of series. You have to be able to lean on your defense. Like I said, I was fine when he was super aggressive against the Chargers earlier in the year. It was a video game. It was. There was no defense being played. It was whoever's going to have the ball last was going to win. And both teams were going for it. But when you're in a game and you're in the teens, you got to be smart.
Okay, Rico, I will concede. The way a game is being played matters. This was not a 45-42 game. However, Patrick Mahomes is on the other side. If you're going to keep kicking field goals, you're signing your death warrant. You're saying, Patrick, would you like one more chance to win it? Nope. How about the next time? And the time after that, and the time after that. The only time they broke from the field goal playing just to hang in was the 4th and 3 that they went for, which is what Dan Campbell would have done. So I did feel a little vindication for Campbell that he was right in that moment last week, even though they didn't execute it. And that if he was in that spot, he would have handled himself much better than Kyle Shanahan, who didn't even know how to handle overtime.
Right, but cookies. I'm okay with going for it. Please don't get me wrong. But it's the amount of times you keep going for it. That's where it's like, okay, eventually your 4th down plays get figured out. So that if you have 1 or 2 in your back pocket, just like, the fake punts early in the game, I love that. But you can't always do it every time. You have to be an adult about things.
Do you feel better or worse about Dan Campbell after watching the Super Bowl? And obviously, any other things that you thought watching that game as a Lions fan? We'll hear from you guys. It's 97.1.
It's about that time of year, the time when we come into a little extra cash, which leaves a big question. What do you spend it on? Are you like cookies and you go on a nice little cruise, white sandy beach? Yeah. Or you get a remote cabin getaway outdoors. Well, this season, you can have it all if you switch to Xfinity Internet and Mobile. It'll save you enough money that you'll have money for your big plans that you've already have. The next generation Xfinity 10G network now through March 4th. Get a 75 megabit internet on the Xfinity 10G network for $20 a month for 12 months. No annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or just simply hop in your car and drive to a local Xfinity store today for more details. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Equipment, taxes, and fees are extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary.
Look, we're doing the show the way that only we can today, through the lens of Lions fans and, yes, a 49er fan sitting across from me. The decisions made in that game are on the table for discussion. I looked at it and felt like Dan Campbell got a little bit of vindication because you don't win games kicking field goals. You have to be aggressive. The one Niner touchdown in the second half and overtime came when they went for it on a 4th and 3. When they bypassed the chance to tie the game, right? That's what Campbell got killed for. How dare he pass up a chance to tie the game in the fourth quarter? The only time the Niners scored a touchdown was when they went for it on a 4th and 3 and got it. You need to make those calculated decisions to win a Super Bowl. Even the Chiefs, they weren't going to win the game with field goals. They needed a touchdown at the end, and they got a touchdown. If you're not playing to score touchdowns, you're playing to hang in and wait for Mahomes to beat you or wait for the other team to beat you.
Right, but what you saw last night in both coaches was controlled aggression. We're going to go for it, but it's going to be controlled. It's going to be at the right time, right place, whether it's Spagnuolo dialing up the blitz, whether it's Reed on a 4th and 1 going into the shotgun, not doing the brotherly shove. Like, whoa, you're going into – you only need, a foot. Mm-hmm. What are you doing? That's controlled aggression. And I'm okay when Dan Campbell does it, a fake punt early in the game, catches you off guard because that's when it works. When you're thinking, like the Mahomes 4th down play, the entire 49er defense forgot, oh, yeah, he can scramble. We haven't seen that all game long. It works. But when you're constantly going for it, now the element of surprise is gone. That's when 4th downs really work, is when it's like, okay, this is out of character. What are they doing? So I don't want to rehash this, but yeah, at the time, you could have tied the game up and you could have stopped some of the bleeding because it was hemorrhaging. They were beating you. This would have at least put you back at 0 and said, okay, first one to score will win. And chances are we're going to get the ball back last. And now maybe knowing this is, I guess, when you play the chess game, Shanahan's conservative, so they may just go down and kick a field goal. Mm-hmm. I got Jared Goff in this offense. We can go down and score a touchdown, and we walk away with the win. They didn't. They went for it, and the Niners knew the play.
Couldn't get it out of my head because it was nearly an identical spot. Not perfectly identical, but nearly identical. A 4th and 3, passing up a chance to tie it instead, trying to take the lead. Niners did. It was one of the few times that they were aggressive trying to score touchdowns late. You said that Kansas City late in the game was conservative, but I want to clarify a couple things. The last 2 field goals that Kansas City kicked, one of them was 4th and goal from the 6. That's not 2 or 3. The 6 is you're kind of begrudgingly kicking it, which they did. And the last field goal they kicked, the one to go to overtime, it's 2nd and 10 from the 11. It's not 2 or 3 yards. I don't think Andy Reid clammed up at all in this.
No, it wasn't clamming up. And I'm not saying that it was like 4th and 2, but it was just a field position game. Okay, we're going to try these plays. If it doesn't work, I know I got one of the best kickers on here. He's going to go out there and get me 3 points. So there's no need to take chances. There's no need to do anything stupid. There's no need to do anything. Let's just be conservative. In worst case, we get 3 points out of this, and we live for the next series.
Let's get Ben's thoughts. And again, we want to hear from Lions fans on how they watched that game. Did they feel like their team would have been in it, could have won it? Ben, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys?
Hey. What's up?
So, game on the line, overtime. 49ers have the ball. 2nd and 4 from the Kansas City 9. 3rd and 4 from the Kansas City 9. And then they elect to kick the field goal. You give the ball back to Mahomes. The game's already over when Kyle Shanahan makes that decision. Dan Campbell's not giving the ball back to Mahomes with an opportunity to win the game. They're going to try to win, at least go for the win on 4th down. Not that the game's over, but you got to force Kansas City to score 7 or 8. Because if you gave the ball back to Patrick Mahomes, you gave the ball back to the GOAT, and all you had to do was go down and score a touchdown. You already lost when you made that decision.
Right, but here's the thing, Ben. And look, it worked out that way, but the way the Niners defense was playing, they had been stopping Mahomes all day. Mahomes wasn't just driving down, scoring touchdown after touchdown after touchdown. I thought if it were me, I would have called a timeout because right after they got the penalty, it threw their offense out of rhythm. They, I think Elijah Mitchell picks up the 1st down, but then there's a holding on the tight end. They bring it back.
Yep.
and everything just stopped after that. That's where at second down, you got 3 timeouts. Hey, guys, here's what we're going to do. Now, if we can somehow get it, this is where I will agree with you. If we can get it to 4th and 2, we're going for it.
Right.
So,
well, but that's the question. On the 3rd and 4, should they have run it? Because I think that's more of what the Lions would do. They'd give themselves the chance to pick it up on the ground. You're a great running team. And if you don't, you give yourself a chance to convert a 4th and shorter.
If they would have run it, they would have had to come up with a different play. Because going back, looking at that play, because
they overloaded it.
Ayuk is open, but even when they put McCaffrey in motion, the corner was waiting right there. He would have got tackled behind the line. So that they would have had to come up with a different formation. But yes, this is one where you say, guys, we're going for it no matter what. We're going to run. We're going to get this ball to McCaffrey. We're going to come with a 21 package, and we're just going forward.
Yeah, because you give yourself
a tight ends, fullback. Let's go.
Because I do think Ben's right. The moment they decided to kick a field goal on 4th and 4 in overtime and tell Mahomes, you get 4 downs, because they're not going to settle. You got 4 downs. We only use 3.
Yeah.
You get 4 downs to beat us. It's effectively surrender Cobra when they put the kicker out on 4th and 4. And it could have all been avoided if they had deferred the kickoff.
Right. Because
then Mahomes took over knowing we need a touchdown. Shanahan had the ball first. Oh, great, bud. You got the ball first. You're so smart. You get 3 downs. Yeah. You're at a disadvantage against the best quarterback in football.
Well, even when you got them onto 4th down, they didn't line up the way you thought they were going to line up, where you could just basically we're going to go goal line. Now we're going to be in a shotgun. Wait. What are you doing in shotgun? We got something for you. Triple option is what they ran. Think about it. They ran triple option.
The more we talk about the game itself, Shanahan had a 10-point halftime lead, came out of the half, and passed it 6 straight times, 8 of the first 9 plays.
What was 7-point halftime? Was it? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. They did not have a 10-point. Yeah, they had a 7-point lead, but a 10-point lead at one point in the game. And they had a lead in the second half. And as that lead was evaporating, they were throwing the ball rather than leaning on McCaffrey in the ground game. So you are mid-collapse, refusing to run the ball. It turns into a close game, and the way he managed it for the most part was poorly.
See,
and I can't say, oh, you can't really blame him when he's responsible for the 3 biggest blown leads in the history of the Super Bowl.
No. You can't. Yeah, you're right. It was on him. To me, he lost it early in the 3rd quarter. You finally got Superman to bleed, and he threw a pick. You got it.
Yeah, right. You're right.
He threw a pick. You got it on
Finally made a mistake.
Side of the line. Right. No flag.
Kill shot. Time. Go. End it.
And you didn't run McCaffrey one time. Yeah. You went 3. As a matter of fact, you went backwards. You didn't run McCaffrey. Penalties. It was like, guys, what are you doing? You had a chance at that point. Even if you kicked the field goal, it's showing, okay, you had the ball first. You're not going to get a chance to double dip on us. You're not going to get a chance to score. And he threw the pick, the play you've been waiting for. He hadn't thrown a pick all playoff. That, to me, was the one thing that was like, you lost it right there.
248-539-9797. David, are people making sense on the ticket text?
Somewhat. Look, Rico is correct. Campbell was too aggressive. You can't say it's the right decision if it didn't work. That makes no sense. Rico sounds a little bitter. Lions had open opportunities.
Wait, how do I? You know what?
Can I go back to the last ticket text?
Sure.
If you blindfold yourself and walk across the highway but you don't get hit by a car, it doesn't make it a good decision. You don't judge it solely on the result. You have to make a good decision.
Cookies off the top rope. Okay, why am I bitter?
Oh, yeah, let me get back to that one. Rico sounds bitter. Lions had open opportunities during those plays. They just didn't execute. If we missed that field goal, Rico then gets on the air and says Campbell shouldn't have changed.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what? If this is what helps that person sleeps at night, sure, go for it. Okay. You missed opportunity. Okay, that's my fault, and I'm bitter because your team didn't execute.
One more here. Dan Campbell made the right call. He has no kicking game. His defense is subjective.
Right there. That's your fault. That's Dan Campbell's fault. Go get a kicking game, because if anything last night's Super Bowl taught you, you need a kicker. somebody you can rely on. We can talk about it more, but you need to go get a kicker and stop treating him like a second-class citizen.
I think he does it even with Justin Tucker. Maybe that's silly, but that's how I felt. I think he stuck by the decisions regardless of who the kicker was. Anyway, we got Super Bowl commercials in a blitz. That's coming up next, 97.1. We'll get to Super Bowl commercials 3:45. Felt like the theme this year was cram as many celebrities in as possible.
Isn't that every year?
I felt like more so this year. Oh, David's got some good and bad. We'll do that before the hour ends. David, ticket text.
Yes, Rico, I agree with you 100%. Rather have a smart coach than an aggressive coach. Anybody can be aggressive, but we need someone to be level-headed.
Do we think Dan Campbell is overly aggressive?
Sometimes.
Because that's not my... I mean, listen, have there been decisions I disagree with? Yeah, a couple. But for the most part, a lot of these 4th and shorts are backed by his personnel, great offensive line, tight ends, running backs, and backed by the numbers, 4th and 2, 4th and 3. Those aren't like ridiculous, overly aggressive decisions. Those are, as he says, controlled fury. And you've talked about controlled aggression. Right. I think most of his calls fall into that category.
Right, but it's one of those... You can't treat it like a video game. We're just going to constantly just keep going. Sometimes, field position, your defense is playing well. Let's pin them back, and we get the ball. We force them to punt, and we get the ball back 1st and 10 from the 50 rather than going for it. And if we fail, we give them the ball at the 50. So it's not stop doing that, but it is you pick your poison. And, yeah, as you go deeper and deeper in the playoffs, you do get more conservative. That's just the nature of the game.
But isn't that the knock on your coach who can't win the Super Bowl is that he gets too conservative, your coach?
It was also the knock on Andy Reid for years until all of a sudden Andy Reid started winning. So, yes, it's a knock on him right now, but 10 years from now, we may be saying the same, like, oh, my God, look at Kyle Shanahan. So,
okay, you're not the first person to bring that comparison up, but let me just talk about, yes, Reid was a guy who made a lot of conference championships, and he had made the Super Bowl with the Eagles and lost. What he was tame compared to Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan has the 3 largest blown leads in the history of the Super Bowl. He is Andy Reid early years on steroids. Do I think there's still an Andy Reid?
You're counting the 10-0 as one of the at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Those 10-point deficits are the largest blown leads. In addition to the game, he was the coordinator for the Falcons.
Right.
But let me finish because I'm not going to bury the guy. He's only 44 years old, Rico. And to your point, he could have a Reid arc, but it would have to be even more dramatic than Andy Reid because he's been arguably worse than Andy Reid.
Yeah. The 10 points when in 2020, that Super Bowl, yes. Going into the 4th quarter, it's the beginning of the game. That's Mahomes. You're not shutting him out. He will score points. You jump to a quick lead.
You got to keep scoring.
Yeah, they tried. It didn't work out.
Breaking news. Hold on.
It didn't work out.
Here lies the Niners.
Right.
They tried.
Right, it didn't work out, but yeah, it's like.
David, what else?
Ticket text, they tried. So, no, I'm sorry. Eric in Wyandotte says, simply put, Campbell simply doesn't value points from field goals. He could have primed Vinatieri and wouldn't use him. That ship has sailed with me. Touchdowns or nothing is the Lions' culture now.
It does feel a little bit like that, where you got to go get a kicker. I think that it's important. Now, looking at their schedule next year, you got 14 games inside of a dome, which is a controlled environment, which means go get the 3 points. Yes, it looks good when you can go out there and you pick up that 4th down. Yes. You know what, Dan? You walking around and putting them in a wheelbarrow. But sometimes take the 3, because now if you kick, 3 field goals, that's 9 points. That's more than a touchdown lead that you have, and you force the other team to now come back and have to be super aggressive. You don't always have to be aggressive. Sometimes let the momentum swing to your and make them make mistakes because they're playing just being desperate.
Has Dan Campbell been overly aggressive? Flat out, yes, guys. If you don't remember correctly, he has crossed the line at least 2 games this year, and I'm not talking about the championship game, says, I am tired of this guy.
It's so funny that people feel more entrenched in that belief after watching a Super Bowl where a coach repeatedly settled for field goals and lost. I don't know. People have made up their minds, I guess.
Didn't the other coach settle for field goals too? He went for it at the end, but they set records. Both teams kicked 50-yard plus field goals. It wasn't like this was 48-9 to 48. Both teams were kicking field goals.
And the team that won it scored a touchdown.
One said, you know what? We got the opportunity. Let's put in the kill shot. They got it all the way down to the 3-yard line. Yes, once you're at the 3, we're going to score a touchdown.
You said it yourself, Cookies. Patrick Mahomes wasn't on the sideline 2 weeks ago, so Campbell definitely screwed up. All right.
Wait, what?
They're saying he screwed up.
Okay.
Because Patrick Mahomes wasn't on the other side. You got to take the points, is what he's saying.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He's saying
Okay.
it's Brock
Yeah.
Purdy, so
Okay.
you don't have to
So
fear
that's
Brock
why they're
Purdy.
aggressive. Because
I get it.
Okay, that makes a little more
I
sense.
get it.
All right, I'm on. I'll get it.
E. in Canton says, it's weak to say the decision was right, just not the result. It's low-level thinking. It's about accountability. If it didn't work, bad decision. Here's another one. All on the results. I love these people, man.
You can be aggressive. I just believe that once you go, the deeper and deeper you get into the playoffs, it's okay. Being conservative doesn't make you a wuss. Doesn't make you afraid. It doesn't. You're playing chess out there. And Andy Reid out-coached Shanahan. He did. I'll firmly admit that. But Shanahan played a hell of a game. It's just Reid made the right choices at the right time. He knew when. Okay, we're going to dial it up right here. We're going to pick this play. We're going to pick this spot. It wasn't just, all right, every time it's fourth down, we're going for it. We're going for it. We're going for it. No. Field position. Let's see what we have. Oh, man, because they were going 3 and outs. Their plays weren't working for them either. Guys, we got to kick this field goal. We got to keep it. We got to keep on point.
248-539-9797. As a Lions fan watching that Super Bowl, how close is this team? And any do-overs with Campbell, having seen aggressiveness or lack thereof in the Super Bowl. We got the commercials next. It's 97.1. Oh, David, I can't wait for this. This is a nice little reprieve from the football talk. The commercials from the Super Bowl.
Yeah, there were some good, I guess, and very bad commercials in the Super Bowl. Let's start with some of the bad commercials. Probably don't remember many of them because they were this bad. Remember the Make Your Moves Count TurboTax commercial with Quinta Brunson? They consider that one of the worst commercials. Yeah, exactly. You don't remember it, Roberto? Yeah. Yep, exactly. It was that bad. She was on a couch talking to him.
Sitting on the couch, with the lady,
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. It was that bad. Another one that was considered one of the worst was the starry love triangle with your favorite person, Rico, Ice Spice.
Is that who that was?
Yeah.
Once again, I'm like, who is this? I feel old.
It was a waste. It really was. It was not good. She'd seen her ex-boyfriend in the club or whatever.
Well, I guess it was supposedly Sprite.
Well, Starry is the
Sierra Mist, right?
Yeah, Sierra Mist replacement competition with Sprite. So
I was like, okay, this is weird.
Yeah, that one missed the mark for me too.
Yeah, another one, and this seems to be hated everywhere. I've looked on Twitter. I've looked everywhere. Is the DoorDash, all the ads.
Yes, because you know what? At the end of the game, I'm like, screw it. Maybe I could try to win. So I go to the website, type in angrily, and it tells me you've only done 1% of the work. Did I type it wrong? I retype it again. I did it 3 times until I finally realized, wait, there was more to the code in the commercial that they said simply put this up, and then they quickly flashed like 600 characters afterwards. I'm like, yeah, not going to happen.
Poor Rico. His team loses. He can't even get his DoorDash.
He's trying to win.
I'm like, at least
Let me win at something.
You know what? Fine. I'll get cars and stuff like that. No.
Rico gets a coin out, heads or tails. I got to win something.
No, but then it tells you, like, you've only got 1% of it. Like, what do you mean 1%? Like, what? Yeah.
Another one, before we get to some of the best, or what you thought were some of your best, was the Mr. T Skechers commercial. Was considered one of the worst.
Because there's no T.
There's no T. And this one simply says, because Romo was in it, it was too much of Romo last night. They didn't need more.
Yeah, not his finest work. Him and Nance never seem to be, like, on the same page. They're having 2 different conversations.
It's like a forced marriage.
Yeah. What else?
So we'll get to some of the best in a second, but I want to ask you all, did you have a favorite?
I like the State Farm Arnold Schwarzenegger commercial.
Really?
Like a good neighbor. Backstabber. It was witty.
Were you able to even focus on the commercials, Rico? There was an important game for your team.
No, I was able to. They weren't that great. The one that I thought was funny was I thought the Beyonce one was funny. Like, I'm going to break the internet. You're still not breaking. I'm going to go in space and do it. Still not doing it. Great show, though. So, yeah, that one. And I actually thought the Ben Affleck showing up to J-Lo in the recording studio.
I hated that one.
And she's just like, Ben, we talked about this. We talked about. And then Damon is like, remember when I said I'd do anything for you? Consider this anything. Okay?
It was the Dunkin' Donuts spot. Brady was in it too. That one felt like they were trying too hard.
I think they were,
but that's what made that one funny because she had to look like, oh dear God, he just showed up in my job thinking like, oh yeah, I'm coming to save the day. Like, no, we talked about this.
I liked, was it Kawasaki? They had the mullet, Stone Cold Steve Austin. I thought that was a good one. I like the Eminem one, not to rub it in, but they had the comfort ring.
Yeah.
Oh, with the former, T.O.
T.O. He's sighing on the
that.
Bruce Smith.
That ended up being 25th on this list. So I guess they didn't like it. They didn't hate it.
Okay. I'm trying to think. Did McDonald's have a commercial?
No.
I don't think any fast food did. Did any fast food company?
I don't think so.
Not that I remember.
No. Oh yes, Popeyes.
Oh yeah, with what's that guy?
Yeah, the guy from
Ken Jeong, right?
Yes.
I did like the commercial. I thought it was cute, the commercial with the little boy, and he was playing with everybody. And he was like Saquon. He handed the ball off to Saquon.
Oh,
He
yeah.
fumbled.
OCM and yours at the end
And
talking
he was
to
like,
him. Yeah.
son, that's on you because I'm not even here. That's on you. You better go get the ball. And then it was like, oh, okay. It's one of those heartfelt commercials. I like that.
Yeah, that was pretty good. So let's get to what they consider on this list, the top 10, the Doritos commercial, the Dina and Mita.
It's fine. It's not bad.
Grandmother's going after the chips. The Verizon one.
That's the Beyonce one, right?
No.
Yeah. Can't be broken.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Budweiser Old School Delivery was number 8 on this list.
They brought back the horses.
They did.
The horses
People
and the
love
dog.
those Clydesdales.
Well, no, and the dog.
It was a dumb commercial. It really was. They
David.
tried too hard. They
David,
really did.
Let
I'm
love
sorry.
in your heart, man.
The walking, talking like walking.
I thought that was
commercial,
trying
number
too
7.
hard.
Yeah, that was. The only thing that was good about that was at the end when it was Usher. He was like, "Don't you got someplace to be?"
That was the only funny part of it.
Right.
The old commercial, Rico, the Born to Play was top 5 here. The Uber Eats. This was the one with the Friends cast.
Well, they forget.
Oh, they forget. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Usher sitting there like, "Man, I wish I could do a halftime show." And the dude's like, "Are you serious?"
So Usher's in 2 commercials and the halftime show. Interesting.
Good money when you can get it.
The Dung Kings one, you mentioned that one. That was number 2 on this list.
See, it just shows I have class and you don't.
Whatever. It's been called worse. What's number 1?
You know why? They were just too conservative.
Oh, boy.
Number 1 is your favorite. Like a Good Neighbor.
Yes.
Like a Good Neighbor
No,
was
you
number
know
1.
what? It just shows that I take that back. Neighbor. Like, what are we?
I'm saying it, neighbor.
What are we doing here?
Did they at all step into the controversial one?
Which one is
That was at the bottom. I didn't really want to get into that. That was at the bottom. They didn't like the feet washing one. They
The
did not
Jesus
like
one.
that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that got people all riled up.
That was at the bottom. Because they ranked all of them. There were 59 commercials. That one actually ended up being number 44 on
How
their
dare
list.
you? Yeah, you know. Conviction. This is a football game. No Jesus.
Yeah, there was one that was 59. I'm thinking you could probably guess what 59 was. It was political.
Oh, yeah, we don't need that.
They say on here wasting money. They really do.
The one.
Wait, was it that Kennedy one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for the parody. Like, okay, I don't get it.
You thought there was gonna be like a
Right, I
like
was
a
like,
joke at the end
So I'm
of
trying
it.
to figure out, like, what actor is this? Like, because it was like the old school song and the old school, effects, and it was like, okay, it was in, it was shot in 4x3.
He's like, guys, I don't get it. What's
Right.
punchline?
So by the end, I was like, wait, that was a real campaign commercial.
Yeah, he used the old school JFK.
He's going to lose
Yeah.
because he blew his whole election campaign money on this commercial thinking this was going to work. And in the end, I'm like, huh?
There was a moment as we were going to the
You
fourth
might as well
quarter.
have got Jason Momoa in there to do it. I would at least said, okay.
Well, Momoa was in a commercial, wasn't he? It was it T-Mobile?
Yeah.
Yeah, with
that was outside the
Scrubs
top
guys.
10.
Dance.
Yes. Okay, one other one that you didn't mention. I know we're up. The Sarah V one with Michael Cera.
Yes. That ended up being in the top 20 on this list.
Really?
You didn't
Yeah.
like that one?
Number
No,
15.
I don't like him.
What's like awkward humor? That's his thing.
Still doesn't mean I like him.
Okay.
I don't. He's never been funny to me.
Alrighty then. And that is your Super Bowl commercial blitz 97.1.
97.1. Rico, the conversation that everybody's having today, we should probably wade into. Patrick Mahomes, third Super Bowl, third in 6 seasons. Tom Brady on notice?
Yeah. Yeah, he is. At first, I thought the talk was premature. It's like, okay, guys, Mahomes, he won the Super Bowl. He made it back to another one, but he lost. Give him some time. I didn't see this type of a run this early in his career. 3 Super Bowls already. He hasn't even hit that stride. Like, it took Brady a while to hit that stride where it was just like, you know what? No matter what, take the Patriots. Don't care what their record is. Take the Patriots. Don't care their seeding. Take the Patriots. He's now there. He is now him. Yeah. And he did it on a team kind of like Tom Brady. His offensive weapons weren't that great. Didn't have the number 1 seed. Had to go on the road. Underdogs throughout the entire playoffs, and they feasted off of that. Got it done. Yes.
There are people who say this is still too early, still premature. He only has 3 and Brady has 7. I would like to introduce people to a word, 4 letters, pace. The pace that Mahomes is on is more aggressive than even Tom Brady. Brady won 7 Super Bowls in 22 seasons, about 1 of every 3 years. Mahomes wins a Super Bowl 1 of every 2 years. He's won more MVPs and Super Bowl MVPs through his first 6 seasons than Brady did. He is pacing to make this a laugher. He'll have all the counting stats. He'll have all the MVPs, all the Super Bowl MVPs, and he still has probably conservatively another 10 years, maybe 15, to chase Brady down. But if you're someone who reduces this to rings, yes, I think Brady's on notice. If you just want to acknowledge who's the greatest player to ever play the quarterback position, I already think Mahomes is there. He just doesn't have the accolades.
Yeah, 6 years in. I mean, barring some type of horrific accident where he just, gets injured like Joe Theismann style, he's going to get this thing. Yeah. He's going to get it fast. Like right now, his motivation, not that Mahomes needs motivation. Okay. I'm chasing Brady. What if I do something Brady never did? What if I win 3 in a row?
3-peat.
Guys, this was nice. We'll celebrate. Because remember, he told his team, if you guys don't party, I'm going to take everybody out to Vegas, and we're going to spend a week out in Vegas, and everything's going to be on me. After we celebrate, we're done. It's now about Operation 3P. We're going to go back, and we're going to win a 3rd one in a row. We're going to be hoisting this trophy in New Orleans again.
This was the conversation everybody knew was coming if the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Chasing greatness. Whether it's Reed chasing Belichick or Mahomes chasing Brady. Well, see, this is a conversation now, guys.
I mean, I didn't stick around for most of the celebration because I don't want to watch it.
I don't blame you.
But I did see when they asked him, okay, Patrick, is this a dynasty? Yeah.
And
it is.
And it's just getting started.
Yeah, it's just getting started. Like, you know what? Own it. Acknowledge it. Don't run from it because you are great right now. And I don't use that term that easily. But yeah, he is great. He is a guy that you can't bet against. That was always Brady. You lose money if you did, because most of the time they'll find a way, and you're sitting there saying, how did you do that?
Yeah, so Mahomes is already in the Brady tier of you can't bet against him. You can't count him out. They're always going to be a fixture. Mahomes has made the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl every single year as a starter. He's going to be there. There's no avoiding him. He's inevitable. You let him hang around enough times, he'll overcome 10-point deficits in all 3 of his Super Bowl wins. Like, he's not going away. He's not going anywhere. What if he loses his receiver? Oops, already lost Tyreek Hill, won back-to-back Super Bowls. What if you lose Hill and the receivers aren't any good? That was this year. They led the league in drops. It doesn't matter. What about his tackles? His offensive line has to be a little stable. We saw in the one Super Bowl when they failed to protect him. But even just a decent offensive line gives him the time to do what he does back there in the pocket.
He won a Super Bowl off of a bad ankle.
Yeah, he had a bum wheel against the Eagles. And that defense got to the quarterback better than anybody in football that year. Couldn't get to him on a bum ankle.
So he just makes the plays. I mean, on the fourth and 1 play last night, he wasn't accounted for because it's like, okay, he's going to do this. He's going to throw here. He's just going to do something very simple. Take the ball, fake it, and run. He makes plays. He gets it done. Now, he makes fantastic throws, but the funny thing is, in that game last night, the game manager, he managed the game last night.
A little bit, yeah.
He managed the game, but you won't say that about him. But that's what he does now. The offense has changed. He's not the guy that throws it deep in the big plays of Tyreek Hill. They don't have that. He literally goes out there and plays a lot like Tom Brady. I'm going to take what the defense gives me. You want to blitz me? I'll burn you to the left or to the right. I'll go deep when I have to, but I'm not going to have to because I'm going to find a way to just wear you down through attrition and win this game. That's what he has turned into. That's going to really prolong his career because guys like Josh Allen and the scrambling QBs, eventually you start taking a lot of hits. He's not really taking any hits.
No, and he only does it when he needs to, and he's willing to take what the defense gives him in a way that some of his contemporaries aren't. And really, the answer is he doesn't have any contemporaries. He's a little bit like Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan in that way, where there was no equal to Jordan at his peak. In fact, he stopped many of his contemporaries, if you even call them that, from getting championships. Mm-hmm. No Karl Malone rings, no Charles Barkley rings, anything for Gary Payton and Sean Kemp, anything for Patrick Ewing. No, at the peak of MJ, he kept those other players from winning. Mahomes right now is going, Josh Allen, when's he going to get to a Super Bowl? Lamar, good luck. Even your Niners, who have had the best roster for years, are still on 0 Super Bowls. Nobody's eating when Mahomes is at his peak, right? And it's kind of like Tiger. There was no contemporary. I mean, Phil, for as much as you'd like to say so, was not in the same stratosphere.
See, this year was scarier because this year, for the first time, you took Kansas City out the comfort zone.
Yeah, this was the time to get them.
Oh, you got to go on the road. We'll see. Now, guess what, Kansas City? You're not going to go to Buffalo and win. Buffalo's waiting for you. It's cold there. Well, they did. Well, you're not going to beat Lamar. Lamar's the MVP. And, yeah, in that game, Lamar's best pass was to himself.
If you weren't going to get the Chiefs now, when are you going to get them? I'm not saying they're going to win every Super Bowl until he retires, but it sure feels like they're going to win a few more. And if you get to the point where this guy already has 3, make it 4, 5, or 6, if he doesn't get to 7, there will people who always will put Brady 1. He might not end up with the accolades, but I think he's playing the position better than Brady ever did. And there's still a real chance he catches him in accolades because of the pacing that he's already on.
And the funny thing is I do wonder who is going to be his Eli Manning?
Oh, yeah.
Who is going to be that quarterback that, believe it or not, Eli Manning can sit there and have bragging rights. When they were at the dinner table and Tom's doing all the bragging, like, Tom, what was games against me and you in the Super Bowl? What were you? Did you win one? Oh, you didn't.
0 for 2.
You're 0 for 2. Yeah. Let's
get to the phones. What do you guys think? Is this a real conversation? Is Brady on notice? George, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking the phone call.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a real quick point to make. Maybe it won't be quick, but you remember all the hometown discounts that Brady took? And you think about that with all the endorsements and everything that Mahomes has, that's like pennies to the dollar these days. Do you think Mahomes might start taking a little bit less money to keep a better team around him? And how unstoppable would he be if he starts to do that? Because, I mean, the NFL money at this point is, like I said, pennies to the dollar on what he can get on the open market just by showing his face anywhere.
You know what, George? I think you bring up a good point because I think that was one of the reasons why Brady ended up with so many rings is because Brady understood at a certain point in your life, there's really nothing you can't buy anymore. So how much money
can't buy legacy, though.
Right, and that's just it. How much money do I really need? Or we spread this around and I'll cash in on my final check. And the funny thing, same thing that Jordan did. Same thing a lot of the greats. Pay me at the end, but give the money to other people. Keep this team around me. That's a great point.
George, you know what's scary, though?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
What's scary is Mahomes had the largest cap hit in the NFL this season, and they still won the Super Bowl. So while I think there could be restructuring that takes place to keep guys, even with him being the most expensive player in football, it didn't stop Kansas City from winning a Super Bowl.
That said, without Andy Reid, with the new regime, say he retires in a couple of years, I assume Mahomes is going to outlast Reid.
Yeah, he would think so, barring some catastrophic injury or series of injuries. But Reed, I looked it up today, 65 years old. Belichick's still coaching in his 70s. Pete Carroll was coaching in his 70s. I know everybody's waiting for Reed to retire. What if he coaches 5 more years?
I think he can. Because at this point, are you really coaching? To me, Andy Reid is coming up with like 20 new plays every year for the Super Bowl overtimes. Hey, they've never seen this one before. They've never seen that. But yeah, can you get? Because if I'm Kansas City, Chris Jones is my number one priority. Him and Snead.
Yeah.
You guys are coming back. And this is maybe where Patrick, we're going to have to renegotiate because we need to keep these two here. We got to stay under the cap. I don't want to have to draft anybody because we got 2 dominant players. If they hit the open market, heck, Mike has already said he wants Snead here in Detroit. Teams are going to overpay.
Mm-hmm.
How about we convince them, let's keep the band together, and we could win at least 2 more Super Bowls in the next 5 years.
248-539-9797. The conversation everybody knew we'd be having if the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. The GOAT conversation. Where is Mahomes? It's 97.1. And just like that, the Kansas City Chiefs got a dynasty. 3 rings. Mahomes, 3 in his first 6 years as a starter. He's got more MVPs and more Super Bowl MVPs at this point in his career than even Tom Brady. That's why I say Brady's on notice. And I would tell you, while he doesn't have the accolades, Mahomes is the best player I've ever seen play quarterback.
Yeah, because I would say to all the Brady lovers out there, are you feeling nervous that he's going to take over? That people will talk about Patrick Mahomes as the greatest of all time. That Patrick Mahomes will be in Super Bowl commercials when he retires. That Patrick Mahomes will be everywhere that Tom Brady had for the last 20-some years. It was all about Brady. And soon Brady will be in the old quarterback's home, sitting right next to Montana and Terry Bradshaw and all the other quarterbacks with multiple rings. Like, yeah, that young guy out there, he's a little bit better than all of us. 248-539-9797.
See, guys, I get what you're saying. Every accolade that Mahomes has had in his first few, however long he's been playing in the league, has been great. It's been wonderful. He's on the pathway to be better than Brady. But I think you're missing something here, and something I kind of noticed after this game. I didn't realize, according to these stories, according to everybody breaking the news after the game, I didn't realize, I guess Kelsey was very close to retiring. Andy Reid and Kelsey talking after the game, and they're both back. They're both back coming to three-peat. Well, if he's that close to retirement, that's what's going to stop him from being better than Brady, is losing his tight end, losing Kelsey. I know how great he is, and you could probably fit another guy in, and they can maybe do the same thing, but losing Kelsey will be a huge blow to becoming the next Brady.
Now, people said the same thing about losing Tyreek Hill, and they've won 2 Super Bowls since.
But what did Brady look like when he didn't have Gronk? Gronk retired for a year or so, whatever it was,
No.
and he didn't look the same.
That's fair.
Great point. So this is where maybe if you're Kansas City, do you just mortgage the farm, move up, go get Brock Bowers? You know what? We just look at what the Lions did. They went out and got Laporta in the second round.
Game changer.
And you got something.
Their offense runs through the tight end, so it wouldn't be crazy to go up and get Brock Bowers.
So if you really feel like, well, if you're about to go, then maybe tight end is a high priority for you, that this is where you know what, we're going to take Mahomes with us on these trips into the combine, to the pro day. Maybe you sneak in there and do that. Remember when Eli Manning was at the Penn State and put on the mask and all of that? Yeah. I need you to throw to this tight end and tell me how you like him, Patrick. Yeah.
Let's get Brent involved. Brent, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's up,
Thanks
Brent?
for taking my call. Hey, I just wanted to say I don't have a problem with Patrick Mahomes taking over, being with this dynasty that they're building there. But I think Tom Brady would always have one notch over Patrick Mahomes because they beat him in the Super Bowl. What do you guys think about that?
The head-to-head.
Yeah, he's going to always have that, yeah, he will. But after a while, if you keep winning and winning, it's like, okay, well, because I remember when Brady was coming up and it was Montana, this, that, and the other. And after a while, it was like, you know what, guys, I was one of the last ones. Yeah, he passed him.
Well, the Montana argument for so long is never lost. Never lost in the Super Bowl. But at some point, people realized, even though Brady lost a couple Super Bowls, the sheer volume of success.
Never lost, never threw a pick.
I'm sorry, I sold him short.
Thank you.
But at some point, people said, even though Brady had lost a couple Super Bowls,
Davey, you like that?
His overwhelming success was hard to deny, and I think we're going to get there with Mahomes.
Yeah, that you go out there, you win 2 more in 5 years. Because here's the other thing that it tells me that you have the dynasty. You're already getting the Kansas City fatigue. I'm sick of seeing the Chiefs. I don't want to see the Chiefs again. Anybody but the Chiefs. And now, by the way, you added Taylor Swift to that. Oh, my God. They're ruining football.
He's already Brady in that way because people got sick of Brady. There was a fatigue. Not this guy again. Can we get some new blood? There's already that element of it.
So, yeah, I do think that you're already there because when you're one of the favorites to win next year, when the Super Bowl logo is out and it's a red color in there, so conspiracy theories saying it's either going to be you or the Niners back. Yeah. If you don't know what I'm talking about, they came out with the logo for Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans.
There's other red teams. Maybe the Cardinals make it.
Falcons year. It's all coming together. ATL,
I don't have the board
up.
over here, but I would hit the buzzer sound. Just to let you know. If the Cardinals are in the Super Bowl, yeah. I don't know what to say at that point. There's a lot of injuries that happen to a lot of quarterbacks.
Oh, boy. Larry, you're next up. Larry, appreciate you. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, just give me a few seconds and just kind of think this out. When you talk about Mahomes and what he's doing, and even when you talk about Dan Campbell and being, whether he's conservative or not, it really has to do with the execution and the type of player that you have. Now, Mahomes is once in a generation. But if you think about, and we'll talk about basketball, some of the shots that Steph Curry takes, everybody knows those are crazy shots.
Mm-hmm.
Only he can take them. There's nothing conservative about his shots and where he takes them, but he's that great. Same thing with Mahomes. Even the play that he called yesterday when they were, at fourth down. Yeah, he could make that play. When he drops back into the shotgun, it doesn't matter because he can make that play. So when you talk about how conservative somebody might be, you have to ask yourself what kind of players, execution, can they do it? And Dan Campbell got there basically doing that. Some of his players probably didn't have the talent to do it. When you're watching something that a Brady does, you're watching something that, when we were talking about Mahomes, how do we know that Brady's that great? Because he went down to Tampa Bay without Belichick, and he still won. And I'm saying, yes, Kansas City's fine. I do think, like Gronkowski, he's probably going to, need Kelsey. But regardless, these guys can win wherever, and they're the game changers. So when you get into the X's and O's, that's great. Don't give the coaches too much. You have to recognize the players. So Dan Campbell did what he did, had his players executed, and would have been those superstars like Mahomes, because Mahomes did some crazy things yesterday that we thought, wow. That's what you got to remember. It's your player, the level of player. Mahomes is a once-in-a-lifetime guy, like these other guys that I was talking about. So we can play around with the potential. And, of course, just like Tiger Woods, we had, he's going to kill Jack Nicklaus' record. Yeah, well, what about the injury? So I say pump the brakes a little bit, take it one day at a time. If he stays healthy,
and that's what I said,
he potentially could do it. So that's my story. I still think it's a talent level that you have in terms of execution.
Well, he's already a Hall of Famer, Mahomes, right now. If his career ended today, he's no doubt Hall of Famer. And it's just really levels of greatness that he's chasing.
But like Larry said, it's injuries. That's the only thing that's going to take him down. It's what took down Tiger Woods, where he just couldn't play anymore. And it was sad watching him because now he's just average golfer, where you were used to him just destroying the competition. And that's Mahomes. Right now, Mahomes is, heaven forbid they go out and draft a QB in the first round. And, Donnie Mitchell from Texas?
Yeah, Adonai Mitchell?
Yeah. That's like the mocks have him, and I'm like, whoa. Okay.
Be dangerous.
That would be very dangerous.
Yeah.
Big receiver that he's really never had.
Well, and you saw what they did with a rookie that they took. Was Rice a third-round pick this year?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and he'll probably get even better going into his second year. They had an outside receiver. Just keep this thing on the tracks.
They have a number one. His name is Kadarius Toney.
Oh, I keep forgetting about that.
I wonder how that ceremony is going to go. You know what, Kadarius, we'll mail yours. Matter of fact, we may send you one of those M&M rings.
The ring of comfort.
Right.
Rice, by the way, was a second-round selection.
Second, good catch out of SMU. Texas guy.
Kadarius Toney has 2 rings now.
He does. It ranks right up there with all those rings that John Sally won in the NBA.
Why is he catching a stray here?
Well, his first couple were real.
They were real.
And then he sat on the end of the bench with Chicago and L.A.
Gravy train rings.
So the Detroit rings are real.
Right. That's when he was Spider.
Right. Spider Sally.
Right. Then he just became John.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Recapping the Super Bowl. Some of the biggest storylines next. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hey, rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. Look, it's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevy has them all, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. They got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. It's important to them because they are more than just a dealership. It's commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the February Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT, $269 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
That's really kind of sad when you think about it. Super Bowl's over. We got 7 months till Labor Day. But the headlines don't stop. Football today. Hit it.
You are right, Jim. The headlines never stop. But let's go back to the Super Bowl for a quick minute before we move forward with some of the headlines of the offseason. Let's talk about the bump. No one's pregnant. But let's talk about Travis Kelce and the bump on Andy Reid. He was seen yelling on the sideline in the second quarter after the KC fumble, and he nearly knocked Andy Reid over. Some people are saying Kelce went too far. What are your thoughts on what went on the sideline?
I think it would have been nice if the broadcast didn't gloss over it. But I don't think it's really that big of a deal, Rico. They have that kind of relationship. He wasn't trying to like assault his coach. He was frustrated. He wanted the ball.
Yeah, that's one of those things that because it's Travis Kelce, we just excuse. If it's other players, oh my God.
If it's Mecole Hardman.
Right. Did you see the disrespect? And Andy Reid's a champion, and you don't do that. But it's him, so we just let it go by. But could you imagine if if Lamar went up to John Harbaugh and bumped him like that? It would be all over the place. Oh, look at Lamar's losing it. So it's one of those where it's good to be the king. It's good to be Kelsey. It's good to have a famous girlfriend. The NFL needs you, so you can get away with that, David. But no.
What do you mean get away? Like, what should have happened? Like, did he really cross a line?
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he did.
David, he ran and knocked the clipboard out of his hand. It's not like he came up to him and just said, yelling. Like, it was like, the manager coming up to the umpire and bumping him like, whoa.
See, I don't think he did, but here's what I want you to do, because you did a great job pre-show explaining what happened, because they did gloss over it. Explain why he was upset.
He was upset because the play, he went out of the game. He wanted to get back in. They said no. The tight end that came in was the guy that he missed his block, and it caused Pacheco to fumble the ball. And he was like, I should have been out there. If I was out there, this wouldn't have happened. We would have scored. I get the excitement.
And that's why I have no problem with it.
I get the excitement. Power it down. Okay, David, you could be upset with something that goes on the show. You're not walking in Jimmy's office and throwing his lunch on the floor.
No, but it's not like
trying to get his attention.
It's not like he grabbed him by the collar and shook him. It's not like he shoved him to the ground or started punching him. I mean, this wasn't like a brawl.
Reed had no idea. He comes up to him, clipboard falls out of his hand. Like what? Is the place on fire? What is your problem right now? It's good to be the king.
It is good to be the king, and since they are the king again, let's talk about them. Are they a dynasty? 3 Super Bowls in 5 years. Back-to-back champs for the first time since the Patriots did it in 2004 and 2005.
It's an obvious yes. They're a dynasty.
I do. I think they were a short-term dynasty, especially 3 and 5 years. Now you're going to look at, okay, can you extrapolate that? Can you continue the success? And I'm thinking that they can, because remember, kind of like when Tom Brady, when they weren't the number 1 seed and we start saying, you got to go on the road now, Tom. Let's see. Okay, he went on the road. Oh, you can't do it again. And he just did it again. Oh, but just wait. You're going up against, and he just beat him in overtime. Yeah, I don't see him slowing down, and barring a catastrophic injury, this is a dynasty. And the reason why I say it's a dynasty, because kind of like what the Patriots did, they're evolving on the fly. This isn't the team that won that first Super Bowl that was all offense. This team's all defense. The first team had, players that you knew of. This one on offense, okay, yeah.
Think about it. They trade away Tyreek Hill.
Right, and
they go to the Super Bowl. Mahomes is on a bad ankle against the best pass rush in football, and they come back down 10 and win anyway.
Yeah.
Then the very next year, this year, the receiving core led the league in drops.
Yeah.
Both tackles are handsy and take a lot of penalties, shaky at best.
I was waiting for the tackle to jump offside like he did against the Lions. He learned his.
But again, down 10
on the fly.
Down 10, they still win anyway. This was supposed to be the down year for Kansas
yeah.
City, and they went on the road multiple times and won differently. Yeah, they're complete.
Is it a dynasty, David? Yeah. You want to know how I know it's a dynasty? Because we were talking in the commercial break. You know what I said? If the Niners make it back, I don't want to see another rematch with them. Yeah. I don't want to see it again.
Because you could put them in. You can automatically.
I just don't want to see it again, because it's just like, you know what? No, just no. But yes, they are a dynasty. Like it or not, they're only going to get better.
Young defense, very young defense.
Because now, you could go out and get a top receiver in the draft. And now you got somebody that you can control for the next 5 years if you take a receiver in the first round.
So from one dynasty to the last coach that coached the last dynasty is Bill Belichick. He is somewhat in the news. Tom Pelissero is reporting, says, quote, Belichick does not want to continue to coach, and the expectation right now within the league is Belichick is coaching somewhere, does want to coach. He's coaching somewhere in 2025. Then he says, I'm told shortly after the Falcons opted for Morris, several owners reached out to Belichick about next year's hiring cycle. So who are those teams that are putting their coach on the hot seat already?
I mean, probably Dallas is one. Chicago's another one.
Mm-hmm.
Philly's got to be in there too. Yeah.
Philly.
How about a guy who should have been fired this year? Dennis Allen and the Saints.
Yeah. I don't think that Belichick's going to come back. I think that he's going to see what life is like out of the league, less stressful, and I don't think he's going to want to come back. I got enough money. I'm making money on the broadcast. I'm sorry, why do I want to do this again? I got my rings. Chances are if I take a team, they're a bad team, and they're going to be failing. I'm not going to flip this thing around in a year or two. It's a young man's game. I don't think he comes back. I think right now he's missing the game. But I think he goes the way of Cowher, where he just walks away and says, yeah, I'm done.
But isn't he chasing Shula? Doesn't he need like a dozen or so more wins to be the winningest coach in NFL history? So I think he's going to want to come back. The question is, he got passed over in this cycle for as great as coach as he is. Maybe the league looks past him again.
No, and I also think the league is kind of like most businesses. If I can go get somebody younger and cheaper, because Belichick ain't coming on a discount.
Yeah.
You're going to have to pay him where I can go and get this young 38, 40-year-old coach who's just hungry and wants a job and pay him half the price. That's the NFL. I don't think he comes back, David.
So let's get to a couple teams that are in the market to upgrade at quarterback. And I want to know, will they make this move? Because a name is floating around there. And one team is the Raiders. Antonio Pierce wants to be aggressive in landing a new quarterback, whether that's trading up from 13 or possibly trading for a quarterback. And then this from Adam Schefter from the Pat McAfee show that the Steelers are looking to upgrade at quarterback, and Tomlin loves Justin Fields. His name is floating around both teams. Who makes the move?
David.
More likely to make the
move.
move.
Offense, you don't have a quarterback.
Right. So go get Justin Fields, right?
I think Chicago's stupid enough to trade him away. And I wouldn't do it. I think that with all the capital they have, if they traded the number one pick, they could flip that into probably 2 or 3 more number one picks. And they have pick number 9, but they're the Bears, and the Bears aren't smart. There's a reason why they're there. So, yes, I would go after Fields, and you probably only have to come off of maybe a second rounder to get him. Absolutely. If I'm Pittsburgh, if I'm the Raiders, and the other one, if I'm the Seahawks, I'm going after him.
Steelers don't pick until 20, latest of the group you just mentioned.
Oh, well, and the Falcons.
Which means you may have to make a trade. So, yeah, they have to kick the can on that. Kick the tires on it.
And let's close it out with this. It was a wonderful halftime show last night. I don't want to hear any comments, nothing from people in the gallery. But
do people not like it?
I don't know. Some people may not.
Well, people hate on it every year.
Oh, people. So let me get to this. There are odds out on FanDuel who will perform at next year's Super Bowl. It is in New Orleans. You got Bad Bunny at plus 6,000. You have DJ Khaled plus 1,200. Justin Bieber plus 1,500. Taylor Swift. Can't have a Super Bowl without Taylor Swift, right? Plus 450. Leading the way, Lil Wayne plus 250.
I mean, I can't see Taylor Swift taking off from doing her shows where she makes billions to do a free one for the NFL when I can just sit in the suite and watch somebody else do their work. So I would have liked to see her zip line down to the stage. That would have been pretty cool. All right, here I come. I'm
on my way.
But that's an underwhelming list. I'll be honest with you. Don't care about any of them.
And, of course, Lil Wayne's leading the way because it's in New Orleans. So
the fact that you said Taylor Swift is the second highest on the odds there.
Yep.
Let's hope. You know what? I'm going to take the field and just pray that they go get somebody because
better than this list.
DJ
Khaled doesn't even rap. He just yells.
Right.
But he's on the list.
I mean, go get Britney. She needs the notoriety.
No, please no.
I'm like, this list is so bad.
Well, Swift would not be a bad choice.
No.
So who would you want? Who would you want?
No, but okay,
Swift's not doing it because why?
I know, but not to nauseate anybody. But what if it's Kelsey and the Chiefs again in the Super Bowl and she's doing the halftime show?
Which is why she's not going to want to do the show. She's going to, unless she's not on tour. But let's face it, her tour can go for the next 3 years.
And she has new music coming out. Why do I know that? Because she's everywhere.
You're a Swiftie, aren't you?
Last note on Swift.
You're
no,
a
I-
Swiftie.
no, but last note on her. I was told I'm supposed to hate this woman. She's chugging beers. She's watching the game. She looks like a football fan supporting her boyfriend. Why am I supposed to hate her again?
You know why? Because people are idiots. They keep cutting away. Okay, they really didn't. Well, okay, her man is making a big play. She's cheering. Now, here's what I don't understand. Who is Ice Spice? And why was she at the game? Ice Spice had zero interest. The Chiefs are driving. Everybody in the box is Jason Kelsey. Like, everybody is, yes. And she is sitting there like, when are we going home again? I got to let the cat out. Like, what are we? Why is she here? They scored the winning touchdown. They're celebrating, and she's looking like, was this a good thing? Should we be happy? I'm like, who are you? And why are you even there? Like, if you didn't want to be at the game,
don't go to the game.
It's people like that give it. She just was there to be seen.
Yeah.
I mean, because they did the cutaway, like, there's LeBron. He's talking. He was interested. Jay-Z and Beyonce. And then I'm like, am I supposed to know who Ice Spice is? Like, okay. Good for me.
And
Good for
that
you.
is in football today.
That's really kind of sad when you think about it. Super Bowl's over. We got 7 months till Labor Day. But the headlines don't stop. Football today. Hit it.
You are right, Jim. The headlines never stop. But let's go back to the Super Bowl for a quick minute before we move forward with some of the headlines of the offseason. Let's talk about the bump. No one's pregnant. But let's talk about Travis Kelce and the bump on Andy Reid. He was seen yelling on the sideline in the second quarter after the KC fumble, and he nearly knocked Andy Reid over. Some people are saying Kelce went too far. What are your thoughts on what went on the sideline?
I think it would have been nice if the broadcast didn't gloss over it. But I don't think it's really that big of a deal, Rico. They have that kind of relationship. He wasn't trying to... watch the Super Bowl in a way that we never have before, knowing how close the Lions were. We'll get back to that at 5 o'clock. David, the ticket text, what are people saying?
Someone suggesting a halftime performer for next year should be John Baptiste. He is from New Orleans, and he should do the halftime show next year. He would be good. I mean, he did if anybody watches the Grammys, he did a great performance on the Grammys this past month. So I see no one cares.
I was about to say, I'm the last person, David. When seriously, only people I know at the Grammys is the lifetime achievement people. I realize now I am old. Like, this guy has a $sign in his name, and this guy is the baby, little baby $sign.
Well, like Ice Spice, that's like a TikTok rapper, right? That's why you don't know.
Yeah.
Is she good?
No. Well, that's subjective. Hold on.
You said that so quick.
It's subjective. I don't think she's good, but my kids think she's good.
Okay.
So I guess it's an age thing.
All right.
She's good at something.
Oh, come on.
Now you're looking around like, what? Yeah, you know she did.
I expect this out of Roberta.
That was supposed to stay behind the glass. All right. Regarding Mahomes and Brady, Brady won in different errors. So the game hasn't changed yet. Mahomes, we have to see if he can change with it and still win.
I mean, who knows what football's going to look like 10 years from now, but it feels like he's already adapted pretty well to with Tyreek Hill, without Tyreek Hill, teams playing too high. He becomes more of a check down guy. He's comfortable.
See, I think they mean more like rule change.
Oh, okay.
Which is why I always acquiesce to the guys that played in the 80s and 90s, because at that point, you didn't protect the quarterback. You took the hit.
The brunt. Yep.
They had the segment called Jacked Up where, you know what? Yeah, you get decapitated. Good for you. Great.
Celebrated.
Right. Now it's, you can't touch the quarterback.
It's gotten so bad.
Which is funny because talking with pre-show with Jimmy, he was like, oh, I can't believe they called the intentional grounding on him. It's like, what was the rule? And the referees kind of looked at him and said, son, you two-hand passed that. We're not giving you that call. We know you're Mahomes.
There was a receiver in the area.
No.
They didn't
Not
have
really.
You didn't even try to, you just shuttle past that thing like it was basketball. No. You're going to take the penalty on this.
The rule doesn't say you have to throw a perfect spiral. It's a receiver in the area.
You know what? It's the beauty. This is why these refs made the game. You didn't really have any controversial calls.
But I'm not pouring one out for Patrick Mahomes. You're right. The way the game is officiated today, I understand player safety. I do think the jacked up stuff doesn't age well in the world of CTE. But now we got guys, quarterbacks holding the ball. Guys sack the quarterback, and they get called for hitting him too hard. Well, I'm sorry, was I supposed to mid-hit, get out a pillow and rest his head gently into the night?
Exactly. Not only that, a friend of mine sent me a text. It was Mahomes was scrambling. I think it was like a 4th down play or a 3rd and long, and they tackled him before he got there. But then he picked up a couple extra yards, and he was like, you know why he made that? Because they were afraid to tackle him too hard or too high or too low, and you're going to get a penalty. So it's really, let's just try to push him out of bounds so we don't get hit with another 15-yard penalty. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I didn't think about that, but you're right. Especially when it comes to quarterbacks, tackle too high, blow to the head. Tackle too low, you're going after their knees and ankles. Like, there is no sweet spot when it comes to quarterbacks, especially if you're Patrick Mahomes.
I cannot believe I didn't think about this, Rico, but a ticket text came in. This is how you would know who Ice Spice is. Jordan Poole spent $500,000 on her on a date. Remember that story when Jordan Poole was going out on a date, his first date, he spent $500K on Ice Spice on their first date.
That's who he went out with?
Yes. That's who he went out with.
You know
you didn't know it was Ice Spice.
So I don't even remember this story. What did they do for $500,000?
You know what?
Shopping, I believe.
Let's just... I have so many inappropriate things I can say. Let's just move on. $500,000?
Yes, on a first date. That's why he's in Washington and not in Golden State anymore, because he's an idiot.
Okay. That's why Draymond was upset.
Your judgment, buddy. Not the best.
Tim from Fraser says, everybody knows that.
$500,000?
Yeah, let's not gloss over that.
Yeah.
Did he buy her a house?
No, I think they went shopping, out to dinner, things like that. I think he took her on a trip. I think
Things like that is doing a lot of work in that sentence.
You're a married man. Have you spent $500,000 on your wife?
I don't have $500,000. What do you mean?
I mean, over the course.
I don't know what you think this morning show gig's going to pay, but no. I mean,
over the course of you dating,
what is your question?
have you spent $500,000 on
No.
your? Just asking. Well, you will have that morning show money.
Oh, stop it. Anything else, David?
Yeah, someone says, Tim from Frazier says, everybody knows that Eli Manning was Tom Brady's Achilles heel in the Super Bowl. Mahomes needs one. Let's go. It will be Jared Goff.
Now, hold on. Goff beat him in the regular season this year.
Yes.
And he beat him in that shootout game on a Monday night.
Yes.
Has he played him any other times?
No, I think they're saying it will continue in the Super Bowl.
So Goff next
Goff
year.
Would be Jared.
He is Eli.
Okay.
Hey, give me 2 Super Bowls. And
I gotta say, Eli kind of won 2 rings. Well, Goff has won 2 games.
But David, this sets us up perfectly because the thought is the Lions could have been in that game, and I'm sure that was in the back of everybody's mind watching. Did you think you could have been victorious if the Lions were playing in that game? And then clearly it shows you how close they are. That's a conversation we can have coming up next. It's 97.1. I vaguely remember that conversation. I didn't realize. I guess I should know. I should know better. Roberto's always listening.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that conversation as well.
Anyway, I want to talk about the Super Bowl through the lens of Lions fans. But Rico, I think first and foremost we need to call some people out. You guys watched this game, right? Because you had people talking a big game. I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl. I can't do it. We had one of the great endings in Super Bowl history. Overtime, score for score, touchdown to win it, and people claim they weren't going to watch. I'd like to know if anybody actually kept that promise. And for the rest of us who actually enjoyed the final football game for 7 months, let's talk about how close the Lions are. Is that fair, Rico?
Yeah.
I can't believe people who said they weren't going to watch that.
Did you actually watch something else?
What is even on opposite the Super Bowl?
Hitch.
The Will Smith movie?
And The Proposal.
Okay.
Yeah, they were running
America's
back-to-back,
Funniest Home
back-to-back.
Videos. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Because I was just kind of looking like, so what else are people watching? That's about it.
You watched.
So for those who vowed, I'm not watching the Super Bowl, did you live up to your vow? 248-539-9797. I want to know. Did you actually just not watch? And what did you do? What did you do yesterday when the game was on? Or did you break down and you started watching?
Of course you started watching, and it was a slow start. It was a sloppy game. Call it what it is. 7 fumbles, 7 field goals.
7 fumbles?
They weren't all recovered.
Oh, okay.
But 7 fumbles. I think 5 of them to Kansas City. They recovered most of them. Sloppy football game. You had the botched punt return, which led to Kansas City's lone touchdown up until the very end, right? It was not a pretty game. It wasn't like, a classic back and forth thriller. But at the end, you got a thrilling finish. And it was a game because it was so sloppy. I'm sure Lions fans were sitting there going, this hurts even more. Because if we were there, we don't make mistakes, we're holding on to a lead, we're winning the Super Bowl. Now, I don't think it's quite that simple, but I bet it was in your mind if you were watching that game going, hold on, neither of these teams want to win this. This game is there for the taking, and neither team will take it until Mahomes did it in overtime.
I promise you, every Lions fan was judging the game based on, Goff would have made that play. Oh, Branch would have made that tackle. Oh, this wouldn't have happened. Oh, Hutch would have gotten that sack.
Laporta would have got the first. Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah. St. Brown, he would have caught that pass. Oh, yeah. We definitely were winning this thing. Oh, you're not going for it? Oh, my goodness. You're too soft.
Campbell would have gone for it. How close are the Lions, Rico? How would you answer that question having watched what happened?
They're close. I don't think they're as close as Lions fans think that they are, but they are close. They're probably in the second tier. Lions have to shore up the defense because, like it or not, as fun as your offense can be, if you can't go out there and stop people, that's going to be problematic. And I'm talking the full 60 minutes. They did it for 30. They didn't do it for the other 60. The Niners, the Niners went a game and an extra 15 minutes, and then finally that defense broke down. You have to do that, and that's probably and you have to learn to accept points when the points are there. Sometimes it means you got to kick a field goal.
How dare you?
Sometimes it means that. Sometimes it means you just take the 3 points.
There were a lot of field goals.
Yeah.
So maybe you think Dan Campbell wouldn't be compatible with that kind of game. I would point out the one comparable from the NFC title to the Super Bowl was a 4th and 3 with a chance to tie the game. Kyle Shanahan went for it, got it, scored a touchdown. Dan Campbell went for it, didn't get it, got crucified. 4th quarter, down 3. You could tie the game with a kicker. It's the only touchdown the Niners scored in the second half was when they went for it. I do think Campbell would have been compatible, and I hope, because we don't know, I hope he would not have taken the ball first in overtime. I think that was a lesson for everybody.
You know what?
I hope nobody wins the toss and takes the ball again because it's the wrong way to play it.
I think Kyle Shanahan will be skewered and vilified, which I understand why. But I think a lot of coaches and a lot of players found out a lot of things last night in that overtime that they were like, I didn't know that either. I don't think it was just the Niner players that were just like baffled and reading the Jumbotron.
Yeah, well, some players said
the
they were.
Right, the Chiefs knew. They credit to Andy Reid. He made sure his players knew. They said they practiced this and talked about this since training camp. So they were prepared. That's what made them dangerous. They said, didn't matter. You scored a touchdown. You were going to kick an extra point. We were never kicking the extra point. We were going to go for 2. I got a feeling the touchdown that they scored on was the 2-point conversion play.
Maybe.
I don't know. I cannot prove that. But I bet you they figured, well, we don't really need that for the 2-point. How about we just take the kill shot right here?
Win the game right now. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think we were all taking in playoff overtime together.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Shanahan's getting skewered because his team wasn't aware of how they were going to handle it, and he should be. He also made the wrong decision.
His rationale was, we'll get the ball. Best case scenario, we score a touchdown, they score a touchdown, and then when we kick a field goal, we win.
Yeah, third possession, its next score wins if both teams are tied. Here's the problem.
Or we get, as you said, Kansas City fumbled the ball 5 times. Defense goes out there, gets one of those fumbles, ball game, we win.
To me, there was this real debate as to what you should do with the new rule. To me, it's easy. You don't want the ball first. You want the ball second, because then you know what you need. The idea that, well, the risk is you don't get the third possession. Here's a spoiler. There's no third possession. Not if you play it right, because you go for 2 in the second possession. You don't give a third possession. It's like a manager saving his closer for the 11th inning. Buddy, we got to get through the 9th and the 10th before we get to the 11th. You can't worry about the third possession.
I mean, I know it's the beginning of the game, but weren't the Lions taking the ball when they won the coin toss at the beginning of the game? They wanted it. Most people deferred to the second half.
But that's a little different here, right? This is...
All right, I realize it's overtime, but their rationale was, we're going to score first, and we're going to make you play catch-up.
Yeah, here's the problem. If you do what the Niners did, you get the ball, you get to a 4th and 4, you're in that no man's land. They kicked the field goal.
Because, you didn't know we got to get something.
Right.
Because we can't. They got a great kicker. They crossed the 40.
He made a Super Bowl record kick already on the day, so they kicked the field goal. Here's the problem. You only had 3 downs. Now Kansas City gets the ball knowing they've got 4 downs. You gave Mahomes an extra down to beat you. They were never going to give you the ball back for a third possession. Right. He misplayed it. Anyway, the question was, how would you want that to be handled if you're the Lions? Aggressively, strategically, not the way Kyle Shanahan typically runs games. But would the Lions have won the game? 248-539-9797. I think this is so tough, Rico, because while I want to say both teams struggled to win, do I think the Lions would have avoided blowing a double-digit lead the way San Francisco did? I can't say that because Detroit just blew a 17-point lead in the NFC title. Do I want to say Detroit would have got to Mahomes? Well, the only way Detroit could get to the quarterback late in the season was blitzing, and that's a big no-no for Mahomes. Kansas City won the way they did it all year. Great defense, low scoring, and Mahomes is better than your quarterback. And I think that's the formula that would have won no matter who they played.
See, I think the team that could say they were closer to winning would be the Ravens.
Maybe.
We're not even talking about that because I know we're here in Detroit, but the Ravens annihilated the Niners in San Francisco. Oh, and now imagine the Niners are without Greenlaw, which means that's one less linebacker that's going to be trying to keep Lamar in check. They may have put up 50 points in that game. They're the ones who are sitting there saying, what if we would have just beat them? Are you kidding me? Yeah. It all fell into place. But the other question is, you guys said you weren't watching the game.
So let's hear from some people who
said.
Did
you actually watch the game?
You got people on hold. Let's hear from them. 248-539-9797. Chase in A Squared. Chase, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, gentlemen? How are we doing on a beautiful Monday?
Hey, Chase.
Good.
So I was one of the Lions faithful that swore up and down for the last 2 weeks that I would not be watching the Super Bowl. I did not attend a Super Bowl party. Then, sure enough, found myself clicking over about as soon as the Waste Management Open ended. Clicked right over and watched all the way through to the end. And but yeah, as you guys said too, every play was judged against what the Lions would have done in that exact situation. Every single play, and even with the field goals, I'm like, you see, Dan, you take the 3, and we're here this week. So, yeah, I mean, it'll be forever in the back of our minds. This is going to live rent-free in my head forever. But, what a game. And who can really argue with the greatness of Mahomes?
Chase, somehow I imagine you with imaginary headset on and you're calling plays and you're just doing all of this saying, this is what we would do. This is what the Lions would do. Here's the play we're going to call. Here's the defense we're going to be in. Was that you?
Oh, the headset wasn't imaginary, Rico. It just wasn't plugged in. The headset was on.
That's funny. Chase, that's funny. That's good stuff. So you end up watching the game. How do you think the Lions would have done if they were there?
That's such a tough one to call. I mean, looking at the way that first half developed, I really thought they would, and especially the way we'd started games, really thought we could have jumped out to a quick early lead, and then the scary thing then is we got to lean on Aaron Glenn in that defense. And I think, honestly, we probably would have been in for a similar, a repeat of what we saw in the NFC Championship game, where we're white-knuckling it till the end, and ultimately Mahomes and Kansas City, there's just too many playmakers. He's too good. He's got that Jordan quality to him where it just feels inevitable when down the stretch that, as soon as they kick the field goal in overtime, I'm like, here it comes. Like, almost to the point where I didn't even need to watch to know what was going to happen.
No, Chase, I like to say that he has that backbreaker gene where you just know, and we just lost it right here. It's just like everything is going well, and he escapes out the pocket or something happens, and you just, for me, it was that final touchdown. As soon as it happened, I'm like, and he's wide open, of course.
There was a moment when Shanahan kicks the field goal at the 2-minute warning that they flashed over to Debo. You know what I'm talking about? And you could see this look like, oh, no. And Mahomes didn't end it in regulation. They could have. Yeah. But he ended it in overtime, and it was only a matter of time. If you let him hang in, if you don't put him away.
And that's what it was, because ifs and buts, I know. They convert that. They now milk the clock. Because remember, Kansas City burned a timeout early, so they only had 2. They could have took it to under a minute, and then you kick the field goal, and now you're leaving them to go all the way down with no timeout with about 35 seconds to go.
There were the 2 third downs where they got pressured. One out of the 2-minute warning and one in overtime. It was a 3rd and 5 and a 3rd and 4.
Yeah.
Speaking of what the Lions would have done, I don't know this 100%, but I know something the Lions did a lot this year is on those 3rd and mediums, they'd run it. And they have a good enough run game where they would get it outright. But part of why they did it is if they didn't get it, now instead of 4th and 4 or 4th and 5, it's 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, and then you can go for it and play for the win instead of the overtime.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I'll give Kansas City, for both of those third down plays, unless you line up in a different formation, neither one of those plays, you weren't going to run, and you were going to lose yardage. It wasn't set up that way. Unfortunately, that was one of my biggest gripes with Shanahan is he abandoned the run. You have Christian McCaffrey, and you did not use him properly. You would forget about him, and I don't know how you could. I mean, he finished with 80 yards rushing and 80 yards receiving, but there were times in the games where he just flat out forgot. Oh, yeah, I have this guy because you're trying to make Kittle and Debo and all of these other people happy. You know what? Who cares? Win the game, and I don't care who gets all the glory. Because to me, Jennings was going to be the MVP had they won the thing.
It threw a touchdown, caught a touchdown. Would have been one of the more unlikely Super Bowl MVPs of all time.
I want to say it was like plus 3,000 on FanDuel.
Might as well have been plus 3 million. I mean, but there he was. There he was down the stretch. All right, you watched this game through the lens of a Lions fan. Assuming you actually watched. And we got people who said they weren't going to watch. What did you end up seeing? It's 97.1.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, TV, graphics design artist. You know what? Let's do it the right way. Go get some training. Get some formal training by people who actually work in the business. You're going to learn with the hands-on approach to make you successful in the industry, whether it's radio, TV, or graphics design. Plus, a new class is starting in a little over a month. So, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield, Michigan. Like I said, you're going to be taught by people who work in the industry. So you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then when you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Left the Super Bowl thinking, man, the Lions are close. Neither team wanted to win that game, wanted to pull away. Man, the Lions are close.
See, I saw it differently. I saw it as that's how hard it is to win the Super Bowl, that both teams were trying and the others were out there trying to stop them. It wasn't like, let's play rock, paper, scissors, who's going to win this thing. That you saw two teams with a lot on the line. The Chiefs wanted to start a dynasty. The Niners wanted to show that we're here and we've arrived. For the Lions, do you have that next gear to do what it takes and adjust on the fly? And I see that's where I look at Campbell and I say, no, yes, you want to do things your way, but you got to look at the circumstance. You got to look at the surroundings. And that's why sometimes being super aggressive doesn't work. That's why sometimes taking the 3 points, I know it's not that very masculine to take the 3 points, but it's 3 points. It keeps you in games.
It extends games. And both coaches kicked a ton of field goals, 7 field goals in the game. But that's what I'm saying. Nobody took the ball and put it away. And they're two good defenses, so you're right, Rico. That's a fair point. I appreciated Campbell's aggressiveness in the NFC title game. I know that was a whole debate that was hashed out and will probably be argued for the end of time. But Campbell on a 4th and 3 late in the game went for it, passed up the tie, went for it, didn't get it, was crucified. Kyle Shanahan passed up the tie, closer. Would have been an easier field goal. Passed up the tie, played for a touchdown, got the first, scored a touchdown, took the lead. It was one of the few moments where his team found the end zone in the game, and you were going to need to find the end zone to win. And if that's the mentality Campbell's going to bring most times, most games, most situations, I'm encouraged by that. Now, they do need to get better, because if they played Kansas City, I think KC would have won that game. They took that Niners offense, which was every bit as good as Detroit's, even better, and they held them in check. And if the game got bogged down and Mahomes kept getting chances and you can't pressure him without blitzing, I think they, and I hate saying this, guys, I think they would have lost. But now you know what it takes, and you've got an off season to get right back there and finish the job next season.
And the other thing is kind of like what happened to the Niners. A lot of times the Lions would abandon the run and they would stop running Montgomery and they would go for the sizzle plays instead of just going for the safer plays, the 4 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards, first down, run the clock, milk the clock, score the touchdown. You would go with the, let's go with Gibbs, let's go with this, let's go with that. Same happened last night where the Niners just said, you know what, I know you're getting things done, McCaffrey, but now let's try to throw the ball and do all this other stuff. No, I don't think that the Lions would have won this game. Yes, you beat Kansas City earlier in the year. Kansas City had Kadarius Toney. Chris Jones wasn't there. Travis Kelce wasn't there.
Yeah.
Now, no asterisk. You won.
That's a legit win,
but
it gets tougher.
Last night you saw Kelsey, 92 of his 93 yards came in the second half in the overtime. Jones prevented 2 touchdowns by himself in the face of Brock Purdy.
Including big one in overtime.
And just remember this, because I know it gets lost. Lions fans. Mahomes had an opportunity. He threw the ball. Kadarius Toney was behind the secondary. He just flat out dropped it. Okay? We're talking about the Reynolds drop.
Yep.
He dropped it. They were setting themselves up to win that game. And, yeah, this is why, Toney didn't play in the Super Bowl.
Mike in Detroit, you're next up. You're on 97.1, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, man, I might have to just change our question a little bit. It wasn't that I didn't want to watch the game. It was how I ended up watching the game.
Okay.
Usually amongst all of my friends, man, we have Super Bowl day is a celebration. It's our Christmas. About 20 of us. Best food, best liquor, swapping lies about all of us play ball in college. We all lying to each other saying what we would do. Instead of doing that, I watched the game yesterday with my wife, who was asking me about intentional grounding all day, the rule, and my son and my cat.
It's one of your boys.
I was gonna say, that's, Mike, not that different than my Super Bowl experience. Go ahead.
So, Mike, were you at least in like a group text chain the entire game?
Man, if we were texting each other other stuff, that's how much we were not involved in the game. I mean, we were cracking jokes, texting stuff. It had nothing to do with the game. But the one thing I can say is Dan Campbell has got me brainwashed because I was like, they shouldn't have passed the ball. Run it. 3rd and 6. I'm like, run it. And then I had to catch myself like, that's stupid. You know what I'm saying? So it was just a whole different experience with the Lions getting as far as they got this year. But when I tell you 20 of my friends were all watching the game, some of them were watching it by themselves, some of them was watching it with their dogs. I mean, it was crazy. It was like, I can't even explain it, man. It was just a bummer.
Yeah, you ended up watching anyway, though, at least, because people have said it wasn't a great Super Bowl start to finish. No, but it was a great ending, right?
I mean, it was a great ending. Anybody that loves football, it was a great ending.
Yeah.
The halftime show, which is what my wife wanted to see, but other than that, that was it.
All right.
So I'll hang up and let you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, Mike, just make sure you keep Usher away from your wife, man. Just don't take it to the
Usher
show.
A bad boy, man.
When he took his shirt off at the halftime, I'm sure. Okay.
Oh man, his shows are. Yeah, just be careful.
Talking about, she can see this. This is better.
Yeah, David.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not taking her to see Usher.
All right, not front row.
No, you good.
Hey, you mind if I sing to? Yes, I do.
We're in the parking lot, actually.
Stadium adjacent.
David, it'd be like the scene out the 5 Heartbeats. You'll be leaving with him.
That's so good.
Tony's next up. Tony, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call today.
What's up?
Yeah, I want to reiterate you. I think the luster for watching the Super Bowl was probably gone from a lot of people because, as you know, the Lions didn't make it. First of all, but I end up watching the Super Bowl, and what it also showed me is that a lot of coaches, it's like I hate to use the old cliche, they're playing chess and we're playing checkers. Some of those plays Andy Reid, his defensive staff called, they were right on time. Whereas, and I think one of you guys said it earlier, as far as when Dan Campbell, I think he's still coaching off of emotion because I think we did so good this year. We made it into the playoffs, got our first win. I believe if he would have been able to remove himself some type of way from that emotion in the second half of that San Francisco 49ers game, we would have easily have won that game. A key point that I noticed was when you, like you say, we could have matched San Francisco on a field goal and went back up by 17 and put the pressure back on Purdy. I think that the game of football is played off of momentum swings and letting the other team think that they're still in the game and they have a chance to win it. For me, watching all of the games, that's what I saw what Dan Campbell did. The minute you didn't make that fourth down, San Francisco, and you could almost look at the players and see it, they actually was like a light went on. I actually think we can come back and win this game. So to say how close we are, I don't think that we're as close as a lot of the Lions fans are thinking we are. I think that Green Bay is going to be tough this year, Chicago, and also Minnesota.
Yeah,
And
Tony,
that's fair.
Tony, I think that's fair.
And yeah, you're going to have a first place schedule. And I don't know if people have looked at the future Lions. They're playing a lot of playoff teams.
San Francisco, Dallas, Buffalo, etc.
Yeah, it's not going to be, this year's schedule was a lot easier. So the challenge is you may be a better team, but you may not have as many wins.
He's right that it's not going to be easy. They are close, though. Like, both things can be true. They could be close, but it not be easy to get right back. That's
Right.
what you're saying.
Right, because here's what's going to happen. This year, if all things are held equal and there's no catastrophic injuries to quarterbacks, you're going to have to go out and play maybe 3-4 games in a row against playoff caliber teams, which kind of gets you to that grind rather than playing, okay, we got this good team, and then we got bottom feeder, good team, bottom feeder. Now it's, man, you're looking at it like, if I'm a season ticket holder, next year is the tickets you want to hold because great games going to be at Ford Field and road games. People, save your pennies now. If you plan on taking over stadiums in the fall, there's a lot of games you're going to want to go and see. Start saving your pennies.
You talk about all things being equal. I hope all things aren't equal. I think Green Bay is going to get better. I think Chicago has the ammunition to get better.
No. I'm talking about.
I know what you're saying. I'm just speaking to the people. The Lions need to get better because I don't think they would have beaten Kansas City on that day last night. But they have 4 picks in the top 100. They have, before they do any deals, roughly $60 million to spend. They should be aggressive this offseason. I know Brad Holmes kind of slow played it in his press conference, but
and where do you want to go
they
with
better
that?
not. They better not sit here and try to float into next season. Go out and try to win next season.
Yeah, I think you really need to go after the defense. But yeah, it's just one of those where I look at this, and I'm talking about, because like if Goff goes down, this team with Hendon Hooker,
it's not the same.
It's a wash.
Yep.
I'm not going to count anything against them next year. That's what I'm saying. If all the quarterbacks are playing that you're going up against, your defense is going to go up against, it's going to be fun and entertaining to watch. You may not be as good, but you're going to find out a lot more about your team because there's probably going to be 3-4 game stretches where you're playing playoff team after playoff team after playoff team.
248-539-9797. As a Lions fan, you did watch. You don't have to lie to me. You did watch. When you watched the game, you viewed it maybe differently than any other Super Bowl. You viewed it through the lens of what would the Lions do on this situation, this third down, this fourth down? How would the Lions handle this lead, or if they're trailing at this point in the game? What would Campbell have done with the new overtime rules? How close are they to a Super Bowl? It's a good conversation. We're going to keep that going, plus talk about Super Bowl commercials. That's right, part of the festivities next, 97.1. That's really kind of sad when you think about it. Super Bowl's over. We got 7 months till Labor Day. But the headlines don't stop. Football today. Hit it.
You are right, Jim. The headlines never stop. But let's go back to the Super Bowl for a quick minute before we move forward with some of the headlines of the offseason. Let's talk about the bump. No one's pregnant. But let's talk about Travis Kelce and the bump on Andy Reid. He was seen yelling on the sideline in the second quarter after the KC fumble, and he nearly knocked Andy Reid over. Some people are saying Kelce went too far. What are your thoughts on what went on the sideline?
I think it would have been nice if the broadcast didn't gloss over it. But I don't think it's really that big of a deal, Rico. They have that kind of relationship. He wasn't trying to assault his coach. He was frustrated. He wanted the ball.
Yeah, that's one of those things that because it's Travis Kelce, we just excuse. If it's other players, oh my God.
If it's Mecole Hardman.
Right. Did you see the disrespect? And Andy Reid's a champion, and you don't do that. But it's him, so we just let it go by. But could you imagine if Lamar went up to John Harbaugh and bumped him like that? It would be all over the place. Oh, look at Lamar's losing it. So it's one of those where it's good to be the king. It's good to be Kelsey. It's good to have a famous girlfriend. The NFL needs you, so you can get away with that, David. But no.
What do you mean get away? What should have happened? Did he really cross a line?
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he did.
David, he ran and knocked the clipboard out of his hand. It's not like he came up to him and just said yelling. It was like, the manager coming up to the umpire and bumping him whoa.
See, I don't think he did, but here's what I want you to do, because you did a great job pre-show explaining what happened, because they did gloss over it. Explain why he was upset.
He was upset because the play, he went out of the game. He wanted to get back in. They said no. The tight end that came in was the guy that he missed his block, and it caused Pacheco to fumble the ball. And he was like, I should have been out there. If I was out there, this wouldn't have happened. We would have scored. I get the excitement.
And that's why I have no problem with it.
I get the excitement. Power it down. Okay, David. You could be upset with something that goes on the show. You're not walking in Jimmy's office and throwing his lunch on the floor.
No, but it's not like
trying to get his attention.
It's not like he grabbed him by the collar and shook him. It's not like he shoved him to the ground or started punching him. I mean, this wasn't like a brawl.
Reid had no idea. He comes up to him, clipboard falls out of his hand. What is the place on fire? What is your problem right now? It's good to be the king.
It is good to be the king, and since they are the king again, let's talk about them. Are they a dynasty? 3 Super Bowls in 5 years, back-to-back champs for the first time since the Patriots did it in 2004 and 2005.
It's an obvious yes. They're a dynasty.
I do. I think they were a short-term dynasty, especially 3 and 5 years. Now you're going to look at, okay, can you extrapolate that? Can you continue the success? And I'm thinking that they can, because remember, kind of like when Tom Brady, when they weren't the number 1 seed and we start saying, you got to go on the road now, Tom. Let's see. Okay, he went on the road. Oh, you can't do it again. And he just did it again. Oh, but just wait. You're going up against, and he just beat him in overtime. Yeah, I don't see him slowing down, and barring a catastrophic injury, this is a dynasty. And the reason why I say it's a dynasty, because kind of like what the Patriots did, they're evolving on the fly. This isn't the team that won that first Super Bowl that was all offense. This team's all defense. The first team had, players that you knew of. This one on offense, okay, yeah.
Think about it. They trade away Tyreek Hill.
Right, and
they go to the Super Bowl. Mahomes is on a bad ankle against the best pass rush in football, and they come back down 10 and win anyway.
Yeah.
Then the very next year, this year, the receiving core led the league in drops.
Yeah.
Both tackles are handsy and take a lot of penalties, shaky at best.
I was waiting for the tackle to jump offside like he did against the Lions. He never did. He learned his.
But again, down 10
on the fly.
Down 10, they still win anyway. This was supposed to be the down year for Kansas
yeah.
City, and they went on the road multiple times and won differently. Yeah, they're complete.
Is it a dynasty, David? Yeah. You want to know how I know it's a dynasty? Because we were talking in the commercial break. You know what I said? If the Niners make it back, I don't want to see another rematch with them. Yeah. I don't want to see it again.
Because you could put them in. You can automatically.
I just don't want to see it again because it's just like, you know what? No, just no. But yes, they are a dynasty. Like it or not, they're only going to get better.
Young defense, very young defense.
Because now, okay, you could go out and get a top receiver in the draft, and now you got somebody that you can control for the next 5 years if you take a receiver in the first round.
So from one dynasty to the last coach that coached the last dynasty is Bill Belichick. He is somewhat in the news. Tom Pelissero is reporting, says, quote, Belichick does not want to continue to coach, and the expectation right now within the league is Belichick is coaching somewhere, does want to coach. He's coaching somewhere in 2025. Then he says, I'm told shortly after the Falcons opted for Morris, several owners reached out to Belichick about next year's hiring cycle. So who are those teams that are putting their coach on the hot seat already?
I mean, probably Dallas is one. Chicago's another one.
Mm-hmm. Philly's got to be in there too.
Yeah. Philly.
How about a guy who should have been fired this year? Dennis Allen and the Saints.
Yeah. I don't think that Belichick's going to come back. I think that he's going to see what life is like out of the league, less stressful, and I don't think he's going to want to come back. I got enough money. I'm making money on the broadcast. I'm sorry, why do I want to do this again? I got my rings. Chances are if I take a team, they're a bad team, and they're going to be failing. I'm not going to flip this thing around in a year or two. It's a young man's game. I don't think he comes back. I think right now he's missing the game. But I think he goes the way of Cowher, where he just walks away and says, yeah, I'm done.
But isn't he chasing Shula? Doesn't he need like a dozen or so more wins to be the winningest coach in NFL history? So I think he's going to want to come back. The question is, he got passed over in this cycle for the greatest coach as he is. Maybe the league looks past him again.
No, and I also think the league is kind of like most businesses. If I can go get somebody younger and cheaper, because Belichick ain't coming on a discount.
Yeah.
You're going to have to pay him where I can go and get this young 38, 40-year-old coach who's just hungry and wants a job and pay him half the price. That's the NFL. I don't think he comes back, David.
So let's get to a couple teams that are in the market to upgrade at quarterback. And I want to know, will they make this move? Because a name is floating around there. And one team is the Raiders. Antonio Pierce wants to be aggressive in landing a new quarterback, whether that's trading up from 13 or possibly trading for a quarterback. And then this from Adam Schefter from the Pat McAfee show that the Steelers are looking to upgrade at quarterback, and Tomlin loves Justin Fields. His name is floating around both teams. Who makes the move?
David.
More likely to make the move.
No offense, you don't have a quarterback.
Right. So go get Justin Fields, right?
I think Chicago's stupid enough to trade him away. And I wouldn't do it. I think that with all the capital they have, if they traded the number one pick, they could flip that into probably 2 or 3 more number one picks. And they have pick number 9, but they're the Bears, and the Bears aren't smart. There's a reason why they're there. So, yes, I would go after Fields, and you probably only have to come off of maybe a second rounder to get him. Absolutely. If I'm Pittsburgh, if I'm the Raiders, and the other one, if I'm the Seahawks, I'm going after him.
Steelers don't pick until 20, latest of the group you just mentioned.
Oh, well, and the Falcons.
Which means you may have to make a trade. So, yeah, they have to kick the can on that. Kick the tires on it.
And let's close it out with this. It was a wonderful halftime show last night. I don't want to hear any comments, nothing from people in the gallery. But
do people not like it?
I don't know. Some people may not.
Some people hate on it every year.
People. So let me get to this. There are odds out on FanDuel on who will perform at next year's Super Bowl. It is in New Orleans. You got Bad Bunny at plus 6,000. You have DJ Khaled plus 1,200. Justin Bieber plus 1,500. Taylor Swift, can't have a Super Bowl without Taylor Swift, right? Plus 450. Leading the way, Lil Wayne plus 250.
I mean, I can't see Taylor Swift taking off from doing her shows where she makes billions to do a free one for the NFL when I can just sit in the suite and watch somebody else do their work. So I would have liked to see her zip line down to the stage. That would have been pretty cool. All right, here I come.
I'm on my way.
But that's an underwhelming list. I'll be honest with you. Don't care about any of them.
And, of course, Lil Wayne's leading the way because it's in New Orleans. So
the fact that you said Taylor Swift is the second highest on the odds there.
Yep.
Let's hope. You know what? I'm going to take the field and just pray that they go get somebody because
better than this list.
DJ
Khaled doesn't even rap. He just yells.
Right.
But he's on the list.
I mean, go get Britney. She needs the notoriety.
No, please no.
Like, this list is so bad.
Well, Swift would not be a bad choice.
No.
So who would
She's
you
not
want?
doing it.
Who would you want?
No, but okay,
Swift's not doing it because why?
I know, but not to nauseate anybody. But what if it's Kelsey and the Chiefs again in the Super Bowl and she's doing the halftime show?
Which is why she's not going to want to do the show. She's going to, unless she's not on tour. But let's face it, her tour can go for the next 3 years.
And she has new music coming out. Why do I know that? Because she's everywhere. Last note on Swift. But last note on her. I was told I'm supposed to hate this woman. She's chugging beers. She's watching the game. She looks like a football fan supporting her boyfriend. Why am I supposed to hate her again?
You know why? Because people are idiots. They keep cutting away. Okay, they really didn't. Okay, her man is making a big play. She's cheering. Now, here's what I don't understand. Who is Ice Spice? And why was she at the game? Ice Spice had zero interest. The Chiefs are driving. Everybody in the box is Jason Kelsey. Like, everybody is, yes. And she is sitting there like, when are we going home again? I got to let the cat out. Like, what are we, why is she here? They scored the winning touchdown. They're celebrating, and she's looking like, was this a good thing? Should we be happy? I'm like, who are you? And why are you even there? Like, if you didn't want to be at the game,
don't go to the game.
It's people like that give it. She just was there to be seen.
Yeah.
I mean, because they did the cutaway, like, there's LeBron. He's talking. He was interested. Jay-Z and Beyonce. And then I'm like, am I supposed to know who Ice Spice is? Like, okay. Good for me.
And that is in football today.
That's really kind of sad when you think about it. Super Bowl's over. We got 7 months till Labor Day. But the headlines don't stop. Football today. Hit it.
You are right, Jim. The headlines never stop. But let's go back to the Super Bowl for a quick minute before we move forward with some of the headlines of the offseason. Let's talk about the bump. No one's pregnant. But let's talk about Travis Kelce and the bump on Andy Reid. He was seen yelling on the sideline in the second quarter after the KC fumble, and he nearly knocked Andy Reid over. Some people are saying Kelce went too far. What are your thoughts on what went on the sideline?
I think it would have been nice if the broadcast didn't gloss over it. But I don't think it's really that big of a deal, Rico. They have that kind of relationship. He wasn't trying to assault his coach. He was frustrated. He wanted the ball.
Yeah, that's one of those things that because it's Travis Kelce, we just excuse. If it's other players, oh my God.
If it's Mecole Hardman.
Right. Did you see the disrespect? And Andy Reid's a champion, and you don't do that. But it's him, so we just let it go by. But could you imagine if if Lamar went up to John Harbaugh and bumped him like that? It would be all over the place. Oh, look at Lamar's losing it. So it's one of those where it's good to be the king. It's good to be Kelsey. It's good to have a famous girlfriend. The NFL needs you, so you can get away with that, David. But no.
What do you mean get away? What should have happened? Did he really cross a line?
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he did.
David, he ran and knocked the clipboard out of his hand. It's not like he came up to him and just said yelling. It was like, the manager coming up to the umpire and bumping him like, whoa.
See, I don't think he did, but here's what I want you to do, because you did a great job pre-show explaining what happened, because they did gloss over it. Explain why he was upset.
He was upset because the play, he went out of the game. He wanted to get back in. They said no. The tight end that came in was the guy that he missed his block, and it caused Pacheco to fumble the ball. And he was like, I should have been out there. If I was out there, this wouldn't have happened. We would have scored. I get the excitement.
And that's why I have no problem with it.
I get the excitement. Power it down. Okay, David, you could be upset with something that goes on the show. You're not walking in Jimmy's office and throwing his lunch on the floor.
No, but it's not like
trying
he
to get
grabbed
his
him by
attention.
it's not like he grabbed him by the collar and shook him. It's not like he shoved him to the ground or started punching him. I mean, this wasn't like a brawl.
Reed had no idea. He comes up to him, clipboard falls out of his hand. Like what is the place on fire? What is your problem right now? It's good to be the king.
It is good to be the king. And since they are the king again, let's talk about them. Are they a dynasty? 3 Super Bowls in 5 years. Back-to-back champs for the first time since the Patriots did it in 04 and 05.
It's an obvious yes. They're a dynasty.
I do. I think they were a short-term dynasty, especially 3 and 5 years. Now you're going to look at, okay, can you extrapolate that? Can you continue the success? And I'm thinking that they can, because remember, kind of like when Tom Brady, okay, when they weren't the number 1 seed and we start saying, oh, our –
$97-1 Super Bowl in the books. You watched a little differently this year. Thinking about the Lions, with every big decision, with every big play, with the flow of the game, how would they be doing if they were there? It's sad, but it's also exciting because they're that close.
Yeah.
And how close and what would have happened? Let's get to the phones, 248-539.
Can't wait for the schedule to actually get for the exact dates.
I know. I mean,
because I was just saying out there, it could be like where you play the Niners, Cowboys, Bills, and Packers in a 4-week stretch with the Seahawks.
Let's see it.
Yeah.
Well, I want to see what they do this offseason because you got to get a little better. Let's go to the phones. We got Dwight. You're on 97.1. You end up watching?
Yes, thanks, fellas. Thanks, fellas, for letting me log in with you guys and give my little spiel on this. Okay, first of all, you know, I suffer from the big baby syndrome. I ain't got over that we should have been in that Super Bowl. And so just to make my point, get my point across, I said to the NFL, I'm not going to even watch the Super Bowl. How you guys like that since the Lions lost a game that I know that we should have been in? So I said I'm not going to watch the game. Then as I'm sitting there fidgeting on the couch and everything while my brothers and cousins and all them are doing our usual Super Bowl party, I said, I know what? I'll go back there and I'm just going to get some of the food that they got there. Ain't no sense of letting that go to waste just cause.
You can't let it go to waste.
No, of course not.
Yeah, right. You know, I'm going over there and get me some seafood gumbo, but I ain't watching no game, you know. So finally, you know how the football is. You know, as the game started going, then I decided, what the heck? I think I'll watch some of it. And the game was actually boring as heck. That made me more madder because I said the Lions would have been in here. We'd have been doing this. We'd have been doing that. Oh, man. I said, oh, my goodness. I was getting angry as we watched. So I said, forget about it. I'll pick me a winner who's going to win the thing, and I went with the Chiefs.
Yep.
Right? I went with the Chiefs. Man, what a game that was, man. That was exciting. I don't know what, man.
Yeah, it turned out to be.
So I ended up, one thing that really pissed me off, though, was that center for the St. Louis, for KC.
For the Chiefs, yeah.
You know, that guy, all them low snaps he was giving him, man, what the heck?
You know what, Dwight?
Didn't make it easy.
Wasn't low enough. I needed fumbles.
Oh, stop.
I needed fumbles. Wasn't low enough. Try harder.
David, what do you got over there?
I mean, I
What
think
you say,
all,
David? We don't have time for this.
I think you all know
that's okay. Hey,
exactly what
Rico
drive
here?
this is.
Oh.
The final drive to win the Super Bowl, back-to-back Super Bowls for the Kansas City Chiefs. It is a 13-play, 75-yard drive. Mahomes went 7 for 7 for 41 yards and a passing touchdown to win the game. That is, sadly, the final drive of the week of the NFL season.
Why sadly? Most of us enjoyed it.
No more
didn't we?
football. No more football.
Oh,
no more
Yeah,
football.
for Rico, it was double sad.
Yeah.
Double sad.
Nah, you saw it coming.
Yeah. You could see Mahomes was holding off on making those runs, the read options, until the very end when he needed it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was so many different things that bothered me. In the overtime, when Mitchell picks up the first down, but then there's the holding call.
Oh, yeah. No, that would be, honestly, and I'm not just saying this because Rico's a 49er, that would be an agonizing way to lose the Super Bowl, right?
Well,
which is
no.
worse?
Here's what hurts even more, Wojo.
That's worse.
Yeah, losing in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
When I saw,
It's great for Lions fans. They didn't have to go through that.
when I
It's
saw
not
the
great
play,
for Lions fans. You want to be there.
when Chris Jones stopped at 3rd and 4, and then I watched the whole play, and there's Brandon Ayuk wide open in for a touchdown in the end zone. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
Oh no!
yeah.
It's, as I said, it's a deeper pain that I don't think Lions fans. You think you know pain, you don't know pain.
I think we know pain.
You know pain.
I mean, there's no question about it. We know torture.
I think that's the worst way to lose. You had like 3 chances to win.
But they do have like 4 Super Bowls in there.
No, we're not talking about history. We're talking about that game.
Oh, yeah, Steve Young won one too.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Listen. I just think it's great. I actually think, and you might disagree, that Lions fans got over their depression right around kickoff. They watched the first half and they said to themselves, "We could beat both these teams." And then I think by the time overtime rolled around, I think Lions fans were like, "Yeah, F you, Niners."
Rieger spends his entire life misrepresenting Lions fans.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of Lions fans were happy that the Niners, the team that beat them, lost like that in torturous fashion.
Yeah, but hold on. You say Lions fans were convinced they were going to win. I'd like to believe that. I'd like to think the Lions wouldn't have blown a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl, but they blew a 17-point lead in the
Jim,
NFC title game.
I judge everything I know by social media.
Okay.
Every Lions fan on social media
and his fake buddies on
yesterday,
the phone.
right around like 8 o'clock, they're all like, "We're better than both these teams."
To me, there's one team that could probably say that. It was the other participant in the championship round, Baltimore.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe.
They actually hammered the Niners.
But you
in
know
San
what
Francisco.
I do think is encouraging for Lions fans? There are no super teams out there. Like in years past, who's going to beat the Patriots?
There is a
this year?
super team out there.
Who? Where?
They reside in Kansas City.
No, but they lose games. They lose. They
Lions
win
beat
close.
Rico, don't you remember?
It's kind of like with Brady and the Patriots. They didn't need to go undefeated. That one year they flirted with undefeated, and then they lost. But you know what? We just got to get in. Doesn't matter where we play. We're going to beat you.
They're great, but they're not that imposing. I don't think.
We have an active dynasty in the NFL, so it's not easy to win a Super Bowl. But they're beatable. I'll meet you halfway.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the team as constructed right now. Yeah. Eminently beatable. The jackass 49ers almost beat them. I mean,
almost.
There's
a whole lot of almost. But they kept winning.
So how does this work, by the way,
yeah.
the transitive property that I know everybody likes? So since the Lions scored 24 on the Niners at the half, but it took 5 quarters for the Chiefs to score 25 on the Niners.
You see what I deal
How do
with
you
every
work
day?
with
I
this?
have
Better.
absolutely no idea.
The mental gymnastics you
I know.
put yourself
Here's
through.
a better
you are
question.
the most
But when you
physically fit
really
man I
think
know.
about it,
Who would have been the off the beaten path Lions guy that scored the winning touchdown? That would have been
some crazy play to Malcolm
Jason
Rodriguez.
Kabinda.
Khalif Raymond.
Yeah.
Oh, was he healthy? Would he be healthy?
Yeah.
He would be back just in
Or
time.
no, or who's the
Not Josh
tight
Reynolds.
end?
The other
backup
one,
tight
Brock
end.
Wright.
Brock Wright?
Yeah.
Brock Wright.
That's who it would have been.
No.
Dan Skipper
Dan
reporting
Skipper.
is eligible.
Oh, no, the
Right
one.
there. Yes. Dan Skipper or Penei Sewell.
And then there would have been a penalty flag. Well, there's a flag on the play.
Yeah, the NFL would not let the Lions win the Super Bowl.
No.
That's obvious.
No, I
According to
agree.
And you know they're making sure of that. Have you seen the new logo for New Orleans?
Oh, no blue in it, right?
There is no
None.
blue.
Yeah, although going
it's
on.
red and green.
Yes.
Packers,
Michigan State's gonna be there?
Chiefs.
I
It's
don't
more of a
know.
lime green. Could be
Yeah, it's a
Dolphins.
lime. So we figured it's more
Dolphins,
of a line.
Falcons.
Going to the Super Bowl.
So we figure it's either
Chiefs, Eagles.
it could be the Packers, Chiefs. It could be the Niners, Dolphins.
Or none of it could matter at all.
Yeah. Or
It's
anything we're
conspiracy.
talking about right now does not matter at all.
That's usually how our show goes.
I know.
Is that the plan?
Yep.
At 6?
Yeah. Rieger's gonna
Everything
annoy
we
everybody.
say will be wrong, and none of it matters. I mean, what's
So,
really
so
meaning
your
of life?
focal point is what? Just to make things clear.
Patrick Mahomes, is he a witch?
Is that the Lions should have won the game?
No, that's not me. That was just everybody on Twitter.
Dude, you got to get it.
All right, they burn Patrick Mahomes at the stake next. It's Wojo and Rieger. It's 97-1.